and we have representatives of the state government as well as authorization committee, appropriate authority, legal expert, even we have ACP Saab also from police who has come, and we have from non-governmental organization. So many people have come. Welcome to all of you. Good morning. It's a cold morning here in Delhi. For those who have come from West and Southern India, they will be feeling cold. Uh, but hopefully, most of you have been able to reach comfortably here. And let us look forward to a fruitful deliberations and discussions so that we are able to work towards providing solution. Whatever gaps are there, legal and ethical aspects, they should be, we are able to cover. So kindly be seated. We are going to start soon. So
Good morning, everyone. Uh, I would like to invite, a very good morning to all the esteemed guests and delegates. My name is Girija Sikarwar, and it's my absolute pleasure to extend a hearty welcome to each one of you present here for the symposium on legal and ethical aspects of organ donation and transplantation. As you are all aware, the theme of the event is Uniform Legal and Ethical Guidelines for Organ Donation and Transplantation across the nation in alignment with the vision of One Nation, One Policy. We are fortunate to have with us today some distinguished speakers who are noted figures in their respective field. Each one of them brings invaluable expertise and insights that will indeed make this event a fruitful and enriching experience. Now let us begin the first session. We are very honored and delighted to have our first speaker with us today, Dr. Anil Kumar, Director NOTO and Additional DDG, Directorate General of Health Services. He is also heading National Organ Transplant Program. He is the National Nodal Officer for Transplantation of Human Organs and Tissue Acts and Rules. He will be delivering keynote addresses on organ donation and transplantation. Please put your hands together and welcome our first speaker, Dr. Anil Kumar.
good morning again, and absolute pleasure to have you all here. Yes, start. I'll be highlighting key issues currently in the legal and related to the legal as well as ethical aspects, and where we can perhaps change. I will not be covering the sessions which are already laid down during the day's agenda, like brainstem death, etc. This is the estimated need and the gap which is there. We are still compiling the 2023 data, but I am happy to inform you that this year we have crossed 1000 organ donors in the country, and that is really a moment of pride for all of us who are associated with this field, that till now we have counted 1028 organ donors, and we hope to add many more, because still some data for the month of December is awaited from few states. So so this is the need, 1.75 to 2 lakh kidneys, but some of our experts also estimate around 4 lakh kidney requirements every year, the way the CKD is increasing in our country. Liver 50,000 and heart 50,000. So this is the number that we have done last year, 11,705 kidney transplants, including the deceased donor transplants. If we look at compare the top 10 countries in the world, which in the number, then we are number 3 in the entire world after US and China. But the graph, that is the green part, which is very proportionately very low. The green part is the deceased donor organ transplants. So comparison of 2022 data as available on the Transplant Observatory website. So our proportion of the deceased donor transplant is very low. Our organ donation rate as compared to the other countries, 2022, it is 0.67 if we count our population to be 140 crore of last year, that is 1400 million. So that comes to 941 donors we had last year. So that comes to 0.67, which is 68th position out of the 94 countries who reported data. This is how we have progressed over the years in terms of the transplants numbers, as well as number of deceased donor and total deceased donor organ transplants over the year. Currently, the red areas are the ones where we have no deceased donor organ donation activity till now in the northeast, except Assam and Manipur. Other states don't have. Jammu Kashmir, Ladakh, Uttarakhand, Jharkhand, they don't have any deceased organ donation. But the green, dark green part is the activity where it is more, prevalent. That is the southern and western part of the country. The number of centers which are linked with NOTO at present, total 838 centers are linked, which include both organ and tissue transplant centers. Out of which organ transplant center is 643. But if you look at the division between the private and government centers, the government centers are only about 15 to 20% out of the total number of transplants which are linked with the NOTO. Now we advocate that every center which is doing organ transplantation or retrieval should be linked with the NOTO registry, and no transplants should happen in the country without the NOTO ID. So only 15 to 20% of the centers are linked. Like in the kidney, if you look at out of the total 571 centers, only 71 centers are in government. In liver, 20 centers are in government out of 207 centers. In heart, 22 are in government. These are the centers which are registered for these transplants. And among the NTORCs also, the proportion is similar, but it is a little more in government as compared to the organ transplant centers. So non-transplant organ retrieval center. So majority of the work is being done in the private sector, 15 to 20% only in the government sector. So issues and challenges that we have, I will highlight mainly we all know that there is high burden of the organ failure diseases, but we have less number of brainstem death identification and certification. Data reporting is an issue. Disease donor maintenance and critical care is another big issue that we have. Infrastructure availability, particularly in the government sector, and all potential recipients are not being registered. We have a law, but in the law because till now the law allows only for organ donation only for the purpose of therapeutic purpose, that is for treatment purpose. But can we allow the unused or the discarded organs for research? Till now, for cornea it is allowed in the rules it is mentioned, but there is a demand that we should allow for the organs also which are being discarded. So we have a robust law since 1994. We have living donation. In the living donation, we know that we have a concept of near relation, but near relation currently we have spouse, sibling, children and parents and grandparents and grandchildren. Can we consider other relations also as near relations to expand the further pool of the organ donors? Then law allows donation for the reason of affection and attachment and for special reasons. For special reasons, it is not mentioned how that has to be interpreted. It is interpreted differently in different states. Affection and attachment can be interpreted through the long associations. We have a opt-in system. Those who want to donate, they have to opt in. And brainstem death certification, we have a appropriate authority which grants license. So these are the main features of the law. We have these two members of the appropriate the panel of the brainstem death. They have to be approved by a appropriate authority. But there is a issue that is it required to approve these? Can we do away with this approval process? Sometimes it takes a lot of time. Then can we now, is it the time to add the ancillary tests also in the brainstem death certification process? Because they are not right now mentioned. We have, like this is the government order, certain other states have also issued mandatory to declare brainstem death. But is it legally, can we notify from central government side that mandatory to declare brainstem death? Mandatory to request for organ donation is there in the law. State level authority, that is the licensing authority, we have one or more officers which are given this responsibility. They grant licenses, they are empowered to do the inspections and investigate any complaints. But what are the various issues? They are not, main issue is that they are not doing what they are supposed to do. There is a delay in grant of registration and renewal. There are delays in approval of the brainstem death certification committees. Inadequate systems for collection of the data, because they are supposed to collect all the data, but there is a system is not existing in many states. Inadequate monitoring of the transplants that is happening. They are supposed to do the entire monitoring. Can renewal be subject to a minimum number of deceased donation? Because we want to promote deceased donation. So can we have a condition where, like in cornea donation, we have a condition that in the eye banking registration, that those who collect 500 corneas in 5 years, that is the condition for granting renewal. Can we have such condition for the for grant of renewal to the hospitals? Do they have adequate office and staff? Because one officer looking after many other programs also. Poor coordination with the SOTO, because that is also observed that they are not working in collaboration with the SOTO. Can a representative of the SOTO be part of the inspection team? Like representative means it could be expert nominated by a SOTO to the for the inspection of these. So these are the various proposals in a way that we are trying to bring in before this August gathering. Then we have this process of approval of the living donor. We have a competent authority, which is a hospital-based head of the institution or a committee by him. And then we have a authorization committee, which is for other than near relative or swap cases, or where there is a foreigner donor or a recipient is involved. So issues are that because certification of the relation, that is a big issue, that who is going to certify the relationship. There are instances of forgery of documents. Should we introduce now mandatory Aadhaar, at least for the citizens? Because and there is a delay in approval for the always by the, because that is now observed by the Delhi High Court also in a recent judgment that will be presented today. So then what should be the timelines for approving the living donor? What about the urgent cases? Because there are people who will require urgent approvals. Then verification of the identity and by the tehsildar, that is existing for the outside state cases. How effective this mechanism has been? Has it been able to control the organ trading? That concerns are always there. Then most of the embassies, they are not having proper system of verifying the verifying their own citizens. So that kind of a, because we have a form number 21 for a foreigner cases, but embassies are unwilling to take the responsibility to verify all that is given, all that is presented before the authorization committee. So these are the various issues related to the approval. We have issued an executive order where we say that approval time should be 7 days after the documents are submitted maximum, and even both at the authorization committee level as well as at the appeal level. So this letter was issued. Then we have a transplant coordinator. Mainly if you look at the rules, transplant coordinator mainly supposed to coordinate deceased donation, but not being involved in now. Mainly they are doing the living donation work. Standard curriculum we have prescribed from the NOTO side. Their certification and accreditation is an important issue. We want that permanent post for the transplant coordinator should be created in all these hospitals which are doing organ transplantation or retrieval. There are certain duties which have been given to the registered medical practitioner in under this law, that they are required to make donor inquiry and request for organ donation. They are required to ensure that brainstem death has been certified and consent has been obtained, without which no retrieval should be done. Then that law also defines that who can give consent. Then we have a medico legal case rule, but that again there will be deliberations on this, that a provision has already been made that medical report can be prepared at the time of the retrieval by the retrieving surgeons, and that will be taken on record in the post-mortem report. So, but there is another issue, that in case of the brainstem death, can we withdraw life support? We have a ruling given by Supreme Court, but can we issue now from the government side after that Supreme Court ruling of 24 January, where they have allowed in case of where there is a futility of care. But can NOTO issue a directive that now we can say, because that is a perfect situation of the futility of care where there is a brainstem death has been certified. So can we say that this withdrawal of life support should be done? But the process that is given under this ruling doesn't specify for organ donation, and it is mainly a cumbersome process where we constitute two boards, a primary and secondary board, but we vote, that will take long time. But here, if the person has been certified dead, we should be able to withdraw life support. So that is again going to be the point of discussion. Then there is a provision under the rule that cost for maintenance of the cadaver or transplantation or retrieval, it cannot be borne by the donor family. It has to be borne by the recipient or an institution or a government or NGO. There are issues are that government patients, they are not able to afford this. Then support is not available under the schemes like PMJY, Rashtriya Arogya Nidhi. There is a limited support under organ transplant program. Many organs because of this are going to the foreigners because of the particularly unaffordability of the organ transport by the poor patients which are receiving treatment in the government hospitals. We have a provision of a swap, but today we'll be discussing the swap program which is there. But the current law, what we have in the country, it allows only the swapping between near relatives, but sometimes swaps have happened between the foreigners who come here, and it has been permitted by the particular authorization committee and the state authorities. But whether it is permissible legally or not, that is also a big question. So these are the various that we all know the timelines which are required for the. Now coming to the central government's role, basically central government has been given a role to maintain a national network, establish a national network, which we have now fairly established in almost all the states wherever the active transplant is there, and maintain a national registry. So, and this is the system that we have, that registration of the patient is to be done by the transplant hospital. The data has to be captured directly in the hospital list as well as in the state list and the regional and national list. And after that, whenever donor is available, that organ information has to go to the concerned SOTO, who will look at the list and allocate as per the allocation policy. We have allowed, the law has allowed state-wise allocation policies to be, but I think to have a national registry fully functional, and we should have a uniform policy of organ allocation all over the country. Then we have a organ transport policy now being worked out, and here the SOTO is required to inform the nodal officer, which are now existing in every airport, and these nodal officers, they facilitate transport of organ. No screening is to be done. That has been permitted by the DGCA in their old ruling also, and metro transport has been allowed by changing the rules. Post-mortem can be taken, there is a circular from the ministry that post-mortem, whenever it is required, should be taken up on priority and be conducted even after sunset if adequate infrastructure is available. Then we also advocate that brainstem death declaration should be audited, and particularly the deaths which are happening on the ventilators. Whenever the patient is on the ventilator, whenever deaths happen in the ICUs on the ventilators, they should be looked at, that why they were, if they were, there was brainstem death or not, and why, if it was there, why it was not certified, and whether the family was approached, family was informed, which is required, mandatory. Then we want also that for the success of the program, to coordinate with the trauma centers, so that basically these are the various recent changes that have been brought, that now patient can register anywhere in the country and to receive the deceased donor organ, and there is no age limit and there is no fee for registration. Also now government is advocating is running a campaign to register those who wish to pledge for organ donation. So this campaign is going on for past few months, and till now under this campaign, in the last 4 months, we have been able to register more than 1,30,000 people, and these are authenticated by Aadhaar. These pledges are there in the registry, and these people, this is really working well, and because these are Aadhaar authenticated, and we are promoting that. So we are looking at, there are some more things that we are looking at, that we want to establish at least one government multi-organ transplant in every state. We want to have dedicated transplant unit in the concerned departments of the medical colleges, and we want to establish one organ retrieval center in every medical college and trauma center, and to identify the skill centers where the people can be trained, because those trainings are also important. So basically, to look at one nation, one allocation, one portal, one national registry, and digitized allocation. So thank you so much. If you have any questions, we can discuss, and otherwise we'll, yeah, we can discuss later on also. Sir, I'll request Nagral sir to give his presentation. Yeah, please introduce.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening talk. Now let us welcome our next speaker, Dr. Sanjay Nagral, Director, Department of Surgical Gastroenterology, Jaslok Hospital and Research Center, Mumbai. He is co-chair in declaration of Istanbul Custodian Group, an initiative of the Transplantation Society and International Society of Nephrology. He is also co-chair in Ethics Committee, Asian Society of Transplantation. He has 110 publications in index journals. Sir, please start.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kumar Noto, for organizing this meeting and giving me this opportunity. When I walked in the morning, Dr. Kumar said that you must be feeling cold. When we come to Delhi from Western India, there are many apprehensions we have. One of them is in winter cold, that's very cold. But I must also tell you that when we come to places like Delhi, we are also apprehensive about many things. And we are not used to government. We are not used to central government. So it's one of the rare occasions on which we have an opportunity to interact at this level with the central government and Noto, and we are very thankful. Now, this is a cliche of sorts, but I think it bears repetition anytime we start discussing transplantation and transplantation ethics, that clearly this is one area of healthcare where we cannot do anything without the participation of people, without their trust. And therefore, the whole field of ethics in the context of transplantation bears repetition every time we have these kind of discussions. I just thought that I will first also start by saying that I'm not a bioethicist by any stretch of imagination. I have been very much involved in transplantation in India, right from around 1998 when I came back from the UK after training in liver transplantation, at which time I thought that we would never able to do transplantation in India, especially deceased donor transplantation. I have been proven completely wrong. But also involved in a regulatory capacity in the ZTCC Mumbai. Dr. Mathur is here, and we worked together for almost 5-6 years. I chaired the liver committee. I was the joint secretary. So some of my comments and views also come from my involvement with the regulatory apparatus in Western India. For the last 4 years, I have been involved with the DICG, and which is an organization which interacts with the Transplantation Society, the International Society of Nephrology, and also the WHO. So I am getting a sense of the what's happening in the global space, and I shall share some of those things with you. And finally, many years back, I sort of accidentally waded into the what may be called the ethics movement in India through the journal, which was established by one of my ex-professors in KEM Hospital in Mumbai. And therefore, I have sort of straddled the space between transplantation on one hand and bioethics, and that perhaps is the reason why I'm sharing these thoughts on ethics with you today. So what I want to do in the next 20 minutes is the following. Give some general thoughts on, of course, the distinction between ethics and law. Look at a little bit on what's happening in the global front. But also, I think it's important when we are in this part of the world to talk about how transplantation in this part of the globe, which is called the global south, is different from the global north. And I shall briefly touch upon that. When it comes to the major ethical challenges that we face in India, I'm going to just touch upon them because I'm aware that we have a full program today, and many of these we will be taking a deep dive. So I shall touch on some of the key points and perhaps offer a few comments here and there. Finally, look at what I think is the need in terms of the key responses in India. Especially some of the big ideas and some of the high-level issues. End with some conundrums when you start applying ethics to policy making in India, and share with you some closing thoughts. So clearly ethics is not law, that we know, but there is always an overlap. But one of the things that we must remind ourselves when we start talking about ethics in the context of transplantation, that it's not just about morality, but there is a very strong sense of the idea of justice. And I think this will become a little clearer when I start talking about some of the challenges that we are facing in India, that whilst morality is one of the frameworks, but justice is a very strong framework. Court judgments are often derived from ethics narratives. If you read many court judgments in India, including the recent judgments, many of them are actually reading from ethics narratives, and I must share this with you, that the Indian Journal of Medical Ethics is often quoted by Supreme Court judges. But I think the real role for ethics is also as a credible framework or a lens for day-to-day decision making, because law is not going to give us guidelines on everything. Law is not going to necessarily cover everything. Now, I also want to start by quickly making some points about what's unique to transplantation. Now, this is obvious to those of you who work in transplantation, but again, this is a reminder. Well-known, huge demand-supply gap. It's a life-saving intervention, and that also explains why, of course, individuals who are waiting for a transplant can be extremely desperate. And with all our debates that we do in these kind of forums, placing ourselves at the shoes of the patient who is waiting for an organ is something that we need to perhaps periodically do, and maybe understand where a lot of things come from. But because there is this demand-supply gap, this is a very fertile ground. And on the background of situations where there is inequity, there is, of course, abuse of power, there is inducement and corruption. I think this is a natural thing to understand. One of the challenges in global transplantation that it's not available uniform across the globe. For that matter, even in India, availability of transplantation is extremely non-uniform. And that leads to a lot of travel for transplantation, and I will quickly look at that. And finally, I think a concept which will come up today, I guess, but we need to kind of remind ourselves again is, and note that a deceased donor organ belongs to society. So it's a public good. And therefore, when it's a public good, any decision on how that organ should be used is really to be decided by society as a whole. So it doesn't belong to a hospital, it doesn't belong to an individual, and even for that matter, it may not belong to a state. Having said all this, just a quick look at what are the global guidelines we have. I'm not going to get into all of these. The last one there is actually a very recent one, which has come from a meeting held in Spain called a Santander statement. But in all these, there are some common themes and common threads. I shall quickly ask you to focus on the Declaration of Istanbul because I work as the co-chair for the last 3 years. And although I'm not going to read through all these key principles of the declaration, suffice to say right now that this is the declaration which was essentially came from transplant professional organizations, the ISN and the TTS. It was endorsed by a large number of people across the globe, bioethicists, lawyers, transplant professionals, government, and now it has the endorsement of about almost 200 odd transplant organizations across the world. So it's therefore becoming an important document. But I think what we need to look at in all these global guidelines is what are the common threads that are emerging. The first is that all these guidelines now promote transplantation as an effective treatment for organ failure. And this is important, and Santander, there was a lot of discussion on this, that in kidney failure, there is a global push now to say that transplantation is vastly superior to dialysis. And I think countries therefore need to take note of that and need to invest in it. The whole global push is for countries to promote their own transplant programs. So self-sufficiency is an idea. All these guidelines oppose commercialism in transplantation and of course trading and trafficking, which is the focus of the Declaration of Istanbul. They promote something called financial neutrality in organ donation, which means that a donor or a donor family should neither lose nor gain in the act of donation. And these are principles which, when we actually start going on to the terrain on which they take place, are not easy to implement. But of course, we should also remember that all these principles, all the guidelines champion equity, champion access, they oppose the violation of human rights. Some of these statements are actually human rights statements because this is about vulnerability of donors and this is about infringing in the rights of vulnerable people in various countries who are often subject to unrelated donation. And last but not the least, the idea behind all this is to promote public trust because trust is crucial in the progress of donation. This is something I wrote up with, we wrote up with a group of individuals. Very interesting because there were transplant patients, there were transplant coordinators, and this was actually an attempt to look at how in any country, when policy is made vis-a-vis transplantation, how the ethics principles should reflect in policies. And we propose this spiral model, and I'm not again going to go into this, but again to emphasize that this model promotes self-sufficiency, protection of the donor, and efficacy. So this is not just about morality, but it also puts a very interesting idea into the global narrative, which is that it says that every country could have a potential margin of appreciation when they propose policy guidelines. So whilst we have ethics frameworks, but every country must decide what is suitable to that country and may tweak some of the frameworks also to try and especially improve self-sufficiency and donation rates. Now, this is the global south as we know it. So the map on the top right is a map of and there's a line. There's a line drawn. So we'll belong to the global south. Now the global south is a geographical area, but the global south incidentally is that part of the world which was colonized by powers from the global north. So there are many historical aspects to the global south. But if we actually look at and superimpose what's happening in transplantation, you realize that it is all related to public health expenditure. The global south spends very little on public health. That also includes India, and this is a well-known fact. It also is about access to healthcare in general. So whilst transplantation access is limited, but we must again acknowledge that this is a problem of the larger health system. And in fact, if you map countries and map access to transplantation, you can almost be sure that it is proportional to the access to healthcare in their health systems. So these are some points about the global south. One of the things that is happening now is that because of limited investments by government, private sector fills the vacuum. And this is exactly what has happened in India, especially in the specialty sector. Because in the early decades after independence, there was a lot of focus on primary and secondary care, maybe rightly so. But as a result, the super specialty or the specialty space was vacated. And it is this vacuum that has been filled by a private sector. But what that private sector has done to that space is something that perhaps we shall discuss now. There is now countries, and that includes India, which are promoting medical tourism. It's considered a matter of national pride and revenue, but it is creating its own challenges. And unfortunately, almost all the hot spots for organ trafficking that have historically existed have largely been in the global south, and there are several reasons for that. So when we look at these Western global principles, because they largely come from they have been initiated by the global north, countries like Spain, the US, etc. We also must acknowledge that there are local realities, and there are several situations in the developing world or LMICs where social relations are very different. So when the global ideas and principles start getting superimposed on the terrain and the social reality of South Asia and India and many other developing countries, we actually hit some of these barriers. And I must point out that healthcare corruption is one of the big elephants in the room. And I'm not talking of petty corruption, we are talking of very organized corruption. And even when we talk, therefore, today of transplantation, we realize that endemic corruption in many health systems is one of the challenges which unfortunately pushes a lot of problems. Okay, now this is a graph which Dr. Kumar showed, which is the progress in transplantation in India. And I think there's no doubt that we have made major progress. In my own personal life and career, I have seen a huge jump in the number of transplants being performed. But I think what we should understand, and I think the figure which Dr. Kumar showed of India doing the third highest number of transplants in the world, whilst that could be a matter of little pride for us, but I think the figure that is more important is the number of transplants being performed per million population, because that is what determines access for our people to transplantation. One can be doing lots of transplants in urban centers, in the private sector, but that necessarily may not reflect on access. So this is the PMP. This is PMP data from GODT in 2020, where we are number 54. So if this is an indicator of access, our people still have very limited access to transplantation. But I think the even bigger story is this, and this is a paper we wrote up in Transplantation 2021. This is a table from that. And I think if you look at, therefore, I think Ashish Sharma is one of the co-authors. But if you look at the need, the number, I think as you go down the columns, you realize that the big challenge, and which Dr. Kumar also mentioned, is that a large number of transplants are now being performed in the private sector. Perhaps this is unprecedented in the rest of the world. Most countries performing transplantation perform transplant under universal health care. And therefore, this is a fairly unique model. But what is this? What are some of the fallouts of this model, besides, of course, the access issue? The fallout is that transplantation is costly for the locals, but cheap for foreigners. Because the foreigners, if they go to the developed West for transplantation, they would be paying much more. And this is where we have one of our challenges, and this is where the whole issue of medical tourism, transplant tourism comes up. So the private sector dominance in India has both sides to it. And I would be the first to admit that it is the private sector which actually pushed disease donation, which pushed expertise was rapidly developed, and they have been therefore very good at a certain efficiency which the private sector tends to have in performing transplantation. But of course, what it means is that you have a highly monetized approach, and I know what I'm saying because I worked in the private sector hospital. There are targets for teams. There is huge conflicts of interest. So the professional autonomy of the transplant clinician is under threat because there are constantly targets. And the reason I mentioned this, another 5 minutes, right? Yeah. And therefore, I think one of the fallouts of this, and this is something we could discuss, and I'm saying it in the context of some of the discussions that will take place today, that I think what is also happening, therefore, is transplantation currently is seen as an elite project, not only by people, but by also our colleagues in other departments in the hospitals we work. And I think this is also a challenge we need to acknowledge and face, because we need their involvement and they need their cooperation in a lot of things that we are going to do. I know there is a session in the afternoon on travel, on transplant tourism, on transplanting foreigners. And again, there's a lot of narratives now, a lot of good analysis of the difference between what is legitimate travel for transplantation, which is necessary because the world is uneven, and which can be done in a certain way, but what is also transplant tourism, wherein it could be a cover for individuals to come to another country with unrelated donors, or even worse, use donors from the country they travel to. And here's a list of some red flags which have been identified in this area. Okay, I'm not going to discuss this because I think it was referred to by Dr. Kumar, but one big challenge in India, and we shall, I think, take a slightly deeper dive into this. Sunil Shroff is here. He, along with Sumana, wrote this piece where we have this strange situation where you can be dead enough to donate, but not dead enough to be buried or cremated. And I think this actually also reflects a certain utilitarian approach that we are taking towards brainstem death. We seem to be only interested in brain death only for the sake of transplantation. And I think that's not seen very well by even our colleagues in hospitals. The organ trade is a big area. I have no intention of going deep into this. Everyone knows. I just want to point out that it seems now that we are seeing a newer, sophisticated form of organ trade, which means that you have actually permissions from authorization committees, which means that this has still there in fairly mainstream hospitals. But finally, it also is very clear that it almost always involves certain degree of collusion with the transplant professionals and healthcare workers. And I think, therefore, this is an area which will continue to bug us. There is a global reemergence of an idea called the regulated market. Now, if we want to discuss that idea in India, we could, but we must understand that the Indian terrain is fraught with severe social hierarchies, divisions, and therefore any such ideas which may be implementable in the rest of the globe are very challenging to implement in India. Can we reduce the inequity? We need more investments. That's the basic thing. But there are ideas which can be utilized right now. Again, Dr. Shroff's paper with John Gill in AJT, much criticized, essentially suggested one idea which is like a Robin Hood, where you sort of use the paying patient to support the transplantation for the less paying patients. You could also reserve organs for the public sector. You can mandate the private sector to perform. a certain transplant free. But I just want to point out to you here that there is actually often a question asked, why should we push the private sector to do transplants at low cost? And I think there is very good reasons for that, very solid reasons. The private sector in India is subsidized by government, subsidized by all of us. Whether it is the training of medical professionals, there are many subsidies given to the private sector. Whether it is the role of the state, NOTO, SOTO, ZTCC, is actively doing the activity which helps the private sector to get organs, to share organs, all organs are allocated. Even a simple idea like the Green Corridor, which all of us talk about with great pride, is actually a government contribution to sharing of organs by the private sector. A quick word about data transparency. I think we have a long way to go, and this is a big challenge. And I think one of the things about data and registries is that it is relatively low-hanging fruit to implement. And I think there is really no part of the world where transplantation takes place in such large numbers that is happening in India without quality data which is verifiable. Finally, I just want to leave you with what I think is one of the failures in this part of the world, which is the role of professional organizations. I think if you look at it globally, it is transplant professionals who have been in the lead, not just in developing transplantation scientifically, but also proposing various ethical norms, setting ethics boundaries, raising ethics narratives. And I think it's time that professionals in India understand that the social credibility that we have, which allows us, as I've said here, to punch above our weight, is also should be used to improve the credibility of this activity by taking interest and taking stands. Peer pressure is a very good mechanism to impact on the behavior and on the ethical sort of focus of transplant professionals. Leave you with two things. One is conundrums in formulating transplant policies in India. So we need to increase donation rates. It's crucial that we protect our donors. We need to remove disincentives for donation. We need to encourage local, regional views. So the idea that we should have a national policy is essentially inevitable, but we need to encourage local views, and we also need to encourage the private sector. And yet, we need to remove inequity with structural biases. We need to be careful about elite capture and the coercion. We need to bring in procedural uniformity. So the procedural uniformity at the same time, so local ideas is going to be a sort of tension which needs to be resolved. We need to recognize that regional smoke screens, last slide, are essentially sometimes cover up for unethical acts. Closing thoughts, transplantation needs public trust, which in turn comes from transparency and equity. Ethical challenges are often due to socio-political and health system distortions, but they are magnified in transplantation, and therefore, actually transplantation is a good test case about our health system's ability, our state's ability, and our professional ability to be sensitive on these issues. Transplant professionals are increasingly being co-opted in the current model, and I think we need to be careful that we have our own independent views. Corrections from deviations can come from many parties, but finally it is the state which has to play an important role. Just one more thought, that a seat at the table for all stakeholders, and I think this is very important, that this should not be only led by transplant doctors, transplant professionals. There are many stakeholders, including patients, who should be part of our policy making. So if you ask me from an ethics perspective or from a larger perspective, if one has to describe transplantation in India today, it is, I've referred to this book by Jean Rez and Amartya Sen, it's glory, but it's a certain glory. And I think today's day, where we are going to take deep dives into individual issues, is perhaps going to be one landmark in our slow movement towards this collective ideal. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insights.
We are whole day is there, so we can have. So time is also we will start with the panel, next panel. Thank you.
So now I would request Director Sir to kindly moderate the panel discussion on key legal procedures.
I'll be requesting all the panelists to come on the dais, please. Dr. Sunil Shroff, Dr. Anil Agarwal, sir, Dr. Mahendra Bajpai ji, Professor Sanjay Agarwal ji, Dr. Shobika Shiri. Please come. We'll call you, sir. You all be in the panel, and then we'll call one by one for the presentation. But you here, sit here, sir. Actually, this is the way we'll be doing that. For all the panelists who are in this thing, they will all be called here, and one by one they will be presenting. So, like presenting or discussing. So we have this panel on the key legal procedures. So, I am the moderator for this. So, I'll be, without wasting much time, I'll request Sandeep Rawat, who is from Noto. Professor Anil Agarwal, sir, who is heading the Delhi Organ Transplant Cell and involved in regulating all organ transplantation in Delhi, and also Director GB Pant Hospital is there. Sandeep, आपका presentation. Sandeep will be talking about how at Noto we are maintaining registry and what is being done. So he is making a short presentation on those procedures, because we are looking at bringing whatever changes are required in the procedures so as to have uniformity all over the country. So we request your inputs also. Sandeep.
Thank you, sir, and good morning to everyone. Today I am discussing on the topic of how to register transplant center, retrieval center and tissue bank with Noto. So सबसे पहले जो हमारा नोटो का URL है वो है noto.mohfw.gov.in. उसको ओपन करना है, होम पेज आ जाएगा. होम पेज पे आपको हॉस्पिटल पे क्लिक करना है. हॉस्पिटल पे क्लिक करने के बाद नेक्स्ट पेज ओपन होगा जहाँ पे आपको रजिस्टर का ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा. रजिस्टर पे क्लिक करना है और रजिस्टर पे क्लिक करने के बाद जो रजिस्ट्रेशन फॉर्म आएगा वहाँ पे यूज़र टाइप आएगा सबसे पहला ऑप्शन, जहाँ पे हॉस्पिटल सेलेक्ट करने के बाद हॉस्पिटल नेम डालना है और नोडल ऑफिसर डिटेल्स डालने के बाद आपको फॉर्म को सबमिट करना है. हॉस्पिटल रजिस्ट्रेशन जो ट्रांसप्लांट सेंटर, रिट्रीवल सेंटर, टिश्यू बैंक है वही करेंगे जिनके पास उसका लाइसेंस होगा ट्रांसप्लांट एक्टिविटी का, वही नोटो में रजिस्टर कर सकते हैं. देन रजिस्ट्रेशन के बाद वो लॉगिन करेंगे जहाँ पर उनको हॉस्पिटल जनरल डिटेल्स फॉर्म मिल जाएगा, जहाँ पर उनको बेसिक डिटेल्स, डिपार्टमेंट डिटेल्स, स्टाफ डिटेल्स, आईसीयू डिटेल्स जैसे ऑप्शन फिल करने होंगे. बेसिक डिटेल्स में सबसे पहला जो ऑप्शन है वो है हॉस्पिटल्स की एड्रेस क्या है, उसका डिस्ट्रिक्ट क्या, स्टेट, पिन कोड वगैरह डालने के बाद वो ईयरली डिटेल्स फिल करेंगे. और ईयरली डिटेल्स फिल करने के बाद वहाँ पे टीचिंग, नॉन टीचिंग का ऑप्शन आ जाएगा. अगर कोई मेडिकल कॉलेज है तो वो टीचिंग सेलेक्ट करने के बाद कौन कौन से कोर्स प्रोवाइड कर रहा है वो टिक कर सकते हैं. नॉन टीचिंग के लिए वो नॉन टीचिंग सेलेक्ट कर लेंगे. देन सेम कंटिन्यूशन ऑफ बेसिक डिटेल्स में आएगा कि उनका ट्रांसप्लांट सेंटर है, रिट्रीवल सेंटर है या बायोमेटेरियल सेंटर है. जैसे अगर कोई किडनी ट्रांसप्लांट के लाइसेंस लेता है या ले चुका है तो उसके बाद उनको ट्रांसप्लांट, देन ऑर्गन ट्रांसप्लांट सेंटर सेलेक्ट करने के बाद कौन कौन से ऑर्गन के लिए उन्होंने लाइसेंस लिया वो टिक करेंगे. और टिश्यू के लिए वो बायोमेटेरियल सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं, जहाँ पे 3 ऑप्शन मिलेंगे कि उनका टिश्यू ट्रांसप्लांट सेंटर विद बैंक है, टिश्यू ट्रांसप्लांट सेंटर विदाउट बैंक है या टिश्यू बैंक है. और फिर उसके अकॉर्डिंग वो अपना टिश्यू सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं. जैसे यहाँ पे कॉर्निया सेलेक्ट किया गया है. फॉर्म को सेव एज जहाँ पे क्लिक करना है. नेक्स्ट पेज पे आ जाएंगे डिपार्टमेंट डिटेल्स पे, जहाँ पे हॉस्पिटल में कौन कौन से डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं वो यहाँ पे टिक करके सेव एज आउट कर सकते हैं. देन नेक्स्ट आएगा स्टाफ डिटेल्स, जहाँ पे नोडल ऑफिसर डिटेल्स आएगा. नोडल ऑफिसर डिटेल्स वो ऑलरेडी रजिस्ट्रेशन फॉर्म पे भर चुके होंगे तो उनकी डिटेल्स यहाँ पे फैच हो जाती है. उसके बाद आता है ट्रांसप्लांट टीम मेंबर डिटेल्स कि हॉस्पिटल में कौन कौन से सर्जन और फिजिशियंस हैं, उनकी डिटेल्स 1 बाय 1 यहाँ फिल करने के बाद उनको फिल करना होता है ट्रांसप्लांट कोऑर्डिनेटर. हॉस्पिटल में अगर एक ट्रांसप्लांट कोऑर्डिनेटर ज़्यादा है तो वो यहाँ पे 1 बाय 1 उनकी डिटेल्स फिल कर सकते हैं. सेम इसको भी सेव एज ड्राफ्ट करके नेक्स्ट पेज पाएंगे आईसीयू डिटेल्स पेज पे। आईसीयू डिटेल्स उनके पास कौन कौन से है वो यहाँ पे टाइप ऑफ आईसीयू से सिलेक्ट कर सकते हैं और लास्ट ईयर इसकी डिटेल्स यहाँ पे फिल करके उसको भी सेव एज ड्राफ्ट कर सकते हैं। लास्ट में आएगा टर्म एंड कंडीशन, उसको टिक करके उनको फॉर्म को सबमिट करना होगा। फॉर्म सबमिट करने के बाद उनका फॉर्म कुछ इस तरह से आता है। यहाँ पर प्रिंट आउट लेना है, लास्ट में सिग्नेचर ऑफ द हेड ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट यहाँ पे शो हो जाता है, जहाँ पे उनको साइन और स्टैंप लेकर नोटों को मेल करना होता है। साथ में लाइसेंस कॉपी लगाना कंपलसरी है, जिस भी ट्रांसप्लांट के लिए या रिट्रीवल लाइसेंस उनको मिला हुआ है। ये दोनों चीज़ वो डायरेक्टर आईडी पर में मेल कर देते हैं और उसका अप्रूव करते हैं। जो भी हॉस्पिटल अप्रूव्ड हो जाता है वो वापस से अगर चेक करना है कि कौन कौन से हॉस्पिटल हमारे साथ रजिस्टर्ड है, अप्रूव्ड है, वो यहाँ पे चेक कर सकते हैं। हॉस्पिटल पे क्लिक करना है, देन नेक्स्ट पेज आएगा क्लिक हियर फॉर अप्रूव्ड हॉस्पिटल लिस्ट, और यहाँ पे अप्रूव्ड हॉस्पिटल लिस्ट वो लोग देख सकते हैं। करंटली हमारे पास 838 सेंटर रजिस्टर्ड हैं, जिसमें से 643 ऑर्गन ट्रांसप्लांट सेंटर्स हैं, 125 रिट्रीवल सेंटर्स हैं, 46 टिश्यू ट्रांसप्लांट सेंटर विद बैंक, 19 टिश्यू ट्रांसप्लांट सेंटर विदाउट बैंक, 5 टिश्यू बैंक्स। हॉस्पिटल रजिस्ट्रेशन के बाद नेक्स्ट ऑप्शन आता है पेशेंट रजिस्ट्रेशन का। बेसिकली नोटो आईडी गेट करना होता है उनको हॉस्पिटल को, तो वो रजिस्ट्रेशन करते हैं। उसके बाद यहाँ पर पेशेंट की एंट्री करते हैं, लॉगिन करेंगे। लॉगिन करने के बाद सब्जेक्ट डेमोग्राफी मैनेजमेंट पे क्लिक करेंगे, फिर ऐड न्यू सब्जेक्ट डेमोग्राफी मैनेजमेंट, और ये जो फॉर्म आएगा यहाँ पर उनको पेशेंट की एंट्री फिल करनी है। यहाँ पे 3 टाइप की एंट्री होती है, रेसिपेंट, लिविंग डोनर, डिसीज डोनर। रेसिपेंट जिनको ऑर्गन की नीड है, जिनको ऑर्गन चाहिए, उनकी एंट्री होती है, उसके लिए रेसिपेंट सेलेक्ट करेंगे। लिविंग डोनर में अगर कोई लाइव ट्रांसप्लांट का केस है तो रेसिपेंट के साथ साथ लाइव डोनर भी आएगा, उनकी भी एंट्री होती है। और डिसीज डोनर में होती है ब्रेन डेथ पेशेंट की एंट्री। जैसे कि ये लाइव रेसिपेंट की एंट्री है जो कि कैडेवर रजिस्ट्रेशन में रजिस्टर्ड हुए हैं, तो उनका फॉर्म भरा गया है यहाँ पे, जो इस तरह से यहाँ पे शो हो जाता है। यहाँ पे एक सब्जेक्ट आईडी लिखा होगा, वही नोटो आईडी होता है। और जो भी हॉस्पिटल वेटिंग लिस्ट अपनी मेंटेन करता है वो कुछ इस तरह से सब्जेक्ट डेमोग्राफी में शो करता है। थैंक यू।
So, thank you, Sandeep. Actually, he just showed the way the national registry is being maintained as of now. It is being further expanded. Basically, how the hospitals are being registered, how the patients are being registered by the hospitals. Every hospital has been given a user ID and password, which are part of the network, and they register their patients for receiving deceased donor organ. And after they register their patient, they are given a unique ID which is called Noto ID, and that ID remains same throughout the country. And one patient is given one ID, and that is the way the system works. So, patient has a option to change the hospital later on. For that, they have to send request to the Noto through email by the new hospital as well as from the old hospital. We require clearance that his name has been now as per the request, the old hospital is agreeing to shift him to the new hospital. So that is also, his seniority will remain same, but this new hospital, whenever he is trying to shift to a new hospital, that will become active only after 48 hours. So that is what we follow. Now coming to the next presentation by Dr. Sunil Shroff. We all know him. He is the managing trustee of the Mohan Foundation, and he is also the honorary consultant of the Madras Medical Mission Hospital in Chennai. So I'll request Sunil Shroff sir to come and make his presentation. So this is the introduction of Dr. Shroff. Please display it. Display name.
Thank you, Dr. Anil Kumar, and good morning to all of you. No financial disclosures. I'm not going to show you any forms. I'm going to talk about this special category of hospitals called non-transplant organ retrieval center. Dr. Anil Kumar said this morning that we have done 1,000 disease donors last year. How do we make this 1,000 into 10,000 or 20,000 donors? And the actual mantra to make that happen would be if we're able to empower these non-transplant organ retrieval centers. As per the definition of Transplantation of Human Organ Act, a hospital which has adequate facility of treating seriously ill patients who can be potential donors of organs in the event of death, which is registered only for retrieval of human organs, not for transplantation. That's the definition. They should be able to certify brain death and just retrieve organs. Why do we need this? We have 8.4 million deaths in our country. 1 to 4% of brain deaths, which is approximately about 150,000 at the minimum. We only have 700 licensed hospitals, or a little less, where both retrieval and transplants can take place in our country. But death can take place in any of the 70 odd thousand hospitals which we have in our country, which includes about 43,000 private hospitals with 1.8 million beds and 59,000 ICU beds, and about 25,000 public hospitals. Death can take place in any of these hospitals. And that's why there's a role for non-transplant organ retrieval centers. This first appeared in a non-transplant organ retrieval centers, first appeared in a government order in Tamil Nadu in 2008 as a GO, because we realized in Tamil Nadu that the potential of organ donation is in any hospital. Since time is short, I'm not going to go through the details of this busy slide, but this is available for you to see. And it was a very simple geo. We said any hospital which is over 25 beds, which has IT, which has OT facilities, operation theater, which has ICU, which has doctors, lab, can become an organ retrieval center. The first ad hoc permission was given in 2011 as soon as the law was passed at Ganga Hospital in Coimbatore, where a boy was brain dead. Tamil Nadu gave ad hoc permission in 2011, and the success of NTURC we saw early on in a program in Kerala, Dr. Noble is here, in 2013, where out of 35 disease donors, 19 came from NTURCs, non-transplant organ retrieval centers. So today there are about 125 NTURCs registered in this country. We also, and this is in the law, framework of the law, we have also a manual, and license is given by appropriate authority of the state for a NTURC. There are these guidelines of, in the law, section 24 for registration of NTURC, section 25 for renewal of NTURCs, and conditions and standards required for NTURC is section 27. So procedures is there should be ICU infrastructure, BST declaration, operation theater, and they have to apply in form number 13. There will be inspection by experts, formed by authorization committee, and they will grant a license in form number 16. This is valid for 5 years. There is no charge for registration of NTURCs. But in Andhra Pradesh, I think also Telangana, there is a charge of 10,000 rupees for NTURCs. So we had a conference on NTURCs in IIM Bangalore in September last year. And we had Noto on board as well. And Dr. Rajni is here from Karnataka. She was also part of the conference. And we looked at this. One of the things we realized is to get an NTURC license is quite cumbersome. The form itself has 49 fields. To get a license for transplant center, the form has 61 fields, which Sandeep showed you. So first thing we felt was we need to simplify this form if you want to onboard NTURCs in our country. So one of the problems, so we looked at the problems of NTURCs in this conference and solutions. One of the problems which came out was inadequate knowledge about procedures, leading to poor documentation of brain death certification and post-mortem procedures. Solution would be to give standard operating procedures, establish them, and develop a checklist, especially for medical legal purpose. And we came up with this, kind of flow diagram for the, which can be put in ICUs or in, police stations for looking at how a case of medical legal case works to simplify the whole process. Because if you look at, this is going to be a busy slide, but I'm not going to go through in detail because of lack of time. But from the time a person is brain dead to the time when the body is handed over to relatives, there are multiple procedures. As I said, this is a busy slide. I'm not going to go through each step because we don't have time. And we need to understand that anything which goes wrong in any of these steps can lead to no donation. And that's why we need to have standard operating procedures in disease donation. And most of disease donations don't happen in a hospital despite consent is because there's a procedural kind of lack of procedures. We do know that 70 to 80% of brain deaths happen from road traffic accidents and they require post-mortem. And this was another challenge in NTURCs, how to handle post-mortem cases. For that, we need to ensure that there's a clear state-specific flow chart for MLC cases. State to state it varies. Maharashtra does something else, Tamil Nadu does something else, Delhi does something else. So we need to ensure that. We need to consider doing post-mortem at the same time as organ retrieval, which is already the mandate from NOTO. Hope this is implemented. And we need to sensitize police and forensics if we wanted to make it happen to overcome this challenge. So these are two big hurdles to make donations happen in NTURCs. There's also a problem of placing a trained transplant coordinator in NTURC. The form actually looks at that as well. It doesn't say whether a transplant coordinator is required or not, but definitely it asks in the form the transplant coordinator present, whether trained, not trained, and so on. I think we should give a very clear mandate that there is no requirement for transplant coordinator. They can always get the transplant coordinator from SOTO or use an NGO or some outside help. There's also, limited, as I said, number of hospitals right in the beginning. There are 150 odd hospitals, 125 hospitals of the 69. One thing which we should do is we should make the onboarding process simpler so that, the form is made simpler. We should get all the 700 medical colleges as non-transplanting organ retrieval centers because they already have the infrastructure available. And we should incentivize hospitals that opt for NTURC status. You can give them a certificate of appreciation, extra points at NABH. If we do that, one of the things which will happen, which, Sanjay was talking about access and equity and limited access to transplant for, what would happen is it would open up these medical colleges which start with doing organ retrieval and in the second phase, they can be nudged to start doing transplants. So that may take care of a little bit of our access problem. There's also lack of resources. Insufficient resources is a challenge in maintaining brain death donors. One thing which you can do is assign transplant centers. You can have a hub and spoke model where a big transplant center has multiple non-transplant organ retrieval centers around it which can take care of it and take care of the costs and so on. There is also one thing which we need to address is lack of knowledge of organ donation and brain death, not among the public, but among the doctors. And we need to promote awareness through professional bodies like IMA, Indian Critical Care Society, and offer training opportunities, online training opportunities. There's also a problem of funding for these NTURCs. At least the government can allocate funds for the medical colleges to improve the funding, which is already available. It needs to be implemented. Another problem is shortage of manpower staff, and this, and they don't have availability of brain death certifying experts. One solution would be to use tele-ICUs. There's a tele-ICU company called Cloud Physician in Bangalore, and that did this donation. There's no sound, but they did a donation using tele-ICU in a hospital near Ahmedabad by coordinating the whole process remotely and making sure that the donor is maintained, brain death certification process is followed, and so on. So that could be one solution to this. Reimbursement is again a challenge, and I think we need to look at that. That's not very complicated. Additional recommendations were that we should highlight these donations in media. We should have a helpline for NTURCs. At the Mon Foundation, we already have a helpline through which we have done some donations. There's also donor family issues, post-donation. Many families require some help, and we should look at that aspect as well. So if we want to increase our disease donation numbers, I think, we need to make sure that organ donation became a usual event, not an unusual event in a hospital. And discussion of donation should be part of end-of-life care. NTURCs can certainly help in improving donation rate in this country. Early identification and certification is the key. Thank you. I hope I stuck to my time.
Last 10 years, same thing.
Thank you, sir. If there are any question, you can put to Dr. Shroff. So basically, government is also looking at having one organ retrieval center in every medical college and in every trauma center. So and we are also thinking of introducing organ retrieval as a compulsory part of the syllabus for the PG, those who are doing MS in the general surgery. So that is also under pipeline from the government side, that every person who is doing MS general surgery should have organ retrieval taught during his studies. So you want to ask some question? Yeah.
Proactive recognition of all the hospitals in the country, which Dr. Shroff has shown, which have got ICU, which have got OT, by the state appropriate authority or by the NOTO, that they blanket permission that they can be treated as an anti-RC. That's what is most important. And then they can be linked to the major transplant center in that area, who can provide the manpower for certifying the brain death. That is the only solution.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I'll just now request Dr. Anil Agarwal, Director GB Pant and Head of Delhi Organ Transplant Cell, which is looking after the registrations in Delhi, to give his presentation, talk on approval of living donor. Sir, I'll request for just 10 minutes time, sir, if you can manage, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anil, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for your kind invitation. And my brief today is to talk about approval of living donors by competent authority or authorization committee procedures and checklist. And I think I'll take you through some of the slides regarding this approval. And there are 2-3 issues which you may call contentious or worth discussing as I go along. So I think one is the near relative, for which, it is spouse and the others are genetically which can be proven. Like in the amendment, the grandparents and the grandchildren were included, and the competent authority. And who is the competent authority? The competent authority is the head of the institute or a committee which is made by the head of the institute, which could be one member or more members. And it grants approval for Indian near relatives, because the foreigners, they have to necessarily go through the authorization committee, and the competent authority cannot give that. Now, so that means when the donation is between other than near relatives or foreign national, it will be the authorization committee. And what does the Act and the rules say about authorization committee? One, state level, and there will be additional authorization committees can be there in the state or the city. And of course, no member of the organ transplant team of that institution should be member. And it should be hospital based if number of transplant is 25 or more per year. And so in this, the composition of the hospital based authorization committee, not going into the details, except that they did that apart, most of these members, it's better to have ex officio so that you do not need to change. And I think the government also in between changed that, like if it's a medical superintendent, whoever is temporarily and medical superintendent when the person is on leave or away will be chairing the session, chairing the meeting. And also there should be preferably a women among the two persons of high integrity and social standing. And the two nominees, sorry, I just missed that, Secretary Health and the nominee of the Director Health Services. And these have to be mandatorily there as in any of the committee, which I'll again come to. For Delhi, there is a state level authorization committee which was constituted under the Dean, Maulana Azad Medical College. And this is the point I was talking about. For the quorum, they say chairman and the two nominees have to be there. Overall, at least 4 people should be there to complete the quorum. The only here, I think somebody is there in the audience who had raised this point, because recently there was a case in which there was not a unanimity for clearing a case for transplant, for donation. So I think, though the quorum has to be that, but something that is worth debating is does it have to be unanimous decision, or if there's a dissenting voice, you could still go ahead and do it. And this is the process which is followed, that the donor and the recipient put up a combined application. There are several forms for that, depending on it's a spousal donation, near relative or non-near relative. And in the Act and the rules, they said that if a state wanted to merge Form 1, 2, 3, and 11, they can do so. Now, so this is just about the authorization committee, that how they go about evaluating that what they are dealing with is a genuine, either a near relative or it is a altruistic donation. And I would say that some of the cases which were highlighted in the media and otherwise, and the inquiries were held, in fact, the near relative, which appears to be that it's easily provable and competent authority, in fact, some of the cases it was found that the problem lied there because it was not proven by good documentation, and the documents had been kind of not found to be not in proper order. Like one particular case that I would highlight is that in which the sample was taken of the real brother for establishing the relationship. However, the donor was somebody else. So I think this has to be, due diligence has to be done for both. And if the committee is not, satisfied with the documentation, they can go for DNA profiling. And in this case, sometimes, because in some of the ones where are distant relations and all, they could also do, could the parents, and sometimes they've done, which I personally think may not be worthwhile to do in young children. Also, sometimes people have done that just to prove, because there have been instances, and one particular case in which I was also on the authorization committee, it was actually the sister was genuine, but sister's husband was fabricated. And so, it needs to be proven that it is a genuine donation. And when also it has to be seen by the committee that is it a marriage of convenience, and especially when we talk about, because there is in the Act and the rules that an Indian cannot donate to a foreigner unless it's a near relative. And because in the near relative, spouse is also there, because unlike the UK where there's one committee ultra in which it has to be proven, so this is also the authorization committee needs to dwell on that. And so also for foreigners, senior embassy of the official of the country of origin has to certify the relationship in Form 21. And just to re-highlight that Indian living donor wanting to donate to a foreigner other than near relative shall not be considered. And so decision has to be prompt, within 24 hours it has to be put on the website. And just last two issues that I would like to discuss. One is the swab donation, in which they have been that it's two sets of near relative. It cannot happen in those which are not near relatives. And in this 3A, in fact, this is important for everyone to understand that as per our Act and rules, it is that they are not compatible in their own right, that set. So it cannot be that while it is sufficing one set of donor and recipient, but the other one is not getting benefited. So because as you will read that 3A, any donor has agreed to make a donation of his human organ or tissue or both before his death to a recipient who is his near relative, but such donor is not compatible biologically as a donor for the recipient. So like when we talk about AB, it's fine. So I think you'll have to, this is one thing that everybody should apply in Act and rules, as per the Act and the rules, and you cannot deviate from that. And as it is said that they may not be compatible to each other, so it's a cross. And also any of the swab donation referred to under section Act shall be approved by authorization committee of hospital or district or state in which transplant is proposed to be done, and the donation of organ shall be permissible only from near relative of the swab recipient. I see that in the program there is a section which is dealing with the swab donations, and I think in this regard it has to be kind of some SOPs have to be made to say that certainly if you read the Act and the rules, either it has to be done by both centers where the transplant is going to happen, or it has to be done by a state authority which will approve that, because there will be two sets of donor and recipients. And I think also whether these act and rules allows for a chain of swab donations as happens in some of the countries is also another an issue that would need to be looked into. Now, just the last bit, I think I'm taking time, hopefully. So, is that minor living donor? And this lot of times you have seen it in the media also, and people have been trying to put this as a, because you know, when you talk about chronic liver disease, then everything will become an emergency. Because this was kept in the act and the rules. And I remember when we were, I think Dr. Sanjay, Dr. Harshjori and all will remember, the discussion which happened at that time was that depending on how high risk or low risk the surgery is, and it was primarily thought of keeping in mind the small bowel transplant, in which one could allow in exceptional situations. However, this is being lot of time being pushed that, oh, it's an exception circumstance. But actually, if you read, it is that 5(3)(g) has to be satisfied, which is that living organ or tissue donation by minors shall not be permitted except on exceptional medical ground, to be recorded in detail with full justification and with prior approval of the appropriate authority and the state government concerned. And as per the definition, the donor is more than 18 years, and these are not the cases which are routed through the authorization committee. There is a separate system for that. You have to justify well in detail, and as you can see in the act and the rules, it has been made very, very stringent, so that not only that it has to be justified by the team or this institute which is transplanting, but it has to be with full justification and with prior approval of not only the state appropriate authority, but also the state government concerned. So thank you very much for your attention. Just a few points I have raised there. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Highlighting the key points. I'll now request Advocate Shri Mahendra Kumar Bajpai ji, who is Advocate of the Supreme Court, and he is also the Honorary Director of Institute of Medicinal Law, which is in the Mumbai, and he has organized good brainstorming sessions on various laws and also on this law, and there were many recommendations which came forward out of those deliberations. I think many eminent experts, they participated in those deliberations. So we'll have his insights into the regarding this, the key legal procedures, and particularly the consent for transplant surgery. What are the various legal rights of donors and recipients? So, sir.
Dear Dr. Anil Kumar, I'll add to what Dr. Sanjay was saying about Delhi. Especially people who are not from Delhi, when they come here, they have to face many problems, many issues. One of them that I faced today morning was that you can start very well in time, but then at a junction, people who are coming from the wrong side, they will ensure that for 40 minutes, nothing moves. Right place to make law, right place to change law. I'm not saying that Delhiites happen to be lawbreakers. Friends, as far as consent goes and transplant goes, let us understand that transplant is not the usual form of treatments and therapeutics that doctors and hospitals are providing every day. From a legal perspective, it is a donation. It is not a contract between two individuals. And this we always have to keep in mind whenever we talk about the law. Second aspect, There is a right, there is a corresponding duty. And then about consent. Friends, the law relating to consent in India has been fairly well settled by the Supreme Court of India in Samira Kohli's case. Very India-specific law. Although it is not applied, unfortunately, by courts in India, especially the lower courts. Justice Ravindran has said in so many words that we are rejecting the American concept of informed consent. Country is educationally, socially backward. Let us take cognizance of that. And consent in India has to be real consent, that's all. A very mild version of consent that is practiced and preached in the Western worlds. So in this background, as far as the legal right of recipients and donors are concerned, recipient is already waiting in a queue, in fact eager to have the organs. And when you pair it with real consent, consent is already there. One more legal aspect, consent can be of two types. One is where you take a proper consent, yes, do you agree, you don't agree. And there are n number of instances where the consent is deemed. As far as the recipient is concerned, although he also has to sign a few forms, but consent is always there. The Act and the rules have taken care of consent of the donor. It has to be free from any commercial dealings, inducements, threats, coercion, voluntary. The donor has all the right to withdraw at any time. Pre-donation counseling also needs to be done, statutorily mandated. Rules cover it. In fact, the lawmakers have gone to the extent of realizing what was said in Samira Kohli. As far as women donors are concerned, they have to be counseled and consent has to be taken, or rather they have to be counseled twice. That is what the rules and the Act says. One aspect which obviously Dr. Anil Kumar I would want to, law does not say anything about the organ donor who has donated organ, brainstem dead person. Okay. But please remember, Article 21 of the Indian Constitution goes to the extent of saying that life simply does not mean only when you are alive. Even a dead body must be given due respect and dignity. And if something could be done, as far as BSD, brainstem death people are concerned, their dead body must, if whatever way we can help them out, in whatever way we can bring out something, that would be one aspect as far as one aspect which I am not very sure whether it is causing problems on ground zero or not, is regarding consent of relatives. Please understand, the consent that is given in Form 7 is a sort of a will, something short of a will. A will comes into existence when a person dies. But here a person says, fine, if I am brainstem dead, please, I am ready to donate my organs. Now, once he has said something like this, there is a provision in the rules 5(1)(c) which says that additional consent from the relative should be taken. This is something which I think is legally, ethically, morally not correct. Again, keeping in mind that we are in India, family has a big role to play. Their consent must certainly be taken. But somewhere it is legally not correct. The person has said, And in fact, if you read Form 7, very clearly it's written there that a family should be informed about consent before you sign this form. All those disclaimers are there. So this would be one aspect where if this is causing problems at ground zero, where the person has already signed form 7 and the relatives later say no, if that is coming in the way, then certainly something could be looked into this. That is all. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, sir, very interesting point. Actually, right now we have a petition in Supreme Court by a minor, Kavish Garg, wherein he has challenged this provision that somebody who has signed in Form 7 in presence of two witnesses, then why it has been diluted in the rule, because the Act did not provide that kind of a dilution. So we have a petition filed in the Supreme Court where they want these consent of the relative to be, removed. Though we are afraid the kind of shortage that we have in the country, the moment somebody signs and if that signature is taken valid, then he may be kidnapped or he may be like that kind of a threat may be there to his life if there is no, say of the relatives after his death. Then though the Supreme Court is looking at this matter. So going to the next presentation regarding by Dr. Professor Sanjay K. Agarwal, who is the ex-HOD of the nephrology from AIIMS. Now he has joined in the Meringo Hospital in Faridabad. So he'll be talking about legal aspects of data privacy. He is sir, you can.
Thank you, Dr. Anil, for inviting me to share. This is not my specialization of data privacy. So I had to work hard to find out what is this all about in other countries and what Indian laws is. So data in health information system, data, health information and the protection of privacy are imperative to a meaningful use of any health information system. In terms of what various form of data may be, it may be printout, it may be fax, stored electronically, sent by email or electronic media, is shown on a electronic film or exchanged even verbally. Data must always be protected in a suitable manner, taking the way of sharing or storage method into account. And what is the aim of all this data is to protect the privacy of the individual and ensure the quality and integrity of electronic health information. In terms of data related to organ transplant, these are the various types of the data: donor data, recipient data, wait list, allocation data, peri-transplant and a long-term follow-up data, as well as the financial involvement in terms of the recipient, in terms of a surgery. Now, if you see the RTI Act, even RTI Act of India 2005 very clearly mentioned that the detail of patient name, age, address, etc. cannot be provided to anyone since patient record and the related issues are privileged communication between the patient and the hospital in a confidential fiduciary relationship and cannot be provided to anyone except, and there are certain exceptions. If you see the National Medical Commission Code of Ethics, that also clearly mentioned that the registered medical practitioners shall not disclose the secret of a patient except in court of law under order of presiding judge or in circumstances where there is a serious and identified risk to a specific person or a community or in the form of a notifiable disease. It also states that a registered medical practitioner had not published photograph or case report of patient without their permission in any of the scientific journal. So one is RTI Act, other is National Medical Commission Code of Ethics, and then I've taken what other country, and the matter which I could get is from the Transplant Organization, Organ Donation and Data Privacy. Now, the process of organ donation involves the collection and sharing of sensitive personal information such as medical history and the genetic test. To protect the privacy of the donor and the recipient, there is a need for robust data protection law and regulation that governs the collection, storage and sharing of information. Additionally, there is a need for transparency and ethical practices in handling of personal data related to organ transplant, and this includes ensuring that the individual provides informed consent for collection and use of their personal information, as well as providing mechanisms for individual to access and control their data. Now, what they do is they have mentioned that in what circumstances the sharing of the transplant related data can be done. When the data subject has unambiguously given his prior consent, data processing is possible for the performance of a conduct to which data subject is a party in order to comply with the legal obligation or upholding the legitimate interest of the data controller. Transfer of the data is possible in order to protect the vital interests of the data subject and in order to protect an important public interest. So these are the exceptions or the situations given in Eurotransplant when the organ donation and related data can be shared. Now coming to the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill passed by Government of India in 2023, the bill provides for processing of the digital personal data in a manner that recognizes both the rights of the individual to protect that personal data, the need to process such personal data for lawful purposes, and for the matter connected therein on incident. The obligation of data fiduciaries, the right of and duty of the data principal, that is the person to whom the data refer, and the financial penalty for breach of these rights and duty are also mentioned in this bill. The bill was passed with the following principle that there should be limitation of the data for a specific purpose. We should not collect the unnecessary information. Data minimization, collect only as much personal data as is necessary for the specific purpose. Data should be accurate. It's also mentioned that data should be stored for a limited time period. It should not be stored unlimited. Reasonable security and safeguard of the data must be maintained, and the accountability of the person for breach of the data privacy should also be handled. And then there are exceptions given which are very similar to as mentioned in the Eurotransplant. Now, THOA Act is basically silent in terms of data privacy, but once you go to the rules 2014, there is some mention of the data privacy. And in section 28F, it says that the unique donor identification number shall be used rather than identifiable data which can identify the donor. In terms of an organ transplant registry, they have mentioned that the organ transplant registry can include all the information related for this, and the data shall be collected from all retrieval and transplant centers. Data collection frequency should also be limited, not that it can be unlimited data collection. Hospital and institutions shall update the website, and the information included in National Registry database should not be made public, should not be made available in a public domain, and measures shall be taken to ensure this. Now, in spite of RTI Act, National Medical Commission, and HOA rules as well as the data protection bills, we often see in public domain data which I personally feel probably should not be there in public domain. For example, you see that the disease donor detail which are identified are published in the media, and this is 2019. What I am saying that in spite of subsequent year, we still go on seeing this. This is 2022 disease donor detail, then 22, and then 23. Very recently in January on 17th, the name and identifiable disease donor detail were available on the public domain, which I think should not be there. So my take-home message is that the healthcare workers should be aware of the data privacy and the related laws. And my personal experience from AIMS and in current hospital where I am working, people are really very, very casual in terms of laws related to data privacy and handling of the data. Implementation of these rules are still very fragmentary. Accountability of breach of data and the person responsible is hardly ever fixed. It's probably time that we should wake up and give a due importance to the data privacy in the organ transplant program. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Dr. Shobika Shri, Medical Officer Noto, to present on recent High Court judgment on functioning of Authorization and Appellate Committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Shobika Shri, Medical Officer from Noto. Today I will be presenting the recent Delhi High Court judgment for approval of a non-near relative living donation. As per the provisions of THOTA, for the purpose of living donation, permission of the following are required. In case of an Indian near relative, the permission of a competent authority is required. And in case when the donor is other than near relative or a swab donation, or in a case of foreigner, the permission by the authorization committee is required. What are the issues and challenges faced during the permission process? One, there can be delay in approvals. There can be forged documents presented by the recipient or donor. Commercial transaction may have occurred which may not be in the knowledge of authorization committee, as the documented proof cannot be found, and in cases of critical patients. To expedite the process of approvals and to prevent the demise caused due to delay in the process of approval, an order was issued on 24 January 2022 by the ministry. It says, authorization committee or the competent authority should decide the case of transplant from a living donor within 7 working days after the receipt of all the documents. Every authorized transplantation center must have its own website, and the authorization committee is required to take final decision within 24 hours of holding the meeting for grant of permission or rejection for the transplant and put the decision on the website. And appeal preferred under section 17 of the Act in respect of case of rejected donor must be heard within 7 working days. The key statements which were given in this judgment was, the scheme of the 1994 Act and the 2014 rules indicate a sense of urgency underlying the process of granting approvals for organ donation, the processing of forms, the conduct of interview and the decision making to be within fixed timelines. The Act and rules do not contemplate months together of deliberation in such cases. Approval in a time-bound manner, so that the patient do not continue to suffer. If the approval is to be rejected, then the decision has to be taken quickly so as to enable the recipient to explore other options of the donor. The High Court judgment was in the case of Amar Singh Bhatia versus Sir Gangaram Hospital and others. High Court of Delhi gave the judgment on considering that there are several similar cases which are arising across the court timelines ought to be fixed at each of these following steps. Processing of application under Rule 1 of the 2014 rules, maximum 10 days from the date of application. Verification of documents as per Form 20 of the rules, maximum within 14 days. Fixed timelines, documentation completion within the prescribed timeline under the rules. Any opportunity given to the donor or recipient to complete the required documentation must be communicated. The donor or recipient should be given a maximum of 1 week to respond. If further opportunities need to be given, the same ought to be given after due consideration with a strict deadline. Upon expiry of this timeline, the case should be presented to the authorization committee. Scheduling interviews by the authorization committee. After 4 to 6 weeks from receiving the application, the interview ought to be scheduled within a 2 weeks period. During the above 2-week window, the authorization committee ought to conduct the interview of the donor or recipient on 1 or 2 occasions, facilitate a meeting of family members of both the donor and the recipient, convey the decision. The entire process from submission to decision ought not to ideally exceed 6 to 8 weeks. The appeal process under Rule 33, any appeal against an order should be decided within a maximum of 30 days. The other cases, Delhi High Court judgment on Dr. Nagmane versus DHS and others. The judgments were the petitioner number 1's family making all arrangements, providing adequate medical care, including an attendant, which may be required for the petitioner too, that is the donor, during and post the transplant operation. The petitioner number 1's family shall ensure that the donor is living in a good accommodation with clean environment, including air conditioning, and as may be advised by the doctors. In case any support is required by the donor's family, the same shall be duly provided by the petitioner number 1's family. All the expenses of the donor upcare requirement, including medical diet, etc., shall be undertaken by the petitioner 1's family. These were the two judgments given by Delhi High Court. Thank you.
Thank you, Shobika. Actually, the first judgment gives the timelines, and this is a order in which the timeline has been given for the authorization committee to function. And basically, there were complaints that the authorization committees are taking too much of time. Though our ministry's letter has already given the timeline of 7 days, but they have in addition defined every step of that approval process and given timeline for each step, that how much an entire timeline should not exceed 6 to 8 weeks. Those 6 to 8 weeks we think is a too much of time, which can be, but we will be circulating these guidelines for implementation all over the country because it has come from the High Court. Or if there are any comments on this, please let us know. Yeah, please.
Since the name of the hospital has been taken, what I was wanted in a clarification or a convergence regarding the unanimity of the approval process. This also affected our hospital, and we were given a show cause. So please, can we converge on this decision? The Act doesn't say so, and we believe that it's a majority vote. Even the court's judgments are on a majority split verdict. We can't have a consensus at any given point of time. Can we have a convergence on that, please?
Yeah. ये दूसरा mic use कर. There are 4 mics.
It might not be explicitly said in the Act or rules, but I think if there is a division of opinion, it's better, they have an appellate authority, namely the state government. It's better to pass the case to the state government to take a final decision so that there won't be unnecessary litigations. We have an appellate authority available, so it's better to make use of that when there is a division of opinion.
This was a case of liver transplant. The patient was dying. It was an urgent case.
Government has to act urgently.
See, I think both the judgments are bad in law. Both should be challenged in the Supreme Court by the government of India, because liver transplants, because it is general, it is not just kidney, who the patient can be maintained on the dialysis. There are liver patients involved, there are heart patients involved, there are several things are there. So it cannot be a 6 to 8 weeks. It has to be 1 week to 14 days. That is the time limit given. That should be what is given in your circular by the government. That should be honored, and this should be challenged. Same goes application for the second judgment. Both require to be challenged.
Actually, second judgment, we feel that there is a scope of, the court has been very liberal. They say that if any support is required by the donor family, that should be provided. And what is the meaning of support? Because support could be interpreted as anything. So in a way, they are saying good accommodation, clean environment, post surgery, all that may be acceptable. But if they say ki any kind of support is required by the donor's family, that should be provided. So that we have interacted with the law ministry, and law ministry has also agreed that it should be challenged. So we are working on that. But the first judgment timelines, I think if you all agree, then we can circulate it for implementation. Otherwise, it can be restricted to be specific to this case and may be applicable in Delhi. Because this is a Delhi High Court judgment, and I would request, what is the opinion of Dhwani Mehta regarding this? Like, what is your opinion, ma'am? Whether we should, this becomes applicable for the whole country, because the guidelines, this judgment has already come, the guidelines have been given.
Right. I mean, as a matter of law, what the Delhi High Court says isn't applicable across the country. But as a matter of good policy, it would be great if NATO were to come up with uniform guidelines on this.
Yes. So,
May I add something?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So please understand, Dr. Anil, there are judgments which set precedents. In the legal language we call, they are laying down the ratio. Okay, that would be applicable across that state or across India. But there are judgments which are very specific to that case only. Okay. Now after, so we'll have to see that judgment whether they are setting down a ratio, a precedent or not. Number one. Number two, after that judgment, if you have come up with the guidelines, probably your guidelines will have effect.
The judgment says that this judgment should be presented to the Secretary Health for further necessary action.
Absolutely.
So that has been said already, because in a way they want Secretary Health to act on it. So that is there.
So you have ample of powers to come out with your own guidelines.
Okay, sir.
Dr. Anil, can I just make a point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
Just one small suggestion, that in second case, what was the contention or concern raised by petitioner was not disclosed. So we couldn't understand the context in which the decision was given.
Basically, this was also a rejected donor case. This was approved by the this High Court, and they said not only accepting the donor for transplant, but they further said that petitioner number 1 will make all these, that is the recipient will make all these arrangements for the donor. So they accepted the donor also, and they said ki they will, the recipient will make all these arrangements, provide any kind of support which is required. So clean environment post surgery, good accommodation, all those things which Shobhika listed in her slide.
Dr. Anil, can I make a point
Yes,
on this?
sir.
Because I think this case was discussed in the ministry in the meeting.
Yes.
And I think there was unanimity to say that it has to be challenged. Because this is hitting at this Nagmani case, this is hitting at the basis of the act and the rules of altruistic donation. Because if a donor has to demand for such things to be taken care of, and I think the judgment also, I mean, the advocate is there, so I would not like to, so that it is not, but they have gone beyond their brief, and they have gone beyond what is there in the act and the rules. Because in fact, this is not a near relative donor, and
Yes.
the donor which was rejected by the authorization committee, and it went to the court, and court not only allowed and has put up all these things. So this has to be, I wonder why it has not been challenged till date, because I think the decision was taken, I think maybe a couple of months
No,
ago.
we
I think.
have,
Yeah.
it was referred to the Law Ministry. Law Ministry has agreed, they have given their note, and we are filing now with, because it has to be challenged in Supreme Court or with the double bench. So that has.
Yeah, and because, once you say altruistic and then you say that the donor, the recipient family has to look after all these things, so which obviously means it is something like saying that if there is some other arrangement of getting a donor and you look after that donor in the best possible way, air conditioning and this and that. So I think even the language was appalling to read that judgment. I
yes,
think maybe you people can also go through that.
So,
it is very,
yeah,
very
Doc-
damaging.
Very briefly, I would like to say, this is not the first time.
Yes.
Such cases have been coming repeatedly in high courts.
And
on
they have been
donation,
allowed.
And they have been allowed. And in Kerala it has happened, in Tamil Nadu, in Maharashtra. There needs to be some uniformity, because many of these judgments, when we read it, it looks like they are ignorant of the law, the Transplantation of Human Organ Act. So I think NOTO should come up with some guidelines that, this is what it should be done. But there is total ignorance sometimes we see. There are 1,400 such cases.
Mr.
And
Nagral, you want to add, sir?
And I think the NOTO has to act promptly to challenge these judgments.
Yeah.
So just a comment, which is that we may be confusing 2-3 issues. So number one, I think the donor has a right to be looked after. One of the things is that there are lots of disincentives for life donation. And those disincentives need to be removed. Now, who should look after? Who should provide that? And whether there are upper limits of that is a matter of discussion. But let us not forget that the donor often is taking leave, is losing income. By the way, in most donations, I'm presuming that in any case, recipient families look after the donor in life-related
Actually,
donation.
judge himself, because there was no such demand, but judge himself has provided in his judgment all these things. Perhaps looking at the.
So if it is an unrelated donor, who
It
has
is
been
unrelated,
sanctioned,
yes, sir. Yes,
and
sir.
there is a,
that's
a
right.
suggestion. But what was the basis for sanctioning the unrelated?
But Sanjay, when you talk about that donor has a right, I mean, as you said, practically, if it is one family, it's an altruistic donation, who would not be looking after the donor? And the law.
Why are we making such a big issue of air conditioning? That's a good thing for the donor.
I mean, see, the point is that these are
Any
the kind of things.
support, the word where any kind of support is required. So, anyway, because the wording was like
Till
that.
the person goes back to, I think, Goa or somewhere. I think it was from outside Delhi. That
Okay.
it has to be looked
So,
after.
thank you for the good discussion. So, we can now break for the tea. But before we break for the tea, there is a little memento to be given all the speaker and panelists. So, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you everyone for the active participation. Now we request Director Sir to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Sanjay Nagral sir. Now I request Dr. Sunil Shroff, Managing Trustee, Mohan Foundation, to receive the token of appreciation. Now I request Dr. Anil Agrawal, Director Sir, to kindly receive the token of appreciation. Now I would request Sri Mahendra Kumar Bajpai, Advocate, Supreme Court of India, to receive the token of appreciation. I will now request Dr. Sanjay Kumar Agrawal, Senior Nephrologist, to receive the token of appreciation. I will now request Dr. Shobika Shri to receive the token of appreciation from Director Sir. I would now request Sandeep Rawat to receive the token of appreciation from Director Sir. Thank you everyone. Now it's time for a tea break. I would like to request all our guests to move towards the foyer area. We'll resume here after 10 minutes. at 11:40. All the guests are requested to collect the bags. All the speakers are requested to collect the bags from the reception to keep their moments.
Hello. All are requested to be inside. We are going to start the next session, which is very important. Brainstem death certification. Brainstem death certification. Kindly come inside. Kindly come inside. We are starting with the next panel on brainstem death challenges and possible solutions. You know, everybody face these challenges. So I'll request Dr. Deepak Gupta is busy in some urgent surgery. He will be joining us soon. हाँ मैम हाँ आ जाइए मैम, आ जाइए. हाँ जी, आ जाइए. सिल्वर ओक में है. नहीं मैं माइक पे हूँ, माइक पे. हाँ. Hello. Yeah, I'll request Dr. Ishwar, Professor Dr. Ishwar HV to come on dais, please. Rather, he will be presenting, so he can come directly to the presentation. Dr. Noble Gracious to be on the dais. Dr. Mathur sir, Dr. S.K. Mathur, Madam Dhwani Mehta, Dr. Arpita Roy Chaudhary, Professor Dr. Arpita Roy Chaudhary, Dhwani Mehta, Professor Dr. S.K. Mathur, ZTCC President. We are starting with brainstem death session. Kindly be on the dais. Professor Mathur. Dr. Mathur, yeah, please come on the dais, sir. So I'll request Dr. Ishwar to start his presentation. Dr. Rahul Pandit has not been able to make it because of some flight issues at Bombay. So we are starting with Dr. Ishwar, please.
Respected Chairperson Dr. Anil Kumar, the moderator Dr. Anil Kumar, and all the esteemed members of this audience. You know, I think, yeah, it's fashionable these days to begin everything with a disclaimer. Like to begin with one. I'm not going to talk on anything about science and scholarship. This is more about my experience with being part of a brains death certification team for the last 12 years, along with my esteemed colleague Dr. Noble Gracious. And it is not, you know, currently everything about medicine is about evidence, but then absence of evidence is not the evidence of the difficulties that we have faced in the last 12 years as a certifier of brain death. So my topic today is difficulties in declaring brain death and organ donation, battling the perception. Okay, now let me start by hitting right on the head. Ignorance of the medical fraternity. Medical doctors, especially in primary care, know about circulatory deaths, but many of them are not aware of what is called as brain deaths. The one thing that has happened in our country is, you know, there are two things which have happened. One is critical care has improved. So there are more and more people ending up on the second important thing, that is ventilators. Post-COVID, there is abundance of ventilators in our system, both in government as well as in private institutions, which means that there are more and more people ending up on ventilator and being brain dead. But unfortunately, many of these do not get transformed into organ donations. That is the tragedy. And this tragedy is because the medical professionals do not come forward to do it, especially neurosurgeons, neurologists, etc. So there is a crying need to educate them, to sensitize them to coming to become donors then. Now, another interesting fact which came out is the number of people who are coming to donate, especially in Kerala, from families of doctors is very minuscule. I asked a friend of mine who runs a very busy, ophthalmic hospital, how many doctors have come forward to donate their eyes, about of their relatives. It's about less than 2%. That is, if there are 100 of people donating their corneas, only 2% happen to be related to doctors. So this is a really difficult challenge in front of us. We need to alter our medical curriculum to include brain death also as a form of death, which many people are not aware of. There should be mid-career educational programs, and as in Kerala, we should draft in nursing and ASHA workers so that the message can be spread. Now, another thing that is unique about Kerala, but I think this can happen anywhere, is the harassment of certifiers. This is brain death which took place in 2009 when the laws were not as clear as now. The police registered a case 10 years later. Police came to the door of the certifiers in the middle of the night, as it always happens. And tragedy was that the lower court ordered framing of charges. So we need to be very clear that SOTO and NOTO should come forward saying that this is a statutory process and this cannot be touched by any lowly policeman or any other person in the legal system. This is a statutory process. Okay, so the SOTO and NOTO should come forward to give a directive to the state police not to act on doctors who've been accused of any wrongdoing, malpractice for certifying brain deaths. They are absolutely not part of anything. Now, there is a lot of legal challenges. This is all from my Kerala experience for the last 12 years. This is a case which was registered in Kochi, a 22-year-old boy who died of acute subdural hematoma. Unfortunately, if you want to make crime unprofitable, make it a government enterprise. There is a saying like that. If you want to make crime unprofitable, make it a government enterprise. The same thing goes with anything that government does. The government of Kerala hauled in a medical neurologist as an expert witness in a case of an acute subdural hematoma, which is in the domain of a neurosurgeon. And this man said, with just a burr hole, this boy's life could have been saved. Unfortunately, acute subdural hematoma cannot be saved with a burr hole or anything more if the neurological status is poor. And this man was brain dead, absolutely brain dead, before he was taken up for transplantation. Unfortunately, both the certifiers as well as the treating doctors went through hauled over coals over this issue. Now, solution is that NOTO and SOTO should come forward to guide the legal process. These are all kind of suggestions. I don't know how much of it can happen, but if this is the audience where I can present my difficulties and get solutions from. Now, another question that has been asked by some of the certifiers in our neighborhood is, there are two certification processes taking place. Many a times, often at after 6-hourly intervals, often at midnight. Do you think it should be that the certifier be compensated for what they are doing? Right now, it's being done on a voluntary basis. Absolutely no money, nothing involved. But I think they should be paid, compensated for the time and effort that they're taking for it. And also for the difficulties that they often encounter afterwards through a legal process if it sets in. So who should compensate it? Should it be the hospitals themselves, which then opens them up to certain, accusations, or should be the state level organization, state or SOTOs, which should come forward and compensate them? This is a question again I'm asking all the SOTO office bearers who are sitting here. Now, another thing that I think the need of the hour is auditing of the transplant process, especially the certifying process. Why is auditing required is, in 2017, Dr. Ganapathy, who has been one man standing as a hurdle against brain death for deceased donation in Kerala, filed a public interest litigation. There he presented a few certificates which had only the signatures of 3 people instead of the 4. It was a very bad lapse from the part of the people who were doing it. It's just that they assumed that nobody is going to look at it. So it is important that the paperwork be done properly, and then the paperwork also be audited by the state organ and tissue transplant organizations, so that if and when a judicial scrutiny happens, it can be handled very well. So also, when you have what you call an auditing process, the quality of service definitely improves. Another contentious issue which happens, we have to confront when we certify brain death is autopsy or postmortem of the donor in medico-legal cases. The problem is the patient is hooked to a ventilator for 3 to 5 days, waiting for, kind of what you call the relatives want the patient to come back to life, but then they are declared as brain dead. So what happens is the organ harvesting takes place, and it takes another 24 to 48 hours to have the postmortem or autopsy happen. And this is a very difficult thing, painful thing for the well-wishers of the patient. I understand that Tamil Nadu has made a move that they are bringing in the forensic surgeon into the operating rooms so that the autopsy also takes place parallelly. I hope the NOTO will give the sufficient direction and probably the legal corrections that are required to make this happen in all the states. This will reduce the pain and agony of waiting for the relatives and families of people who have consented to donating their dear and near ones' life, organs for humanity. There is something which I found lacking in when you certify this is standard operating procedures. Except for the TOTA Act, there are many situations which says only 4 certifiers are required and they have to do these sort of neurological tests plus apnea tests. Nothing more is given. Unfortunately, there are many gray areas when we certify brain death. One of which is, I had a patient who had a significant facial-maxillary injury, which meant that his pupils could not be checked, his conjunctival corneal reflexes cannot be checked, his dorsal movements cannot be checked. So what do we do in that when you don't have at least 4 of the neurological tests not possible? You go for an ancillary test. Which is the ancillary test that should be done mandatorily or something? These guidelines are missing in our listing. Each state Kerala has kind of come up with some guidelines, but unfortunately it's not, it does not run in all situations. Now, certification for children also is a question at times. I think Dr. Deepak Gupta of All India Institute of Medical Sciences has a way with it. I think he unfortunately is not present here. He'll be able to help us on that. Since I work in a government hospital, I'm a big votary of government's presence in everything about health. Because in Kerala, the government has stepped in to say that one kidney will always go to a government medical college. Unfortunately, across the country, there are very few transplant centers under government ownership. Dr. Sanjay Nagaral was referring to it in his presentation. So, are the deceased donors helping only the private hospitals and the rich? This is a question which has been asked several times in Kerala, in media and otherwise. I believe that the government's footprint in organ transplantation centers should be there in a big way so that our credibility, ultimately the mandate of every state is to help the people who cannot afford care in a big corporate hospital. So we should reach out to the poor, and that can happen only if the government sets up its own, what you call centers of excellence for organ transplant. And last but not the least, bridging the awareness gap. We need to have a sustained media campaign. Well, of course, the Prime Minister spoke about it in Man Ki Baat. We should always be talking about it through our ads and other processes. This is a continuous process of kind of keeping an awareness on. I'm sure the NOTO and SOTO will definitely come forward to it. The ads must also warn against illegitimate organ trade in our country, which is flourishing because the deceased organ transplant process is not happening the way it should. Conclusion, brain death certification and organ donation is still in a fledgling state in our country. Unfortunately, there are islands of excellence, but a sea of underperforming parts. Increased awareness among doctors and allied personnel at first should help and promote further organ donation. And as a person hailing from Kerala, I always say, protect the certifiers from legal harassment. We should be in a continuous campaign mode. And there is an elephant in the room about which I don't want to include as a slide here, but I want to share it with you. There is a problem which has been highlighted in Kerala. People, adherents of the Islamic faith, unfortunately are not coming forward to become donors. They are all there in the recipient list. This is probably because there is a religious contradiction which says that you cannot come forward for being donors. Their body cannot be cut up after being dead. If Saudi Arabia can do it, if UAE can do it, well, we should also be able to do it. I want NOTO and SOTO to come forward and engage the Islamic scholars make sure that their adherents also come forward in this exercise where there is a lot of delight in death so that the living can be helped. Thank you very much for this opportunity and patience.
Thank you very much, sir, for this informative session. Now, I would request Dr. Noble Gracious, Nodal Officer, Soto, Kerala, to present on BSD.
Thank you, Dr. Anil Kumar and the NOTO team for organizing this symposium. I have a suggestion to Dr. Anil Kumar. If you can compile all these slides and send to all the participants here and come out with, because we have highlighted all the issues. We have not come out with solutions. Here are people who have solutions in their mind. If you can put it on a paper or even in an Excel sheet and send it across to the whole, and we'll probably have good solutions. So I am given a very difficult task which we were talking since 1994. Whether brain death certification can be made mandatory, terminating the supportive care after BSD certification, do we have the legal mandate? The determination of death using brainstem death criteria is generally used only in the context of organization, and that too in the recognized institutions where transplant surgeries can be performed. I think this again creates a confusion in the society and the medical profession. If a patient, if have a brain death in other hospitals, which is not a organ transplant center or NTRC, can't we certify brainstem death? So do we have death certification in two ways in two different hospital settings? And declaration of death by brainstem death criteria has been given a legal recognition in the THO Act 1994. And the brainstem death can be certified only by a board of medical experts nominated by the RMB from the panel of names approved by the AA. That means, again, the transplant has come into picture. That AA is basically a statutory authority, especially introduced for the purpose of THO Act only. So, if a patient is in a brainstem death or probable brain death donor, the RMP of the hospital has to nominate. The nomination has to be come from the RMP and not from anyone else. So RMP should identify a panel which is already recognized by AA. So each hospital should have a recognized panel of doctors which is empaneled by the AA. So this has to be a uniformity in the law, as well as I think there is required some clarity in that. So who will initiate BSc certification? The treating doctor, RMB in charge of the hospital, and also we should also think about, are we justified in discussing the relatives about organ donation before certification? That is also a big issue over there. What if relatives have no inclination whatsoever in organ donation? Will the hospital be interested in certification? This I've several times when in medical college, when I tell my neurosurgeon and neurologist to certify patient brainstem, they tell you go and get a consent from the relatives whether they are inclination for organ donation. If they are not inclined, why we put effort for 6 hours apart, 2 times certification, 4 doctors, videographing. We have videographing in our guideline. Videograph and EMG and electrophysiology to rule out neuromuscular agents. All this has to be done, and the patient has to be maintained to address all the prerequisites for certification. So if they don't have any inclination, why we spend all these resources for certifying brainstem death? And if the relatives express their willingness to go ahead with certification initially, and hospital did do the certification but no inclination for donation, what they will do? Because it has happened also in Trivandrum. Initially they said yes to donation, we went ahead with certification. After certification, one person came and said we are not ready for donation. So we are stuck. We have already said the patient is dead, and and we have told the relatives the patient is dead and we are planning for retrieval, and all counseling has to be done. So they said one elder person from the family has to come and discuss, and he come and said he thoroughly said no. So already dead, and in the case sheet also we have written the patient is dead and such time based on the certification. And the relative is telling we can't disconnect the ventilator because his heart is beating. So if we have answers to all, yes, we can make BSD certification mandatory. If otherwise, I don't think any meaning for BSD certification making mandatory. So will an executive order be enough? It is an absolute no from my side because in 2012, it is way back 12 years back, we have issued an order from the government of Kerala that making the health declaration of death mandatory. And what has happened? This is the report from a big hospital in Trivandrum in 2023, that is last month. See the declaration, all is zero. It's very difficult to believe that a big hospital with neurosurgeon, neurologist, intensive care reporting brainstem death. So is not working. That is even executive order, nothing will work if you say that unless and until doctors start certifying brainstem death. So can BSD certification be made mandatory for me? I think it is a big no. Withdrawal of ventilator support after BSD. This we have actually discussed for around 1.5 to 2 years with the state policy with Dwayne Mehta and other people. And we came out with a government order on that. I'll come to that. This is two important points highlighted by the legal experts which was involved in making that government order. The Registration of Birth and Death Act defines that means the permanent disappearance of all evidence of life at any time after live birth has been taken place. But what the legal opinion says is that this act is for the purpose of regulating the death and birth registration. It doesn't mean that how a patient should die, whether it's a cardiopulmonary or a brain, it doesn't stay anywhere in the act. That this is basically in the first line of the act itself is saying this act is for the purpose of regulation of death and birth registration. It is for the registration purpose only. It is not defining death. And THO Act saying brainstem death means a stage at which all functions of the brainstem have permanently and irreversibly ceased and is so certified under subsection 6 of section 3. And again, the law defines deceased person, means a person in whom permanent disappearance of all evidence of life occurs by reason of brainstem death or in a cardiopulmonary sense. That means the patient is dead, that is deceased. Why we keep a deceased person hooked on a ventilator? And we came out with an algorithm for brainstem death certification. And the last algorithm is you remove the ventilator support. We didn't talk about transplant here because we want doctors certify brainstem death outside the context of organ donation. So we didn't talk anything about THO Act, or we said you certify brainstem death, inform the relatives and start pronouncing death. But that also doesn't work. But one sender took up this challenge, and for last 1 year, what they did was they identified 28 cases, apnea test done in 17, 11 patients consented for donation, and all 28 cases relative expressed their willingness to disconnect. It is a one doctor who convinced about the law, who was convinced about the act and the guideline of the government, and she said, I am practicing science. She very well described to the relatives about all these consequences. She shows the CT MRI report and the neurologist opinion, everything he'll discuss. She said they are not going to live. We are proceeding for brainstem death certification. And she insists one government doctor in the panel. She always troubled me for getting a doctor from director of my DMOs or DME. And we provide them. And this is the result. This is one single center doing it in entire Kerala. No other center have started this. Yeah. Yeah, they started, yeah. And ventilator must be withdrawn after BSD certification in the Form 10, it is said after examining, the patient is declared dead. It is said it is declared dead. There is no ambiguity in the Form 10. So when you certify a Form 10 and all the 4 doctors put signature, that means that is a death certificate for that particular patient. And there should not be any ambiguity for that. So for me, that is more than enough to certify ventilator. I need Dwayne Mehta and other to opine on that. So my request is, are we in the same line of thought? Thanks for the patient listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would request Dr. S.K. Mathur to kindly come and present.
I think before I made 3 slides in the morning, and I'll tell you the genesis of that. Okay, the person who stimulated me to do it is sitting there quietly preparing his presentation right now. Okay. I would like to answer some of these questions or the issues raised by Dr. Ishwar and Dr. Gresh. And Dr. Says I will go from you. Okay? Because you are most gracious person. Okay. I will ask the opinion of Advocate Vajpayee here. If the death has been defined under any act, any law of India, is it applicable uniformly or not?
No, again. It would be to that act only.
To that act only.
To that law, particular law.
Okay. But when they are defining giving the death, okay, BSG is like this, they are not saying it is applicable only for the organ donation. Where
Sir,
it is
these
written,
are general principles of law.
There is no subclause, there is no explanation where the death has been defined in the act.
Sir, general principles of law, when there is a definition clause to a law act, the definition is applicable only to the provisions of that act. We at times do cross-referencing. In this matter, under this law, death was defined, and the Supreme Court or the High Courts, they have further thrown light on what it would be. But the interpretation of statutes is very clear. If there is a definition of death in a particular law act, it will be confined to that act.
Because otherwise, the death is not defined in any Indian law. Death and registration doesn't. So that means death is not defined in Indian law.
Sir, can I?
No.
Sir,
It also says disappearance of the life.
Sir, can I debate that? Because as per the Transplant Act and rules and everything, the issue about donation and transplant comes only after you have certified brainstem death. So you cannot say that you can only certify brainstem death for the purpose of organ donation or for transplant. Because in fact, you are not supposed to seek permission prior to certifying brainstem death.
Yes.
So it is contradictory to that. And nowhere does it say, I mean, you are right in saying that classically it might be that it is restricted to that. But in this scenario, because it particularly says that second definition, second set of tests which are done, once you pronounce death, and then you do, like even the required request and other things which
So
are
my
done.
solution to this is that the Ministry of Health, NOTO,
Dr.
should
Mathur,
approach
can
the
I have a
Supreme.
minute?
Yes, please.
Now, we have been discussing this for
Yeah,
decades.
for many years, decades, yes.
Now, regarding legal definitions, when I consulted the Law Ministry of Tamil Nadu, there are two sets of definitions. For example, definition of a tenant can vary from act to act. Definition of a forest, what constitutes a forest, varies from act to act. Dhwani, please correct me. Definition of a agricultural hold can vary from act to act. Definition of labor can vary from act to act. But there are certain things which are indisputable, and one of them is death.
Yes.
So, whichever act is the latest one where death is defined, that takes the legal sanctity. This is how the Law Department of Tamil Nadu looked at it.
So, Dr. Amlo,
Unfortunately, this vagueness in the law has to be corrected and clarified.
No.
Delhi, and then that doesn't talk about transplant at all.
See,
That just talks about that brainstem death occurs in various institutions and it is not being declared so. So it is mandatory to declare brainstem death.
Doctor.
So then if we extrapolate that, then is it illegal to give out such a government
Dr.
order?
Anil, the problem is they have got a GR in Kerala also, similar thing. We have a GR in Maharashtra also, nobody follows it. Because the clarity is not there whether you can declare person dead or not as per the TOA Act or not.
You saw the second opinion here. You saw this. So the only solution is the government of India should approach the Supreme Court that this is the definition given here. This is your birth and registration act. What should be interpreted as death in this country?
They had the same problem in the US, and that's why they came up with Uniform Declaration of Death. I know birth is defined, no problem. When it comes to death, there's so much ambiguity. 3 laws say 3 different things. That's another big thing. So we need to have Uniform Declaration of Death. Point. That's it.
I think go to
I
Supreme
don't
Court,
think
get
so.
the clarification. If they
I
say
don't think so.
go and
There's
define,
any
go to
other
the parliament,
Yes.
let it go to the parliament then.
There's no other solution. We lost this when the Birth Death Act was passed. They just overruled us. We had, tried our best.
See,
I didn't.
Dr. Shroff, what I'm saying is that if you approach Supreme Court for interpretation of this act and the death, whatever the interpretation they say no, you go to the parliament and get it changed, you go to the parliament. If they say yes, it stands, you are through. Okay. Number one. Second thing about the police knocking the door. Law protects you. The police cannot come to your door if whatever you have done in the good faith in relation to the TOTA. Okay. Unless it is approved by the state appropriate authority. Okay. So police has got no role. It has been given by the Bombay High Court. Long back. This was almost 20 years back judgment was there. Okay. Now, coming to the Sona Asthana put this thing today in the morning, procurement of the tissue, which basically relates to whether you can do the research in India, because Act says no. Okay. And that's why. But it allows for eyes. So there is need for bringing an amendment that it should be on the organ, because that will increase the organ utilization. Because all these organs, which are marginal organs, extremely marginal organs, can be put on the machine perfusion, and those which can be made to work can be utilized. But that is a part of the part research, part therapeutic. So it has to be brought there in that. Third thing, 30 years back, we were not confident. We had a doubt about our own integrity. That's why 4 persons were put. You said rightly that 4th person is never there at the time of brain death certification. And he can be proved wrong and the kid can be put in the jail. Why he should be there? Is he an expert? No. So why should he be there? So one thing, he should be removed. Number one. Number two, why we are facing the problem of whether DCD or BSG certification. You need 3 experts certified by the state appropriate authority. As if state appropriate authority people are expert in certifying brain death. No, they are not. They are administrators. They are not clinicians. Okay. So how can they certify me that whether I can certify brain death or not? So instead of that, you give the qualification. So instead of that, you say, 1, remove the hospital head. 2nd, reduce the number to 1 or 2. If you reduce the number 1, then it becomes parallel to what we certify death in the wards currently. That is the cardiopulmonary death. It is certified by 1 person. At the most, you can have a 2 person, 1 intensivist and 1 more specialist. Not more than that. That will help in improving
in Kerala, we have got a videography facility. All the certifications are videographed and stored with the...
Data privacy problem. Yeah. You cannot do that on data privacy.
Well, it has been
I know.
approved by
Again,
the
again,
High Court in one of the as
if
a
you look at
response to the public
Data
interest
Protection
litigation.
Act itself, which has come into the country, which was passed in August of 2023, it clearly says you can't do that. So we are actually violating our own laws by passing such orders.
I think
Sir,
I would
can
be
I-
comfortable with that.
Sir, can I
because
just make a
tomorrow if
comment on
somebody
this?
accuses me of some wrongdoing, this will help.
Sir, are we splitting hair of which you and me have none? To
I
split?
still have.
Yeah.
I still have some.
But sir,
You lost earlier than
I
me.
would just say that Dr. Nandi is not here, so he would have told, because at that time, like
No,
you also
I know the argument.
You know
I
that the
know the
argument
argument.
which was there. And see, it is category 1 and 4. And even in any court of law, nobody is saying that he will be charged that why did you certify brainstem death? Because it is category 2 and 3, which are the names which have to be approved by the appropriate authority. And the onus on certifying brainstem death is on them. On ascertaining is on them. Certification by all 4. So what is there wrong with a hospital administrator and also the doctor who's in charge? And this was so that there is a more kind of trust on the team which is certifying.
Yeah.
So that I don't see anything wrong with that. The second thing is, sir, you talk about 2 or 4. Like in UK, it is always 2 doctors. Right,
there
and
are
also
people there
6
once.
hours. 6 hours. So I think argumentative Indians, so probably that is why the lawmakers at that time, Dr. Singhvi and all this committee, probably did that because in UK it is 2 hours apart.
The problem in India is getting all the 4 doctors twice 6 hours apart is practically not working. Afterwards, let me tell you what happens. Afterwards, the guy who is the transplant coordinator actually goes to their office and gets it signed. He's not even there.
Right, so
what we're
timing
doing
you can
is-
reduce, sir.
Yeah, what
Timing
we're
you
doing
can
is
reduce.
we have put a process in place which is not working in the last 27 years.
And legally it can create a problem.
And let's be very practical about it. So go back to the drawing board. I'm not saying make it 2 or 4. Solve it. That's what is important.
See, we have a problem here of trust. Okay? You have an intern who has just passed and become a registered doctor. He can declare you dead, and you are dead. Even you won't question it. Now here you got 4 people declaring you dead. One group says you are dead, so you say, okay, I'm dead. The other fellow says, legally you are not dead, so I'm not dead. The third fellow says, okay, maybe you are dead. See, we are making a mess of our own this thing. Now, unless we have one document which says you are dead because you've been examined by 1/4 or whatever it is, and the reasons of declaring you are certified and kept in a book, wherever they are. Now, your act does not, he says, deceased person by cardiorespiratory or in the pulmonary sense or in the registered district. So both of them are covered. Problem is, even though legally we are correct and you are having protection in the act in good faith, your police doesn't believe that. It just knocks on your door and comes to your door. And then you are having a mess. So the doctors are actually not protected in the law. In fact, in theory, yes. You can't operate with trembling hands. So unless we have that protection in the law,
I think
then you will not be touched.
if you have a strict state appropriate authority who is well informed about everything,
Whichever
what
way.
is their duties,
See, the
he
fact
can
that
prevent
you
the
may-
police coming from there.
You may be right, but you are not factually protected.
Sure.
So,
That is the issue.
I mean,
Judge.
Dr. Mathur, just one point, because I think Dr. Anil had clarified that in his message. We aren't discussing amendments to the law. We're discussing how to make the law work for us right now. Obviously, amendments is a completely different meeting, and I think that Dhwani is here. We had a meeting sort of a few years ago looking at if we wrote the law again, what would we do now? But right now, how do we work within the boundaries of the law that we have? That is probably the bigger sort of issue here. I mean, we can't change that because that's in the law.
Yeah, we should.
So,
We
no,
should,
agreed.
because
But
the amendment for 2014, now it is
yeah.
almost 10 years.
No,
We should.
I agree. But what I'm saying is that this current meeting is about.
We can actually whatever recommendations
This
come
government can do it.
from this group, we can take it forward for amendments or reforms or whatever is coming as a consensus from the group. So basically, right now we are looking at if there is any requirement of changing the rules, because rules can be changed at the ministry level.
Okay.
And then certain things can be implemented through guidelines, because we are looking at one nation, one policy, one practices everywhere throughout the country.
Sure. So, I mean, just about the cell, the pancreatic thing, the reason I put it up was because Dr. Rajni is here. We had a request in Karnataka to use pancreas for islet extraction. Now, as you know, islet extraction is cell extraction. A lot of islets are not utilized. So there was a question whether we'd be breaching the law. Eventually, a lot of people, including myself, we gave an opinion saying that this is being used for clinical use, for purported clinical use, not overt clinical use, but it will be for clinical use eventually. Just like you would retrieve an organ sometimes and not utilize it because of marginality, it would not be in breach of the law. So that's why just removing islets was not going to be in breach of the law. So I think that probably passing a rule like that would be helpful in particular case.
Yeah. See, other points can be discussed. This was the main burning point. This is controversial. See how much discussion is generated. Okay.
Not usable organ.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't restrict. And the act, it is not violation of the act. Because it says that no organ will be retrieved unless for transplant. Sorry? I mean, that all those logistics, like even for genetic testing and other things, whatever is required, or all those things. But the act doesn't prevent you from using that organ, and it doesn't say that you have to bin it if you can't use it. It just says that in the first go, you cannot say that I'm retrieving only for research.
So I mean, that's what we used to give
So
permission.
and that is
actually.
fine. That is fine. I think maybe the lawyer can, yeah, that's fine. Corneal, and in fact, corneal also now, a lot of time they use it for the repair and the reparative procedure. Those which are not the quality for.
Sure. Thank you.
So, yeah, just for the sake of the time, yeah. Sir.
Only one thing. Dr. Mathur, most of the people sitting here happen to be from transplant centers and doctors. Written law, बाहर जा रहा हूँ फिर भी. Written law is one thing. Police can anytime knock on your doors with whatever the legal structure is there. So please be careful.
So,
Written law may be anything.
So, Professor Arpita Rai Chaudhary, please. Yeah. So, a short presentation from you.
So, good afternoon. I will touch up a few things that has been raised as question. The first thing is the law aimed at the thing that was just being referred to. I miss here Rahul quite a lot because they are the key person in declaration of brain death, and the things should start from them. Every comfort should be given to the critical care person, every liberty, so that he remains completely comfortable in declaring brain death and maintaining the patient, which is a big job. So I miss Rahul quite a lot. And for what was the reference for Professor Mathur, that the law refers for therapeutic responses, and what I was going to answer has been already answered, that for therapeutic purpose, I am retrieving the pancreas. I am not finding it clinically useful, and instead of discarding, I put it in the research lab where I am wrong. I should not be wrong, but if I require a clean thing to be written, that it can be used for research purpose, it can come as a corollary of the law by some law cell looking at the law again and defining the law again. Dhoni will come up that way, that such modification is possible or not. So in 2014 Act, we were trying very much to improve the scenario, to stop the illegal, unrelated commercial transplant and to promote deceased donor. We had done many things. One very, very important and good thing is NTRC and avoidance of the neurologist to be absolute part of. When I started working on deceased donor program implementation in Kolkata, I find most difficult to convert is the neurologist. Critical care people, they are accepting every logic and doing it. Most difficult part, I'm sorry, that the neurologists who refused, in spite of accepting the science behind, they refused to accept it. So I feel for some time we have to accept that critical care people will be leading us, neurologists will be hand-holding them, but may not be, the neurologists may be the central ones. So why we need more dialogue after correction? Because we didn't progress much and the growth, whatever has happened, is uneven. It indicates that people are not comfortable in defining it. Not that the Mumbai people who are declaring brain death in critical care are not communicating the version with the Kolkata people. Why Kolkata people are less? There must be some difficulty. And the common thing is, their concern is delinking brain death from this thing. Because once the family doesn't agree, in a private sector hospital, once you declare brain death, the financial issue comes up. You can't take a paisa, and the patient is declared brain dead, sitting in the ICU for it may be 2-3 days, and they have to spend on maintenance. If the family is not agreeing, then the whole thing is a mess. And they, in Kolkata, Apollo Hospital declares brain death, and I am sure that they initially remain aware about the wish of the family to donate, then only they progress to declare brain death. That I am sure. They will not tell it in front, but I know that once the patient expresses from his side or her side that I want to donate, then only they come up with this brainstem death declaration. And that is again against the law, because we can't discuss brainstem death, the organ donation option, before declaring. So in India, brain death is very intimately connected with organ donation. We have to move on to the page of delinking that brainstem death is a death by neurological criteria, and it is as good as death by circulatory criteria. And the notable failure of us is what Dr. Gupta was taking in initially, Dr. Ishwar was talking initially, that we couldn't make it mandatory in the medical syllabus. When we were in medical school, we were not aware of the law because law was not there. We were not aware of the transplant because transplant was happening in very singular number. But now, when it is happening across India, India is the third large number of transplant contributing country, then the medical syllabus should contain every small bit of it. The physiology part should contain the brain's neurological criteria of brain death when we are doing pithing in the lab. The forensic part FSM should contain the law inside, and the surgery and medicine should have one dedicated chapter to what should go to NMC and for recommendation. So making the medical fraternity aware probably can avoid many problems which we are facing every day. Police knocking at door because some of our fraternity did raise the question and put the question in the mind of the family of the patient. Otherwise, it didn't happen. When we in our fraternity diverge, then all the problem with the treating, with the patient's side come up. It happens everywhere, not only in the brain death declaration. So, in a situation of brain death, when the family is not willing or the donor comes out to be unsuitable, then use of ventilator should not be allowed, because in government sector, we are depriving many who need and are waiting for going into ventilator, and the private sector, the finance issue comes up. So in bridging the gap, uniform death definition, Noble has covered it. I'm not going into it. And the DCD inclusion maybe will be more in, I'm showing the next slide where I'm telling that DCD might be more acceptable to our population. Modification in the NOTO allocation criteria, transplant in elderly, that also I feel that should be included. We have 65 made a line of, and transplant in pediatric age group in favor of growth facilitation should be included. The wait listing should include less than 18, and NTRC expansion. I'll provide one slide to each. No reframing of the law. I suggest Dhani will correct me, and the knowledgeable people who are from law side who are already here would correct me, that this brain dead person is dead even though his circulatory functions are maintained for some time artificially for some purpose like organ donation. But if the purpose is defeated, if the purpose is not there, then also the brain dead person remains dead. It is implicated in the law. Why can't we write it as a corollary in one sentence, in black and white, that the person can be delinked from the ventilator once brain stem death is declared? NTRC, we can take it as a very important area, because attempt to declare all medical colleges. NTRC doesn't need more than a functioning OT theatre. Even to the NTRC, the surgeons may carry some instruments which they think that might be missing in that OT. So all the medical colleges which are having teaching program can be declared NTRC. Try to start capacity building, which I did in West Bengal during the COVID time. I put all medical colleges, all categories of staff who are involved in transplantation, and we started doing webinars for each college 1, 2, 3 days for anesthetists, for critical care people, for the administrative people, what they need to do, the nursing people, how they are involved and what should they do. And this thing should go into nurses' curriculum as well, because they are intimately involved in the ICU in identifying that the reflexes are missing. Every 3 monthly we can reinforce the training. Only thing is what Noble was showing, that the dedication to the cause, how much I am for it, that is the most important thing, that how I will react to the things. So discuss the problems with the NTRCs and handholding till not the center matures. Relicensing the transplant centers must be facing the question that do you have a transplant coordinator? Most of the private hospitals, transplant doing centers in Kolkata, I find they have a transplant coordinator who is used for the clerical job and or the receptionist job, because most of the hospitals are not declaring brainstem death and no counseling is done. So how many BSDs do you declare? All the hospitals who are doing transplants in 3 digits, they are not declaring. They have large ICUs, but they are not declaring a single brain death. How many families counseled? How many organs originated from your hospital? What organs are being originated in Kolkata? At least government institutions do declare. They are the largest shareholder in declaring brain death. So the organs also go to the private hospital, because transplant doing government hospitals are less. Priority is government hospital when it originates in government hospital as per NOTO rule. But ultimately, if government hospital refuses or there is nobody in the waiting list, then it goes to the private hospital. And I feel that DCD program may be acceptable to Indian people. In India, people are not aware about the end of life care or the withdrawal of the treatment, palliative care, and many people leave hospital with a lama dama. Many people leave hospital with a lama dama, which actually can convert to brainstem death and organ donation. Last slide is the transplantation in the elderly. In a developing country with predominantly young population with CKD, the valid assumption and favor is directed towards the medical care of the young. However, the medical technology has improved and life expectancy has increased, and it has been shown by Indian hospitals only that the elderlies also do well with transplantation. They can have better survival, so we may include them. And are we depriving children awaiting transplant but not on HD? That should be also taken in consideration. And we can do it on basis of our clinical conscientious. Professor Agarwal is there, who was instrumental in writing the allocation criteria. We may sit again and think over it. Thank you all, and few actions and some dedications may change the whole scenario.
Thank you, Professor Arpita. Dhwani, do you want to make some comments? I think there is no presentation. You can.
I'll just speak very briefly.
Yeah.
Covered so much.
Yes, please.
Maybe just a reframing of the issues for our own understanding and for us to perhaps decide on what a good course of action ahead should be. So to those of you who don't know, I'm a lawyer and a legal researcher, and I've had the privilege of working with a lot of people in the audience on this particular issue, this uniform definition of death and brainstem death certification. So the question that always comes up, and that I think we should view this problem through this lens, is one, is there a problem with the legal definition of death? If yes, does that affect clinical practice? And therefore, what are the solutions to it? And I have three very broad key legal principles that I, after a study of the relevant legislations, regulations, orders, etc., I think hold ground, which is that brainstem death is a medical fact. It's an objective clinical fact. It's a procedure that, can be carried out by appropriate doctors, irrespective of whether there is consent for organ donation or not. I think there is enough text in the Transplantation of Human Organs and Tissues Act to allow us to arrive at this conclusion. And I think this should be accompanied by medical guidelines that bolster this. What I am surprised about is the fact that there have been attempts to clarify this in the form of government orders, Maharashtra, Kerala, Tamil Nadu. And it's strange to see that these have not carried the kind of legal weight that you would expect them to have. Because, we just heard from everyone saying, this is brainstem death certification is actually mandatory under a Maharashtra government resolution or under a Tamil Nadu government order. So why this is not being perceived in that way is actually of interest as a lawyer to me, because it tells you what is the path going forward. Is it through a legal amendment? Is it through a Supreme Court order? Is it through guidelines from a body like NATO? Is it through regulations from the National Medical Commission? And perhaps through the course of the day, understanding some of these perspectives and perceptions would help in charting what the course forward should be. So as I said, one, I think it's an objective clinical fact which can be determined irrespective of whether there is consent for organ donation or not. Two, I think it can be recognized as a legal form of death as well. There's nothing in the Registration of Births and Deaths Act that precludes you from understanding brainstem death as death. And again, if you were to go by the rule of statutory interpretation, you would interpret two statutes harmoniously to ensure that there is no absurdity. You can't be dead for the purposes of one law and alive for the purposes of another. And I'm confident if this issue were taken to court, that's the kind of decision that would arrive there as well. And the third is, what is the consequence of recognizing someone as legally dead, brain dead, even when there is no consent for organ donation? Now again, there are actually consumer court cases that have said that continuing to keep a brain dead person on a ventilator is not acceptable, and have ordered compensation to patients' relatives for that kind of, for continuing that kind of unnecessary treatment. But as you know, in India, the legal framework governing withholding and withdrawal of life support has also been complicated in the last few years with a couple of Supreme Court orders, both in March 2018 and January 2023 last year. And there might be a tendency to conflate the two issues that we are discussing here. The one issue that, and I think it's important actually to separate those two. So just to be clear again, the Supreme Court orders in Common Cause versus the Union of India deal with withholding and withdrawal of life-sustaining treatment from persons who are terminally ill or in a persistent vegetative state. Admittedly, the judges themselves, have not been clear about the distinction between brain death and persistent vegetative states. But as a matter of medical fact, it should be clear that recognizing someone as brainstem death, which is then equivalent to legal death, means that the process that the court has laid down for withholding and withdrawal shouldn't apply to persons who are brain dead. And because that process, as some of you in this room will know, is a cumbersome process. It's a 3-tier process that requires hospitals to set up a couple of medical boards and to intimate the judicial magistrate of the first class. But the legal argument there is that process should apply only when when a person is terminally ill and that decision has to be taken. If someone is legally dead, all the consequences that would apply if a person were declared dead in a cardiopulmonary sense should also apply, which means that you can withdraw treatment from a brain dead person without having to follow this 3-tier process that the court has laid down. So those were the three legal, my legal interpretations that I wanted to put forth to the audience today. And of course, I'm very happy to discuss any of these in more detail with those of you who might be interested later. But in terms of a path going forward, I think that really depends on the kind of confusion that exists within the medical community as well. So one, it's a legal reality that there are challenges pending in court, both in the Kerala High Court and in the Supreme Court, that challenge the whole notion of brain death altogether. I mean, that is something that will, of course, and I'm sure the health ministry is looking at how to counter the arguments in that kind of petition. The second is, as I said, the perception among the community that this is not brainstem death is, it cannot be delinked from organ transplantation. And from what you've said, it seems in that case, then it is a legal amendment that would bring about that clarity. But we've kind of missed the bus with that. The Registration of Births and Deaths Act was amended last year, and it didn't carry this change, despite the fact that there have been debates and discussions about this within the health ministry as well. So I think going forward, the path ahead is to have strong guidelines on this, both, of course, from NATO, though that I think that should, that might relate to the process of brain death certification, but also perhaps from the health ministry, because we've also heard from everyone how important it is to allay the suspicion that there is about the link between brain death certification and organ donation. So it might be more useful to have these guidelines come from what is seen to be as a body that is perhaps not as invested in brain death certification for the purposes of organ donation. And finally, and I think, I have to thank Dr. Nagral for this, because when there was all this controversy recently about the National Medical Commission regulations and prescribing generic medicines, you had written, Dr. Nagral, about how this was there in our 2002 regulations as well. And similarly, our 2002 regulations, Indian Medical Council regulations, actually do contemplate withdrawing life support from people who are brain dead. So and these regulations have legal standing. So there is really no need for this kind of confusion to have arisen, because there is regulatory guidance from a statutory body that has said, and the section that this appears under is on euthanasia. It begins by saying the euthanasia is unlawful, but there are circumstances in which you can withdraw life support from people after they are brain dead. And it prescribes a procedure that is actually, they say you can do it either in accordance with the procedure under TOTA, or there is an alternate procedure that the regulations prescribe. So all of this guidance is there. Perhaps it needs to be consolidated in one place and put out in a way that makes it clearer to practitioners and patient groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our DGHS is also going to arrive very shortly. So I think we have done with this session. So if any comment is there from anyone, we can take 1 or 2 comments more. Otherwise, we can. DGHS का time क्या है? कितने देर? हाँ.
Just one request. If Ms. Dhani can elaborate upon the 3-tier process, please.
Dr.
That 3-tier process.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to press it. It will come on. Yeah.
The case itself concerned recognizing advanced medical directives as legally valid documents, and in conjunction with that, the court also laid down guidelines both on giving effect to advanced medical directives, as well as withholding and withdrawing life support or other medical treatment from patients who have lost decision-making capacity. So again, to be very clear, this doesn't apply to patients who continue to be able to take healthcare decisions for themselves. But what the court has laid down, one, it has of course said that it is legal, it's legally valid to withhold or withdraw treatment from patients who are terminally ill, or where there is, where further treatment would be inappropriate. And it has prescribed a process for that, which is to stay in force until until Parliament makes legislation. So the process currently, there was a different process that was prescribed in 2018, and then it was modified in 2023 by a 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court. One, it is that of, the treating physician and two other subject experts with 5 years experience who form a board that are to be constituted by the hospital should be convinced that continuing medical treatment would no longer be beneficial for that person. Once they reach that agreement, and that they do this in consultation and with the consent of the patient's caregivers or representatives or next of kin or next friend. After that, this should be certified by another medical board, which again comprises 3 different doctors. They could all be from the same hospital, but they have to be different from the doctors who made the initial determination. And these doctors should also be subject experts. So, anyone with expertise in that, area of critical care or whatever else the condition is that the patient is being treated for. With one of the doctors in that panel being nominated by the district chief medical officer. So again, it could be a doctor from your own hospital, but you need them to have been nominated by the relevant chief medical officer. And once they also agree that continuing medical treatment would no longer be beneficial, then treatment can be withdrawn. Just before withdrawing it, you are also required to intimate the fact of withdrawal to the judicial magistrate in your district. You don't have to wait for their approval, but you do have to send them the details of that. That's broadly the process.
Yes, okay. Just one. Yeah, sir.
Yeah. Families are often very, they are devastated once a youngster meets with a road traffic accident and is likely or most likely to be declared as brainstem dead. When we know that this patient is likely to be going downhill, what is the harm in not counseling the families already, because decision making takes a long time. So if we wait until brainstem death has occurred and only then speak to the families.
In the rules it is mentioned that repo building can be started once you are before the brainstem death also. Repo building means their counseling and repo building and informing them every situation which is developing. But actual asking for donation should be after the brainstem death certification.
Can I answer that question?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you are a treating doctor and as soon as the patient is brought into the emergency room with near brain death situation and you broach this subject of brain death to them and then later you come up with organ donation, you stand accused of not denying the treatment for the purpose of donation. So this accusation is going to be really grave from you. So I don't think it's practically possible for any treating neurosurgeon or neurologist to broach this subject before the subject actually, before the family gets an idea, gets that registered that this patient is not going to come back to life.
One more problem I want to tell you.
That once you earn the patient's family's confidence that you have treated the patient well, then only you are going to have a successful counseling. So just seeing the patient and commenting is no way. But if you are treating the patient for 4 or 5 days and giving the negative messages, introducing your coordinator, you know that it may come in, then we indirectly do it, but never divulge the organ donation request before actually declaring BSD.
Sanjay, and then
So to me, the last hour or so, the most important message is what Noble shared, which is the experience of your colleague. Basically, you said that most families agreed to disconnect. So there is something we can learn from that. And I think when you mentioned about the generic medicine thing, but so basically we I think wait too much for deliverance from courts. There are some common sense, historical, ethical sort of principles which you can follow. By the way, I practice withdrawal of care for last 10 years. I say that openly. Most of us actually practice. We withhold care. It's just that we waited for some so-called deliverance from some so-called judge, from some so-called court, which is not necessary. I think we need to go beyond that. So I think this is going to be driven by intensivists who are interested, who are on board, who feel that they are part of our fraternity. And I think that is what is likely to actually happen.
a lot of defensive medicine is happening, yes, you know, and this is again because of trust deficit. But I want to answer that question of the gentleman who said, why don't you start speaking? You asked that. What happens is many times brain death certification, when you do those, you know, but brain death doesn't manifest and you are not able to do those certification. So what happens is if you have built a rapport and ask for organ donation and don't do it because brain death hasn't happened, then again it becomes a very tricky situation. And it has happened in many institutions where you ask for organs, family has said yes, and then you go and say, oh, patient is not dead. Then they ask, why did you ask in first place? So that again builds distrust. So you have to be extremely careful. At least one certification should take place.
So we have a session on DCT also in the afternoon. So we can close this session.
Just one
and
comment.
I will request.
Dr. Anil, can I
Yeah,
make just
yeah,
one
sir.
comment? No, just the thing is that you talked about the 3 steps. Like probably there is a big difference, as you also said, that there it is withdrawing the life support. Always you have said that life support. It is the equipment which is still giving life. Versus we are talking about removing the equipment after you have declared a person brain death. So that has to be like you know, when you declare somebody cardiac death, do you ask the family? They are also support. I mean, all these equipment are linked to that. So there is a difference there. And just my 2 cents for the BSD declaration that you said to make it mandatory, and similar was a required request. I think it is to enable the ICU caregivers and others so that they say that legally they are asking you, right? Say they are certifying, and then the onus is on them to say yes or no. So I think it is with that perception it was given that the doctor, like the required request, because the patient family is grieving, they said that, oh, we have only done our duty, and you are very well within your rights to say yes or no.
Okay, I'll request now our Joint Secretary to please present mementos to the Joint Secretary. Ilangambam Robert Singh is here, and it is he'll be on the dais also during the inauguration. So, but since we are utilizing his presence to give mementos to the speakers and the panelists, please. And DG is still going to take 5-10 minutes more. So I'll request presentation by Dr. Amalur Pavanthanam because he has a early flight to go. So he can make his presentation. So sir, we can, yeah.
So I would request Joint Secretary Sir to kindly present the certificate memento to Dr. Ishwar HV. Okay. Dr. Noble Gracious sir. Now DG sir is with us today. So now I would like to request DG sir to kindly come on dais to present the memento to Dr. S.K. Mathur sir. I'd request DG sir again to present the memento to Dr. Dhwani Mehta. Sorry, Dr. Arpita Roy Chaudhary. To Dr. Arpita Roy Chaudhary. Yes.
So we'll move with the inauguration. Actually, DG sir has arrived. So, okay.
On this momentous occasion, it is our proud privilege to welcome our distinguished chief guest, Dr. Atul Goyal, Directorate General of Health Services, our Joint Secretary, Sir, Mr. Ilangbam Robert Singh, and our special guest, Adish Agrawal, Advocate President, Supreme Court Bar Association. Dr. Anil Kumar, Director, Noto, sir. So I will request all the esteemed members to kindly come on the dais. Sir, I think he's not there. I request Ms. Bharti to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Atul Goyal, with a planter. I request Shweta to felicitate our Joint Secretary, Sir, Mr. Ilangbam Robert Singh. I request Bharti again to felicitate Mr. Adesh Agrawal, Advocate President, Supreme Court Bar Association. Sir, I request Shweta to kindly kindly felicitate Director, Sir. Thank you, everyone. Let's elevate the spirit of this occasion with the auspicious lighting. Okay. I would request Dr. Pranjal Modi to please come on the dais. Director, IKDRC. I request Bharti to kindly felicitate Dr. Pranjal Modi. Sanjay Jain, I think sir is not there. Okay. Is Sanjay Jain sir is here? ASG Delhi High Court. I think he's not so. Okay. So now let's move on to our inauguration ceremony with lamp lighting. I will request our esteemed guest to kindly do the honors. Our esteemed guest to kindly come over on dais. Now I would request Director Sir to kindly deliver welcome address.
Namaskar, good afternoon. Welcome to our DGHS sir, Professor Dr. Atul Goyal ji, who is also the head of the department for the NOTO and who is leading the program. We are all working under his guidance for taking this, for expanding the program nationally as well as improving the organ donation. So every constant, the new things that you are seeing in the program are sir's ideas that we are trying to implement and expand the program with support of you, all of you concerned. So thank you, sir, for taking out time, and agreeing for this to be the chief guest for this occasion, where we have experts which have come from all over the country. Welcome to our Joint Secretary, Robert Singh from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, who is very sincere in his efforts for basically doing whatever from the NOTO side as well as the program side we are trying to implement. He is supporting all the movements in the program. So thank you, sir, for joining here today. Welcome to you. Welcome to Adish Agarwal ji, who is the president of the Supreme Court Bar Association, and he is basically even like whenever he could have even moved Chief Justice to us if we had requested him, but we, for the protocol side, that we were but that he has taken up time and to come here and address. He'll be also giving us some words of wisdom that how, and he has been attending the deliberation for last 1 hour, so he knows that what are the various issues that our transplant professionals and are facing. Some of the issues he must have captured. So thank you, sir, for joining us here on this occasion. Professor Modi, like he is one of the very, considered a very sincere and a ethical practice is one of his basically idea, and is recently taken over as the role of director of the largest kidney transplant in the public sector, basically largest kidney transplant hospital in the public sector that we have. And it is also not only kidney, it is a multi-organ transplant center, and it is one of its kind that we always look for, mentoring others and guiding the others. And so he is here. It is a privilege for us that he has joined us today and he has taken out time. So welcome you, sir. He is also holding the charge of Vice Chancellor of the Gujarat University of Transplantation and also convener for the SOTO Gujarat. So he is, despite that, like he is able to take, despite his busy schedule as a surgeon also, because he is doing both kidney as well as liver surgeries. So thank you, sir, for coming here. I welcome all the representatives who have come from various states, because we have few representatives representing the Secretary Health of the states, few representing the authorization committees and appropriate authorities also, who have come from different state governments, representatives who are joining today and who are contributing this cause of bringing the uniformity in implementation of the legal and the ethical framework in the organ donation and transplantation. Then my sincere thanks to and welcome to all the transplant experts who have come from different parts of the country, like Dr. Sanjay Nagral, Dr. Sonal Asthana, Dr. Sunil Shroff, Dr. Seth, Dr. Anil Agarwal. Basically, they have rich experience. Dr. Himanshu Verma, who is leading the transplant program in Safdarjung Hospital, Dr. Harsha Johri. So welcome you all. Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, who has, who were involved in developing these programs. So Dr. Ashish Sharma. So we have all those important people who have been, carrying out the this work of organ donation and transplantation in a very transparent, ethical way, and trying to bring uniformity. Dr. S.K. Mathur is there. So I may be able to miss some names. We have Dr. Mohit from Amrita, who is doing, hand transplantation now, coming to the Delhi NCR region because of him. We have Medanta people, lung transplant they are doing. So all these experts have come today. Apollo people have also come today. So basically, like whatever and other NGOs who have joined besides Mohan Foundation, we have Organ India and other NGOs also participating today. Dr. Amlol Pavantanam, who developed this program of disease donation in Tamil Nadu, all those government orders were issued. So welcome to all of you, and your contribution, your sessions, all the speakers, panelists who are participating in today's discussion. Since morning, like we have seen that every issue is important and every issue has to be addressed, and that has to be, and our legal experts, Dhvani Mehta and Dr. Vajpayee, who has come from Bombay, and other legal experts who are participating. So their understanding of the issues, and it is very important to bring in uniformity. So we know the issues are there and we have to find solutions, and we have to bring in uniformity in an ethical and transparent way. That is the aim of the conference, of this symposium. And we hope that with support of you, all of you, with this. And we have a special guest also joining us who has come from USA. We will be talking about paired kidney donation in the afternoon session. Atul Agnihotri ji, who is the Chief Growth Officer of this program in USA. So he has come on his own so welcome to him also. And others, everybody who is participating today, welcome to you all. So I'll now welcome once again. I'll request now Girija to take over.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to request Joint Secretary, Sir Robert Singh, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, all. Actually, I came here, thinking as a little boy, in this gathering, because 2 days ago, I thought that I would be, in a room of professionals. I am not a professional. Respected DG sir, and Agrawal ji, and Pranjal ji, and Anil ji. Let me read out. I came here, with a little piece of paper to read out. Actually, I feel very honored to be here to address, this gathering, that is the legal and ethical aspects of organ donation and transplantation. It is our responsibility to ensure that our healthcare system operates in a manner which is just and compassionate. Organ donation and transplantation are critical components of this system, and it is imperative that we approach these matters with the highest ethical standards and within the bounds of the law. In India, the Transplantation Human Organs and Tissues Act, popularly known as THOTA, serves as our guiding light, outlining consent procedures, recipient selection criteria, and measures to prevent organ trafficking. As we are aware, there is a huge shortage of organs available for carrying out transplants as compared to the number of patients who required organ transplants, resulting into a wide gap between demand and supply of organs. Let me take some few numbers. Approximately 12,000 kidneys are available for transplants against requirement of 2 lakh of new patients of kidney transplants every year. That is 6% availability only, 6% only. And around 2 lakh new patients of kidney. In case of kidneys, in case of livers, 4,000 available against 40,000 and 50,000. That is only 10%. And in the case of heart, it's very less, 0.5%. We need 50,000 heart transplants, but we have only 250. So as a result of such gaps, the waiting list continues to expand every day. This is where the Act steps in. It was enacted in 1994. It became a beacon of hope, a legal framework to safeguard the dignity of both donors and recipients and combat the rampant organ trade. Earlier, the states had their own acts due to which there was no uniformity in the regulating organ donation and transplantation in our country. In view of the significance of such an act, it needs to be dynamic in order to cater to the requirement of our people. We need to constantly assess and refine these legal instruments to address emerging challenges such as disease donation consent processes and ensuring transparency in allocation of mechanisms. I would like to mention here that recently state-specific issues regarding fees, domicile, and upper age have been addressed at the central level, ministry level, but we are still getting many grievances regarding delay in acceptance of applications of organ donation by various authorization committees of the hospitals and institutes. So it may be highlighted that when we return from this symposium, today's symposium, we need to arrive at consensus to work for speedy disposal of such applications. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, India ranks third in the world in terms of organ transplants. This is not just a figure, but a testament of tireless efforts of all the states and our medical professionals. It's, however, a matter of concern that the data, especially living donor data reported, are either incomplete or not provided by the states. I hope that this symposium would be an effective platform to discuss and work upon such issues in order to achieve the goal of one nation, one policy on legal and ethical aspects of organ donation and transplantation. I earnestly request all of you to contribute in requisite drafting rules, guidelines, regulations needed in this regard. Friends, I would like to conclude by saying that in pursuit of an efficient healthcare system, we must recognize the critical role of state appropriate authority in streamlining the legal facets of organ donation and transplantation. The state appropriate authority, while ensuring that the legal requirements are made, should emphasize that the process does not become a barrier to this life-saving act. The role of each one of us is of utmost importance. I wish all the best to each of you in your endeavors. Before concluding my speech, my experience in this organ donation is very limited because I attended some of appealing committee. I am the chairman of the appealing committee. If the authorization committee does not say yes to the organ donation, so in that meeting, various situations we came across. So we have to deal with this, very empathetically, because sometimes, especially in the cases of, where foreigners are involved, once we have to face interpreter, double interpreter. So we never thought of that situation. We had to handle that. I don't know how far it was, to the real. One guy interprets, then another guy interprets to reach us. So somehow we decided by applying our logic, our conscience, we came to the conclusion. So anyway, thank you for all. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for this enlightening speech. Now I would like to request Shri Adish Agrawal, Advocate President, Supreme Court Bar Association, to kindly address the gathering.
Most respected Dr. Atul Goyal, Director General of DGHS, Mr. Robert Singh, Joint Secretary of Ministry of Health, Dr. Modi, Dr. Atul Kumar, and other distinguished doctors coming from different parts of the country. First of all, I salute Dr. Atul Kumar that he has thought of holding, Mr. Anil Kumar, sorry, that he thought of holding this conference where all doctors can sit together and come to a better conclusion how the issues of transplantation can be speedily disposed of, the lives of so many people can be saved, and the policy of the present government of Mr. Modi is that everything should be disposed of with the speed. The system, e-file system has been brought in. Within one day, the files are moved and up the signature up to the file is being put before the Honorable Prime Minister. Within one day, decisions are being taken. So as Joint Secretary Mr. Robert Singh also pointed out that when the matters are not disposed of, he is the appellate authority, and when patients are coming from patients or even donors are coming from foreign countries, it becomes difficult because we require the assistance of translators. What we have seen, whatever amendments were required in the present legal system, the acts, the Modi government has brought all necessary amendments. The acts which were not needed, those have been scrapped. Recently, you must have seen our criminal justice delivery system. New acts have been brought in with new amendments bringing new change in the disposal of the cases of criminal nature. There used to be so much delay. We have seen that in a case when it is conviction, a person is required to undergo 7 years of prison. He was in jail for 10 years or 15 years. Judges were not disposing of the cases. Now, under the new act, judges have been made responsible. The prosecution agencies have been made responsible that within a specific time they have to dispose of the cases. So, this is not my subject. I am a senior designated advocate. I worked as additional advocate general of 4 states and represented central government, 10 central governments. In a casual manner, what I could understand, the problems which are being faced by the committees who grant permission. There can be difficulties because committee is not by single person. What Dr. Ms. Dhanvi Mehta pointed out, being our sister in legal profession, because she is the expert dealing with these matters, that it takes time sometimes because the doctor has been nominated by chief medical officer, district medical officer, sometimes they are on leave. So we have to develop, we have to use this IT. We have to, now this corona, you have saved so many lives during corona, but corona has taught us how to deal with when we are not in a city. So now with this online, on video meeting we can have, there can't be delay. Online these matters can be disposed of. Files in our courts are totally computerized. Our judges who are of 60 in Supreme Court, 64 years, going to be 65 years, even they have learned how to work on computer. No file, judicial, otherwise so many times, so big files we were taking to court, judges were taking, but now on this computer, everything, and it becomes easier to trace because sometimes 1000 pages file, judges, they immediately trace and see everything in this computer. So with the invent of this virtual hearing, virtual online, the meetings can be held, and there should not be any delay. There we have to be very sincere. The policies are very good. Dr. Goyal, who has spared time and who has given permission for holding such this thing, they are all sincere that we should save the lives of the people. We should take steps immediately. We should decide the things immediately. Earlier, before Corona, so much time was being taken. People were in queue for seeking permission for transplantation. So with these remarks, I salute all of you that you thought of discussing on this issue, and I am certain that in this meeting you will come to good decisions so that we can save the lives of suffering humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Pranjal Modi, Director IKDRC, to say a few words.
Thank you very much. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Anil to invite here, and respected DGHS sir, other dignitaries on diet and off the dais. Just I would like to talk two lines only here. Transplant is a multidisciplinary team approach, and it includes not only the medical fraternity, it includes law, ethics, everything. And service, education, and research are the integrated component of it. It's not going in a single line like only service is provided or only research is provided. So all are integrated together. We need to have a structure and function in such a way that we should integrate and establish one of the best transplant centers and the universities. I am fortunate here to be at the position at present. We have a Gujarat University of Transplantation Sciences, which determines the various courses related to the transplantation. We have a service sector like Institute of Kidney Disease and Research Center, where we would like to educate nephrologists and kidney transplant surgeon and physician, urologists, liver transplant surgeons, uterine transplant surgeons, and maybe in future many other transplant fraternities will be available. Then many more courses can be started. Paramedical courses like nursing in transplantation. We can have a physiotherapy in transplant patients. So a lot of things to be done. And I think especially in a deceased donor transplantation, in a public sector hospital, establishment of such type of program requires a lot of commitment with the limited sources which we could achieve it. We would like to give a model to the country that this model can be replicated in a various part of the country, and transplant program in public sector can grow with the binding of ethics and legality. So that's what we are trying to do, and I think this meeting is excellent, and I am also learning a lot of things. We'll put together so many new things. There is a deficiency, or there is a deficiency of a donor. And not only the deceased donor transplant, living donor transplant also is very important. Paired kidney exchange and many other ways which we are going to go, and I think we are going to listen that in a coming symposium also. The improvement in declaration of brain death and going very rapidly in organ donation system is the key factor now, I think, to improve the number of transplants so that we can save the several lives. I think with this short remark, I would like to end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to request DG sir to kindly address the gathering.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Well, a lot of my colleagues from government sector, from private sector, from my own institutions, colleagues from across the country, then colleagues from the legal side, Adeshji, Dhwani, and well, I did not use the word dignitaries for reasons, although there may be some dignitaries on the stage, but there are plenty of them in the audience as well, who are doyens of transplant. So I left the word dignitaries here. Well, there is something common between us doctors and legal people. A common man wants to stay away from all of us, both of us, from the lawyers as well as doctors. And you know, it is easily said that an apple a day keeps a doctor away. But then what do we say for lawyers? I would say stick to the ethics and keep the lawyers away. So there is where ethics comes in. However, when you talk of transplant, it is not really about ethics, it's about bioethics. Ethics were always there as far as practice of medicine was concerned. Ethics was there in other fields also. But I think it's related to kidney failure where the term bioethics was coined. When kidney failures and dialysis came in for the first time in the early 60s in United States of America, there is where the term bioethics was coined. Because only people who could afford or people who had some reach used to get dialysis at times. Today, of course, Honorable Prime Minister has introduced a dialysis program across the country, and a common man can also have dialysis. Gujarat, I think, provides it free, absolutely free. That's good. So the term that should be used for this symposium is actually bioethics. It's not purely ethics. And we have a lot of people here. Robert is extremely, as you would have seen, very simple, extremely simple and absolutely down to earth. So it's good he's associated with the NOTP program, and we'll surely be able to process our files faster. Although, you know, Adeshji mentioned about e-file. It's not just about e-filing. The bureaucratic mindset has to still change. That's not completely changed as yet, because the bureaucratic mindset can actually still delay files even while e-filing. You can send the files round and round for months together before they actually get cleared. But for one change in the directorate, I have ensured that file movement is extremely fast. We don't retain a file for a single day with us. So, coming to the big gaps that have been mentioned, you see, gap between demand and supply in India would always remain. If you have a look at our population, we may be number 3 in organ donation and transplant, but we are number 1 in population. And let me assure you that that gap is never going to be bridged by only transplantation. We will have to look at two things: one, at the population, and second, to reduce organ failures. It's not just about transplants. You will not be able to transplant the 2 lakh new renal failures that we encounter every year. You will never be able to do that. So someday down the line, you will have to look at prevention very seriously. And yes, we have made some progresses in prevention as well as the organ donation aspect. I think Dhwani had raised a case in court about this certification of death, which was very complicated earlier. So court had accepted our flow chart of certifying death, which was one other achievement which will help organ donation. So also somebody talked about interpreters. Interpreters can be very dicey because you don't know what they interpret of what you say, and you don't know what they interpret of what the other says. So you have to again depend on the ethics of the interpreters, that they would be interpreting everything correctly. Similarly, a little more about, COVID. We said COVID taught us a lot. Yes, it taught us a lot. It taught us to come together. It taught us to come together. There were no frictions between states and center when it came to management of COVID, including vaccination. But did it give us the lesson that humanity needs to learn? It brought the entire humanity down on its knees. But actually, have we really learned the lesson that comes out of COVID? COVID should teach one that life is not about, running and racing to the end. Life is about learning to enjoy every step, every part of the journey in life. It's not about accumulating physical assets. It's not about earning money. It's much more than that. It's much more than that. It's about giving more than you take from the society. So probably we doctors need to give a little more. I don't say we are not giving already, but we need to give a little more to the society than with what we are taking from it. And from that point of view, we need to stand for the patient, not for the healthcare industry. There have been episodes, times when certain doctors have actually stood for the healthcare industry, which does not augur well for the future, whether you talk of transplants or whether you talk of organ failures, because modern medicine is to an extent responsible for organ failures. All our medicines happen to be extremely toxic. So I think you must have read in the papers that there was a news item where Directorate has requested doctors to be very careful about their prescriptions about antibiotics. In fact, we should always justify in our mind when we are prescribing an antibiotic. It's not about patient demanding an antibiotic. It's about the necessity and the use that has to be there. So as I said, I hope that humanity has learned its lesson, but I'm not too sure about it. And I'm sure your program will be a success, and I wish you have a good symposium throughout. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your words of wisdom. Now I'd like to request Director, sir, to present the token of appreciation to DG, sir. May I now request DG, sir, to please receive the token of appreciation. May I now request Dr. Shaini, Joint Director, NOTO, to present the token of appreciation to Adish Agrawal, Advocate President. Now I would request Avdesh, sir, to kindly present the token of appreciation to our Joint Secretary, sir, Robert Singh. Now I would request DG, sir, to kindly present the token of appreciation to Dr. Pranjal Modi. So now we'll have a group photo in front of the fountain. In front of the fountain near gate number 3. So you all are requested to kindly join us there.
For a photograph with DG sir,
yeah.
with all, we can have a group photograph. Then after that we'll go for lunch and then post lunch, sir. So in front of the fountain. Come here. Yeah. Please. Okay. Please.
Distinguished friends, good evening to all of you. My special thanks to Dr. Anil Kumar, Director NOTO, for extending this thoughtful invitation to me. Actually, this presentation is not mine. The Tamil Nadu experience owes very much to three great people in Tamil Nadu. One was Mr. Davidar, an IAS officer. He retired in the rank of Chief Secretary and now he is in charge of CM's special programs. Actually, he sat through last night and prepared this and sent it to me to talk here on his behalf. So actually it is his presentation. The second person I must thank is Dr. Shroff, who was with us right from the initial days, guiding us and nurturing us. And third was Mr. Karnakaran, who laid the foundation for all the so-called Tamil Nadu GOs. So this presentation is actually a culmination of experience of all the four of us and combined with hundreds of others who have contributed. So this is a collective effort. No single person can claim any credit, and even state cannot claim credit. In fact, I don't think you can call it a Tamil Nadu experience. It's some group's experience. Incidentally, it happened in Tamil Nadu. It could have happened elsewhere too. So pre-2006, Tamil Nadu was rocked by kidney scams. After tsunami, the people in the coastal area were translocated to hinterlands and they had no good occupation and income, so the women were forced to sell their kidneys. So much so, one area called Villivakkam was known as Kidney Vakkam because every other woman had a big scar in the line and they forced their kidneys to be sold for managing the day-to-day expenses. This became too much for the Tamil Nadu government, and the Tamil Nadu government then decided, what is the alternative? That was the time when they called some of us and had detailed consultations, and we said, let us experiment with cadaver transplant program. If it can free people from selling their organs, so let it be. So that is how actually it is a political and administrative response to a scandal. That's how I would label it. So before that, disease donor transplant was almost non-existent. There was some organ sharing between few hospitals. That was purely a private affair. Doctors were unwilling to take risk because they are saying that this is in 2006, imagine, when we approached the government doctors, they said, you show us some central act, you show us some central rules, but if something happens, who will protect us in Tamil Nadu? So Tamil Nadu issued those GOs, and one of the GOs making it mandatory was actually a result of this question. We know that it has no legal binding, but it gave some sort of, moral boost to the doctors in government sectors that the government was with them in case anything happens. So it was more of a morale booster. And then there was, actually, if you read the Act, 1994 Act and the rules, it says elaborately about who can donate, but it never said who can receive. So it was left to the states to lay down the organ sharing principles so that this program can pick up. Otherwise, it was only about organ donation and not about organ sharing. Then, of course, all of us were sieged with this postmortem issues, medico-legal and forensic issues. There was actually that GO alone took 1 year for us because there was a very tricky question: who owns the body at what time? So to solve that, we had to take legal ministry's opinion and home ministry's opinion, police opinion, etc. So it took 1 year. As I said, rules and acts will provide you a broad steel frame, but many of the other things you have to innovate locally. You have to involve local people. You have to be within the guidelines provided by act and rules, but you will have to improvise yourselves within the scope provided by the act and rules, and that's what we did it in Tamil Nadu. A full year of consultations with all the stakeholders. There was a public opinion seeking meeting we had, public hearing, and there were about 5-6 subgroups, and over 70 specific suggestions were received. And an advisory committee was formed. Mr. Davidar was at that time Special Secretary in Health, and then Dr. Shroff here and myself and Dr. Karunakaran and others, including people involved in medical ethics, we formed the advisory committee. The government backing was there. They just provided 10 lakh a year, but the government kept a distance. See, it was not like routine government department. We are not operating treasury accounts, to put it in official. We were allowed to operate bank accounts, so that decentralized decision making became easy. Dispersal of money, receiving registration fees, etc. became very, very easy. It provided a lot of fiscal autonomy to the organization. Continuous meetings reviewing the progress and grey areas were constantly discussed at, and opinions arrived. And Health Secretary was always given importance. He was at the helm of the affair. He was always kept in the loop, but he was not the deciding authority most of the time. We took up the responsibility, and ultimately he backed us. The government backed us. That was the magic relationship that we had with the government. That we decided, but the government took the responsibility. 8 orders were issued as a follow-up of all these 70 suggestions. So these 8 GOs did not come from air. They come from people. They came from people, and the suggestions were crystallized into GOs. What we did was to write it in official language. So these are the government orders. I am not going to spend more time because all of you know about these government orders. So I would say that the order dealing with the post-mortem examination was a very crucial one. It opened the gates for doing harvesting in medico-legal cases as well as providing green corridor, etc. That was a very important GO. What changed this ecosystem was, we had a very, very simple web application at the time provided by Mohan Foundation to register all our cases and brain deaths and progress, etc. We had very, very simple distribution norms, and the distribution norms are decided by the specialists themselves. The distribution norms for kidney was different from that of liver, and that was different from heart and lungs, etc. But they were all decided by the experts themselves, so everybody agreed to stick to that. Transparency was given top priority, and organ allocation, everyone was made aware how the organs were allocated. No complaints on allocation through 8 years I stayed there, and even now there are no significant complaints. There are one or two trivial things, but no significant complaints because everything is transparent there. And transplant coordinators are constantly trained by Mohan Foundation, and the trained counselors helped identify many, many brain deaths in government hospitals. If at all government medical colleges provided a lot of brain deaths, it is due to the hard work of these young boys and girls trained by Mohan Foundation, and my special gratitude to all of them, including the trainers. Many states came to visit us. We played host to many states. They went back and adapted the situation. I went to many states like Kerala, Andhra, Maharashtra, everywhere, Karnataka, even into Assam. We went and we had very gainful exchanges of ideas. Initial few years, every transplant, a report was sent to the stakeholders on which hospital offered, final allocation, etc. with the details. This is the model. I am just showing the model, a very simple one. Who gave the organs, who took the organs, and who certified, etc. And with a unique ID number. This was circulated to all the stakeholders, and a copy was sent to the government health secretary also. The copy was sent to NOTO also after NOTO was formed. After every transplant, I used to send this so that our data gets into the NOTO's database also. So we were regularly providing after every transplant, and we are sending monthly reports and annual reports too. It was a very simple one. Since it reaches all the stakeholders, they know how the organs are distributed. So there are literally little dispute over that. So who are the major stakeholders? The donors, the near relatives, the immediate family, and most of the donations in the beginning came from the government hospitals, from very poor backgrounds, mainly because of the excellent support provided by the neurosurgery department, the head of which is sitting here right now with us. So the initial success was due to enormous contribution from Madras Medical College neurosurgery department, and especially doctors and the caregivers of the government hospitals, and transplant coordinators, again the brain death declaration team, mainly by neurosurgeons. And the police were always there to help us with the easing out medical legal procedures. And of course, Transplant was just a coordinating agency between all of them. We were not doing anything original, we were just coordinating them. And then the logistic team too, the team of experts in government and private hospitals who used all these organs gainfully and gave life to thousands of people in Tamil Nadu and outside the state and abroad too. So the program, if it has to succeed, it needs government support. Basically, the government has to drive the program. And the hospitals must take active interest, both in donation and utilizing the organ. If there is no donation, there is no transplant. If there is no recipient, there is no transplant. So, Dr. Modi in the morning made a very prescient statement that transplant is not just stitching up one organ into another. It's far, far complex than that. It involves the donor's family, it involves the recipient's family, it involves the hospitals, it involves the transplant ethos, it involves the societal ethos prevailing at that time, it involves the sentiments of the families. So it is very, very complex. It's not just one more hernia operation or cataract operation. So when so many multiple factors are involved, it is better to be flexible. Don't be rigid and don't think that we are doing some mighty job. So we have to be flexible at all times, sticking to the basic provisions of the Act and the rules. So we will have to look at the Act and rule more in spirit than in letter. That's my understanding. So it has to be region centric. See, though Tamil Nadu is one state, very, very soon we found out that there are gross regional disparities between regions. So Tamil Nadu had to be split into 3 regions, northern region, western region and southern region, so that the organs will be utilized there itself. The organs need not go to another regions, not to speak about organs going to another state or another country. If all the regions are well developed in any state, logically the organs need not go to other states at all. This long haul of organs looks very fashionable, looks very flashy, but my personal opinion is it should not happen. If there is a homogeneous development of medical facility all over the country, if people's needs are uniformly taken care of in every part of this country, organ flying will become redundant. So we had committees like Heart and Lung Committee, Kidney Committee and Liver Committee deciding on the distribution norms. Again, I must say these distribution norms are also not very rigid. They are very flexible. For example, in the liver, there are only 3 or 4 hospitals to begin with. So we gave by rotations. Then they said, why give by rotations? Let us go by some medical indications. We went by MELD indications. Then we saw that MELD was amenable for manipulations and sometimes it was very subjective and sometimes there are complaints. So we again went back to date of registrations. What I want to say is that let us not be rigid. Let us allow experimentation. Let each state experiment within the scope of the Act and law. At one point we will all coalesce together. India is a country with very uneven development. Straitjacketing this whole country into one policy may not work in the long run. Let us allow local initiatives, regional initiatives, statewide initiatives, provided they stick to the framework provided by the law, Act and the rules. Transparency is and was our biggest strength. We know from Kerala experience or recently from Delhi or recently from West Bengal, one bad case will put you back by 1 year or 2 years or many more years. So we know that. So we must be very, very careful that ethical norms are not breached, that transparency is always maintained, and people must develop trust in the system. Making them trust in the system is a major challenge. Once they develop trust, all these small issues will be solved. When will they develop trust? When many of the organ donors, families or their relatives will also become eligible for receiving organs. If the flow of organs is going to be only from public sector to private sector, it will not sustain. No state will sustain. Just for 1 or 2 years, for fashion's sake, for newspaper's sake, they will certify brain deaths. After that, it will stop. So the flow of organs and the distribution of organs must be across the various sections of the society, not just the rich alone. Finally, I just want to talk about dangers of centralizing allocations. There will be lack of transparency. It is very difficult to ensure transparency at one small office. So the chances of seeding doubts or entertaining doubts, cynical observations, all of them will become common. So let us avoid that. Loss of motivation to individual states to drive organ donor interests. If the entire country is going to be driven from one central office, the states will lose incentive to do this program. They will just lose because there is no other incentive. If they don't do, nobody is going to punish them. They will as well concentrate on other aspects of healthcare. Loss of motivation for brain death declaration, because brain death declaration also cannot be forced. It has to come voluntarily. If it has to come voluntarily, they must see that they are the major partners, they are the stakeholders. So you'll have to take them along with you. to take them along with you, statewide initiatives or region-wide initiatives are more important. As I said, one bad case will destroy the whole ecosystem. And this is less talked about, but this is a reality. How will you resist political interference? When I was there, there was political interference. I won't deny. There were political interferences asking for organs for very politically influential persons. I could resist because the government was there, because others were supporting. But if it is too centralized, it's easy to manipulate. It's very easy to manipulate one office than to manipulate 35 offices. So one state works hard to harvest the organs and some other state taking the benefit will not work in the long run. So only when the country is very evenly developed everywhere, this migration of organs will be easy and acceptable. Otherwise, the migration of organs will always be from poor to the rich. Until we have the answers, best not to rush and overturn, build capacity in weaker states. The whole movement has taken 15 years, and even if it takes another 15, 20 years, let us entertain local initiatives. Let us build the states where they are weak. Let us exchange ideas. At one stage we will all coalesce, and that time we will have a grand, big national organ policy. Thank you very much for your patience here.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insights. Now, I would like to request you to kindly remain on stage, and I will request Director Sir to kindly present the token of appreciation to Dr. Amal Pavathan. Moving on to next panel discussion on One Nation, One Swab program, I would request Dr. Saurabh Sharma, Assistant Professor Nephrology, Safdarjung Hospital, to moderate the session. For this session, I would also like to invite Professor Vivek Kute, IKDRC, Shri Atul Agnihotri, Chief Growth Officer, APKD, USA. For the panel discussion, I would like to invite Dr. Pranjal Modi, Director, IKDRC, Dr. Anup Kumar, Professor, Urology, Safdarjung Hospital, Dr. Himanshu Verma, HOD, Nephrology, Safdarjung Hospital, and Dr. Manish Balwani, Secretary, ISOT.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, in this session on swab transplantation, Dr. Vivek Kute, Professor Nephrology from IKDRC Ahmedabad, will be presenting on various challenges and solutions on legal and ethical aspects of swab transplantation.
Thank you, Dr. Anil Kumar sir, for giving me this opportunity to talk on legal and ethical challenges for One Nation, One Swab transplant program to expand the donor pool. India is number 3 in the world for absolute number of transplants, but this is mainly due to living donor kidney transplant. 1/3 of the donors are rejected because they are either ABO or HLA incompatible. So what is swab transplant? Two incompatible donor recipient pairs exchange organ with each other to receive more compatible transplant. This is the cost effective way to expand the living donor kidney transplant pool. Why we need One Nation, One Swab transplant program? 85% donors are from living donation and less than 15% of kidney donors are from deceased donation. Deceased donation is active mainly in South and West India, and it is not yet initiated in certain Northeast states as shown in the red color. Shows living donor kidney transplant data from NOTO. The dark green shade shows higher number of living donor kidney transplant activity, and red color shows less, there is no living donor kidney transplant activity. The right figure shows swab transplant data of India. This is our multi-center cohort analysis from 65 centers, and this include 1785 swab transplants. So Gujarat is leading the swab transplants with 535 swab transplants in our single center. At Kidney Institute Ahmedabad, at our hospital, which is largest public sector transplant hospital of India, 6,614 kidney transplants were completed, of which 80% are from living donation, 20% are from deceased donation, and this include 10% swab transplants. This figure shows year-wise number of swab transplants at Kidney Institute Ahmedabad from 2000 to 2023. Till date, we have completed 535 swab transplants. That is 10% of overall living donor kidney transplant. This figure shows swab transplant percentage of living donor kidney transplant. In 2015, the swab has increased living donor kidney transplant by 25%. And over the last 5 years, we have shown that around 20% increase in living donor kidney transplant can be performed by the swab. Why we need one nation, one swab transplant program? For the single center, there is a limited donor pool. The donor pool will increase in the multi-center program and one nation, one swab transplant program. With increase in donor pool, we can have better quality of matches, we can have better quantity of matching, and we can increase living donor kidney transplant by 35% in the multi-center and national program against the 25% as we have shown in the single center study. Again, less surgical team is needed for simultaneous swab transplant surgery in the multi-center study as we envision the one nation, one swab transplant program. If we want to do a large, long chain of 10 patients and 10 donors in single center, we need a large surgical team. So we can overcome this issue of surgical team requirement for simultaneous swab transplant surgery in one nation, one swab transplant program. But there is no significant increase in swab transplant despite it is cost effective because swab is bureaucratically complex but medically simple. ABO desensitization is medically complex but bureaucratically simple. This is the Form 3 required for the swab transplant. It mentioned that 2 documents are required from the total list of 8 documents to establish the identity. But in each state, requirement of documents for swab transplant differs. Some states need all the 8 documents, some states need 2 documents. So we need one uniform document checklist to give permission for the swab transplant. We can have Aadhaar-enabled biometric clearance in Digital India so that we can expedite the permission for the swab. So one nation, one document list for legal permission is the need of an hour, and I request NOTO to send one advisory letter to all the states authorization committee for uniform document checklist as per the Transplant Human Organ Act. Transplant Human Organ Act 2014, what it mentions about the swab? Who can give permission for the swab transplant? Hospital or district or state in which swab is proposed to be done should give permission for the swab transplant, and it should be from near related donor. For example, in case of mother to daughter swab donation, if mother is from Delhi, daughter is from Rajasthan, and swab is going to happen in Maharashtra, then Maharashtra State Committee take permission from Delhi, Rajasthan and Maharashtra. So it takes few months time for taking permission from all 3 states. But as per Transplant Human Organ Act, it is not required. hospital, district or state in which transplantation is proposed to be done should give permission for the swab transplant. Of course, they should be from the near related donor. And if the number of transplants in the hospital are more than 25, that transplant can then that hospital can have hospital-based authorization committee which can give permission for the swab transplant. So, ease of doing swab using single window registration and legal clearance. This will increase the legal permission process. Health is a state matter. At this stage, state can do this process, but if a NOTO can do the single window clearance, that will expedite the permission for the swab. Then online document submission, video interview of the donor recipient pairs has a potential to expedite the legal permission process. At present, only near related donors are allowed in the swab. Of course, certain states like Kerala, they allow from other than near related donor. So it is very surprising that if mother-in-law is donor, she is not permitted for the swab and she get permission for the for ABO incompatible transplant, which is a costly affair having inferior outcome. So if other than near related donor are getting permission for ABO incompatible transplant, they should be given permission for the swab transplant. In January 2020, we reported this longest chain of swab, 10 patients and 10 donors. These 10 pairs are from 7 different states. Gujarat State Level Authorization Committee give permission for this swab transplant, and as per Transplant Human Organ Act, there is no need to take permission from all the states. We did multi-center retrospective cohort study of Indian centers who perform swab transplants over the last 25 years. We get data from 65 centers and around 1800 swabs are performed so far. Gujarat, Delhi, Maharashtra, Kerala, Punjab and Rajasthan. These are the top 5 states who have performed maximum swab, and other states data is shown here. Kidney Institute Ahmedabad has performed 535 swab. ICRA and Aster MIMS Kozhikode, they have performed 136 swab, and MGM Hospital Jaipur has performed 125 swabs. And other hospital data is shown here. Special feature of swab in India is that more than 100 inter-hospital and intercity swabs are already performed. Apex Group Mumbai has performed 66 inter-hospital swab, where the transplant surgeries is done simultaneously between 2 to 3 hospitals in Mumbai. Then ICRA and Aster MIMS, they have performed 23 inter-hospital swabs. This will, the advantage of inter-hospital swab is that less surgical team is needed for the simultaneous transplant surgery, and this will decrease the waiting time for the getting the swab. Then intercity swab is also reported between Aurangabad and Solapur and Mumbai and Pune. Then Apex Group Mumbai has reported 2 international swab, one before 2010 and second international swab from near related donor last month. Then Kerala also give permission for swab from other than near related donor. Just like the other than near related donor get permission from ABO incompatible transplant, then why should not they given permission for the swab transplant? My next speaker Atul will be speaking on the software allocation, so I will not cover that part in detail. At our center we are using the software provided by Alliance for Pair Donation. So now single center swab transplant is established practice in India, but we should expand it to the city-based program, state program and national program so that we can increase access to the transplant for incompatible pairs. To summarize, for the vision of One Nation, One Swab transplant program, Noto, Roto, Shoto should promote swab in IC activity, because the biggest advantage of the swab is that it will reduce waiting list on a deceased donor waiting list. At present, 1.5 lakhs are patients on the deceased donor waiting list and less than 10% get the organ transplant. Then mandatory counseling about the pros and cons of available renal replacement therapy, ABO incompatible transplant, swab transplant, hemo and peritoneal dialysis to all the patients so that they can take informed decision before registration to the deceased donor waiting list. Then one nation, one document list is needed for the swab transplant. We can have some user-friendly software for allocation of the swab pairs. There is no need for taking the legal permission from different states. When donor recipient pairs are from different state, hospital, district or state in which transplantation is proposed to be done should give permission for the swab. In case of multi-center swab, the donor can decide about the donor travel versus kidney transport in concurrence with the transplant team, and living donor advocate and swab patients can be ambassador for promoting the swab transplant. Transplant Human Organ Act reform is needed. Age of doing swab using single window clearance through NOTO. Then online document submission and video interview of the donor and recipient pairs. Aadhaar enabled biometric clearance system in Digital India will expedite the permission for the swab. Permit other than near related donors in India, and international swab from near related donors should also be possible. Thank you for your attention, and I will like to acknowledge contribution of all directors of the Kidney Institute and Dr. Pranjal Modi sir for his continuous support for encouraging and promoting the swab at our institute so that we can decrease the deceased donor waiting list. Thank you.
अगर कोई लंच के लिए रह गए हैं, they can go and have lunch, please. It's there in the backyard. Our next speaker is Shri Atul Agnihotri. He is Chief Growth Officer of APKD, which is Alliance for Paired Kidney Donation.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, and good afternoon. Let me just first thank Dr. Anil Kumar and Noto for giving me this opportunity to be here today. I also want to acknowledge Sridhar, who's here, who's leading our efforts in India. There are people in this audience that I love, no more so than Dr. Jory, who transplanted my little sister many years ago. And as a transplant recipient, 8 years into my transplant, I'm thankful to all the stuff that all of you guys do. So thank you again. So I'm going to introduce a little bit of what Alliance for Paired Kidney Donation is, and then I wanted to talk about what does it take to implement a nationwide SWAP program. We've done it with several countries. Right now we're working with UAE to implement one. We are working with Brazil to implement another one. And what I'm going to do on each slide is talk about some high-level factors. And there is going to be a little bit of, at the bottom, you'll see how the software deals with it. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. But Alliance for Paired Kidney Donation was founded in 2006. It's driven by the powerful matching algorithm that Al Roth created in working with Michael Reese, who's the CEO of Alliance for Paired Kidney Donation. In 2012, for creating the algorithm and other economic research that Al had done, he received a Nobel Prize in economics. APKD implemented the first ever nation paired donation program, which was established in US and has been running about 80 centers in US right now. We are currently working in over 14 countries. Typically, the way we work is we work with government organizations, policymakers, transplant centers to find proper pathways to extra transplantation. As a platform, we are SOC 2 certified. We have a server in India, so any misgivings anyone would have about the requirements, IT security requirements, that are easily met. So what, in our experience, what are the elements of national swap program? And this is again translated through our experience in many countries. Usually what we see and recommend is creating an entity to oversee the national swap program, an independent entity, developing allocation principles. There's a whole litany of things that I'm going to talk about a little bit more in detail. But what I want to point out is there are two big problems to fix in India. I talked to transplant centers, several transplant centers almost every day, and talk to a very large number of nephrologists and surgeons involved in it. I think the two things that I hear the most is only near related relatives are allowed for KPD. I think Vivek has highlighted both the points. But that is not the limitation for compatible directed living kidney donation. And Vivek has pointed out a few things about why would we ever do that. But you also, if you look at it from a patient and donor's perspective, they're going to engage in this sort of an activity only once in their lifetime, hopefully. And it creates a lot of confusion and anxiety for them to deal with two different criterias just because the process of getting to a transplantation is different. So I think whatever that confusion is should be sorted out. There's also a long wait time in dealing with the authorization committee. If you're doing transplants inside a transplant center, you have one authorization committee to deal with. If you're doing a transplant between multiple centers, then an exchange between multiple centers, then at that time you have to go to another authorization committee, another set of requirements. And again, think about it from a patient and donor perspective. They're dealing with all this administrative minutia on top of dealing with their problems. And then they have no assurance to know whether they'll ever get approved. I heard about an example of a pair that was the same transplant chain wanted to do an exchange between two of their hospitals. They waited 6 months, and then eventually one of the pairs backed off. So I think, whatever expediency is key in paired kidney exchange, because otherwise people start looking at other options to get a kidney, and that's not what this whole thing is about. Another suggestion that we have, and we've, with every country we've done, is creating an entity to oversee the national swap program. So there are two models to do that. If you look at Canada, UK, Italy, Spain, the there's a Ministry of Health in this organization, or national health organizations of these countries. They have created a committee that oversees these swap transplant at the national level, which is also a fairly successful model. Nothing wrong in that model. These are people that have been in roles for a long time and continue to have a specific roles and responsibilities associated with that. While if you look at US, the national swap transplant is particularly run by nonprofits, and Alliance for Paired Kidney Donation being one of them. And they've been, I think the advantages of that is a lot of research and focus in creating more output, throughput, and results from doing the matching. APKD algorithm obviously allows, the platform allows for, the setup to be done in a way that these overseeing organizations can actually see through exactly, they have transparency to what's going on. Our recommendation for India would be to have a national governing body, start off with, to have a national governing body including Noto Soto and transplant representation from Noto Soto and transplant centers, and have someone who has a lot of experience in transplantation, dealing with different authorities, as sort of a leader of an execution team on below this governing team. I think in terms of one nation, one swap, I think that is a great stride for India. But getting to a one nation program would take time. There's structural things that need to be put in place. There's organization, there's logistics. So and the example I'll give you is UAE. We started with one center called Seha Kidney Care, SKC, then moved on to 2 centers in Abu Dhabi. And then now we are including other centers in Sharjah and Dubai into the mix. So, we're learning, we're fine tuning with some centers because there's a lot to, a lot of stuff that needs to happen. And then we are moving towards, the consolidate. And that gives enough time for the national body to actually establish itself. I think one thing I want to say is that obviously, there's a degree of optimization you get, as Vivek has rightly pointed out, through the example of, having one fruit seller versus a full marketplace. So the more you increase the number of transplantation centers, the bigger the pool is, the more output you're going to get from this. And the example is that in United States, on an average, about a quarter of all transplants today are, of all living kidney transplants are paired kidney transplants. But then as you start looking at either from a regional perspective or a perspective of centers that are becoming more mature, you'll see the centers that are doing more than 5 paired kidney transplants in a year are showing a performance about 28-29%, and centers that are doing about 15 transplants a year, about 38% of all their transplants are paired kidney exchanges. So there's a richness and experience that you get as you establish this process, and imagining doing a bottom-up, getting centers to get used to their processes, establishing team, and then moving it towards the nation. Another factor that this committee will have to deal with is the allocation principles required when doing swaps. So typically there are 2 kinds that we have encountered, an equity-based or utility-based. In an equity-based, it's fairness and equal treatment, and in a utility-based, it's maximizing the number of transplantation. On the equity side, on the West, there's a lot of equity thing because, obviously the society and the resources available are quite a lot. But if you're resource constrained, then the utility may be a better thing, which is, should I get 3 transplants? Should I do a swap, a match run that gives you 2 swaps versus a match run that gives you high quality single swap? So those are the decisions to be made by this committee. And obviously it can all be set up in the platform. So I think whatever I'm telling you right now, APKD platform kind of supports it. I don't have to repeat myself again and again over that. But it's going to be a combination of the 2 that the country is going to adopt, because there's a certain amount of fairness needed and there's a certain amount of utility needed from these swaps. In terms of our software, virtual cross-matched and standardization, I think I was having a discussion yesterday with one of the centers to do one swap and looking at about 12 pairs to find one match. They have to spend about 2 days in a spreadsheet or in a simplistic system trying to do that. And then they have to spend another day trying to make sure that they had looked at it right. And then authorization committee, when they go to that authorization committee, can ask them to repeat the whole thing. Now think about if you have a pool of 25, 30, 50, 100 patients. It's just not practical to do it. There's no way to do it in a spreadsheet or a very simplistic system. You need systems that can compute hundreds and millions of combinations to give you the best output. Another important criteria in establishment of the national program is going to be developing a sustainable financial model. So, as you look at a transplant, there's going to be transplant-related costs, which are fairly easy to deal with. But then there's expenses related to a national swap entity or national oversight body. There's expenses related to shipment of a kidney or, traveling, the donor and patient traveling. There's costs related to application infrastructure. Who's going to cover that cost? Where is it going to come from? In the United States, when we were dealing with that, we sort of did a research of about 7 years of data and came up with standard acquisition charge that got approved by Medicare, because in the US all the transplant costs are underwritten by Medicare. So we created a standard acquisition charge that we got approved from Medicare, and all the transplant centers, when they're dealing with the swaps, they use the standard acquisition charge to pass on the costs or expenses to each other. An example would be, we may be doing a nephrectomy at one center. Obviously, that center has costs related to the nephrectomy. And then we are doing the transplant at the other center. So insurance or Medicare would be paying the cost for both. The transplanting center is that gets all the reimbursement, and then they pass on the cost to the nephrectomy center. There's a lot of consideration for logistics as we deal with it. I think Vivek alluded to it. What moves and how? Is it the kidney that's moving? And are the transplant centers to begin with comfortable with kidney moving? Or is it the living donor that's moving? Or is it both the living donor and patient that's moving? So there are all these different options. Obviously, whatever program we create, our thinking would be that we would be donor patient centric program. So there's going to be a lot of respect to what the donor or the patient wants to do. And in most cases, we found that they want to be with their care team, which would mean that the kidney would move. So, but are the surgeons comfortable with doing that? So all those things have to be sorted out. Authorization committee needs to be an enabler. So there's authorization committee are also overwhelmed with all kind of information and documentation and stuff like that. And one thing that we've been doing with other countries is how do we make this data accessible in an easy way to the authorization committee, so they have a single space from where they can look at this medical and approval related data for all the patients coming for swap from different transplantation centers. We did a swap that some of you may have heard about, a 3-way swap between Israel and UAE, and there's no, at that time at least, there wasn't any public relationship between these two countries or at any governmental level, and there was a lot of challenges in creating trust between the transplant surgeons to talk to each other. All the data and 100% of the logistics was built within the system. So when a surgeon in Israel is looking at a donor from UAE, they're able to see 100% of that information, their relationship, their marriage certificates, etc., within the platform. Even their scans, everything was available within, and vice versa. And obviously then there had to be translation documents included in it as well, because some of the stuff was in Hebrew. In terms of policy and software to enable, I think I've talked a little bit about this already. Most of the time when people talk about matching, they're talking about something really simple, like, to do the blood groups match and so forth. Reality is very different. There's blood group, there's HLA, there's specific requirement that the recipient may have. There's specific requirement that the transplant center may have. So all this cannot be emulated in a simple system. It needs to be built into the system and should be auditable. To summarize, one nation, one swap, I'd say that healthcare in India poses a challenge as it's a state subject. So, in dealing with how states have different regulations or requirements would be a challenge, and that should be considered in developing the national program. Best practice in paired donation emphasizes creating the largest pool possible. So, looking at the nation is the right way to do it. As I suggested, walk before you run. So, as we are putting together the national program, let's start getting the centers geared up to do their own stuff. Policies, financing, software, logistics, all of that needs to be figured out. And I think where there's a will, there's a way. So I'm pretty confident India would do it. An automated platform is necessary for accuracy, consistency, and trust building. And also I keep using the word audit, meaning that you should be able to go back in time and say, why did I make these decisions in this way? And the system should be able to provide you that. Again, going back to the two big problems that need to be sorted out. And then, last night, Al Roth sent me this quote supporting the One Nation swap registry in India. And feeling very optimistic and enthusiastic about it. Dr. Anil Kumar, this is for you. I thought you should hear from him. And obviously, we are happy to help. We are a no-cost, we are not-for-profit that does not pass on any cost to any governmental authority or any governmental transplantation centers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So we will move forward to the panel discussion on One Nation, One Swab program. As we are running out of time, we need to cover it in 20 minutes, and as there are 10 questions, we need to answer in 2 minutes. Each question need to be answered in 2 minutes. So the first question is for Dr. Pranjal Modi, sir. As government is promoting One Nation, One Document list, so for swab, can NOTO and ROTO circulate advisory to all SOTO and hospitals to follow uniform document list for swab permission?
Yeah, you can have advisory things, but to accept or not to accept is a government's job, because each government, state government takes several weeks time or months time sometime to accept a certain advisory things, and to implement it further is another issue also. If you remember, the Transplantation of Human Organ Act was not accepted by many states for several years. So it took time. And then that may take implementation problems, right? So, but it can be done. Yes, it's not a difficult job.
Thank you, sir. Sir, the next question is also for you. IKDRC is Center for Excellence for Kidney and Liver Transplant. And as we all know that liver regenerates after donation. So is there, as there is a long waiting list for living donor liver transplantation, what are your suggestions regarding feasibility and need for liver versus kidney or inter-organ swab?
The law does not tell that the swapping should be done between the kidneys only. It can be done between the organs. Like, so liver can be donated to the, it could be from the, like say for example, a patient who having a low GFR, and she is not a, or he is not a perfect donor for the kidney donation. So he or she can donate the part of the liver to the patient who needs a liver transplant. And at the same time, the person who is ready to donate the liver to his recipient, but have a small volume liver, so he or she can donate the kidney to the other person. However, such type of transplant are having its own ethical issues, since this is the meeting related to the ethics and the legal aspect. The number one is the morbidity of a liver donation is higher than the morbidity of the kidney donation. So in that context, one need to be very clear about the need of such type of transplant, and then how desperate the family is to donate for to each other. That's one thing. But it is doable. It's not like that it cannot be done. And it should be done, especially when in northern part of the country, the swap liver transplant has already happened. And it suggests that there is a safety and feasibility of such type of donation procedure. The morbidity related to the donor varies, but if both the families agreed to that thing and understand that, because it's a desperate situation that you need an organ for transplant, it should be allowed.
Thank you for your valuable suggestion, sir. The next question is for Dr. Anup Kumar. Shall there be a mandatory counseling with pros and cons for kidney replacement therapy, including swab, ABO incompatible transplantation, deceased donor organ transplantation, before registration, work deceased donor transplant program? And how will it help patients with incompatible pairs for informed decision?
Yeah, that's a very good suggestion, and I think should be done for all the centers where we are registering for the diseased organ donation. First of all, you will decrease the waiting list for diseased organ donation. If we counsel them that there are options available for ABO incompatible and swab, but the problem is again, not all the centers are doing all the three. Then it depends like which state you are, which center is doing all the three of them. So those centers which are doing all the three, swab, ABO compatible and diseased organ donation, I think that's the center there. If we counsel them, it will decrease the waiting list and decrease the burden on the diseased organ donation program. So it can be done, but we have to first increase the infrastructure. And I think, as Dr. Vivek rightly said, avian compatible is not a medically complex. It's a very simple, medically simple surgery. Only the paperwork is more. On the other way, the avian compatible is a medically complex. So if you develop all these three in one center, definitely you will decrease the waiting list.
Thank you, sir. The next question is for Dr. Pranjal Modi. How CT-based swab transplantation will increase the donor's pool, and what are your inputs on feasibility of donor travel versus kidney travel?
Two aspects in a CT-based transplant program. Number one, the appropriate authorization committee should have a CT list, because right now, because this is a living donor program, this is not a deceased donor program. So currently, no state, I don't think so any state is having a registry for the living donation other than the NOTO itself.
Yes.
So first need to be creating the list of all the patients and donor. And then the matching should occur subsequently at what level? At this appropriate authorization committee level, where it should be the software, or at an institutional level, that part is to be determined. Once it is at a appropriate authorization committee level, intercity or interstate transplant program is easy to carry it out. Because there is a allocation of the organ should be done by the third party, it should not be done by the transplanters.
Thank you, sir. The next question is for Dr. Manish Pilwani. He is Secretary ISOT. So what steps Indian Society of Organ Transplantation should take to expand organ swap in India?
So ISOT has already published the KPD guidelines in 2017. We are conducting regular webinars and also having this one-day program conclave in all ISOT congresses. So this year also in 2024 at Ahmedabad, we will be inviting all the stakeholders, NOTO, legal fraternity and transplant professionals to discuss on this KPD. Also, this year we are going to publish largest registry of kidney pair donation outcomes across 65 centers. The data is of 1800 patients. So we will be knowing in a better way what are the outcomes, and it is showing the equivalent outcomes as compared to the compatible transplant and a better outcome as compared to ABO incompatible transplants. So I thought request the NOTO also to please form a small committee after this meeting, so that this part can be again carried forward and we do not miss the momentum. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next question is for Dr. Himanshu Verma. Sir, shall there be incentives or felicitations for promoting SWAP? And will keeping SWAP ambassadors or SWAP Center of Excellence will promote SWAP and reduce the deceased donor organ waiting list?
Yes, now there are two things. One is incentive and other is the felicitation. So as far as felicitation is concerned, so I believe that every organ donor, whether the life related to the paired kidney donation or even the families of the deceased donors, they should be felicitated, because they are giving something out of their body knowing that they will never get back the same organ. So this will boost their confidence, and this will also create awareness in the society regarding the organ donation. The other is incentive. So this is the important thing. We can do something like we can do something to support their family, like some type of life insurances or some type of medical insurance of the donor family or donor, and we can help them in getting some government jobs or some jobs in private setups. So we can do something for them to support them and their families. And as far as a center for excellence or that paired kidney ambassadors are concerned, so this thing which felicitate means this will increase the ease by which this kidney donation or transplants can be done at a national level, and there are some type of SOPs can be made and which will be available to all the transplant centers over the country, so that they can easily know the steps how to proceed forward for this paired kidney donations. Thank you.
Thank you for valuable suggestions, sir. The next question is for Dr. Vivek Kute. Sir, organ swap reduces waiting list in deceased donation by 25 to 35% as incompatible pairs are transplanted. So how to overcome the legal obstacles in getting permission for swap?
Yes, so again, I will request NOTO for one nation, one document list and single window clearance for expediting the legal permission for the swap transplant, because this is feasible as per Transplant Human Organ Act. Because swap is medically simple but bureaucratically complex. So NOTO should support to overcome the logistic limitations for the swap. So we can expand the living donor kidney transplant pool and decrease waiting list in deceased donor kidney transplant.
Thank you, sir. The next question is for Shri Atul Agnihotri ji. How is your software on organ swap? It is better in comparison to other softwares which are available in market.
So first of all, there is not like a big market. So it isn't like there are too many products available, or our experience is, actually I'll say it differently. We had created our algorithm in 2007. So, all the time spent after that has been on how do we get more results out of a certain set of, patients in a pool. So I'd say we started with like 18% output from a pool. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we are looking at 38% output from a pool. So there's a lot of research and development that has gone in by Professor Elroth and, mathematicians to solve that problem further. Plus all the stuff that I talked about, list of things that need to be done to actually run the program successfully. All of that is already built into the system. And in my understanding, no other system does that.
Thank you, sir. The next question is for Dr. Vivek Kute. Sir, swap is allowed only for near related donor. Should we expand swap from other than near related donors as it happens in direct or ABO incompatible transplantation, which is costlier and has more complication rates compared like infections?
At present, the swap are limited to the near related donor. But for example, if the mother-in-law, father-in-law, they are a donor, the committee is giving permission for ABO incompatible transplant, but not for swap transplant. And ABO is costly affair, having inferior outcome as compared to the ABO compatible swap transplant. So definitely there is need to change this practice, and swap should be allowed from near related donor.
Thank you, sir. So to conclude with today's session on swap transplantation, one nation, one swap policy, swap decreases the waiting time in deceased donor waiting list, and it increases the living donor kidney transplantation by 25 to 35%. NOTO should issue advisory on a one nation, one document list to all states for swap legal clearance. We should focus on ease of doing swap with single window legal clearances, which preferably should be on digital platform, which can be maintained by NOTO or state. And there is need to amend the Organ Act to allow for other than near related donor in swap. Thank you for the patience hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I request our speakers to be on the stage, and I request Director, sir, to kindly present this token of appreciation to Dr. Saurabh Sharma. अच्छा सर अग्रवाल कौन से थे? तो हर्षा जौहरी को नेक्स्ट इसका डॉक्टर अग्रवाल सर I also request Dr. Harsha Jauhari sir to kindly come and present the token. Okay. to Dr. Atul Agnihotri, sir. Now, I would request Director Sir again to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Anup Kumar. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I request Director Sir to please. I request Director Sir to again present the token of appreciation to Dr. Saurabh. For next panel discussion on issues with organ donation and transplantation of foreigners in India, I request Dr. Avdesh Kumar Yadav, Dr. Joint Director, NOTO, to moderate the session. I request other fellow members to kindly come on dais. Dr. Harsha Johari, Chairman Transplant Surgery, Sir Gangaram Hospital, Dr. Sunil Shroff, Managing Trustee, Mohan Foundation, Dr. Sanjay Nagral, Co-Chair, DICG, Dr. S.K. Mathur, President ZTCC Mumbai, Dr. S. Senthil Nathan, CMO SAG, BGHS. Ms. Pallavi Kumar, Executive Director, Mohan Foundation, and Law Expert, Dr. Sanjay Jain.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now we are heading towards the end of the this very important symposium, and this topic of the panel discussion may not be contributing as much to the national data, but believe me, the stakes are as high as we can think of, because whenever you are dealing with any international issue, that can directly or indirectly both dent to the whole reputation of your nation. And National Organ Transplant Program is a very prestigious program for our nation, because we are one of the leaders in the whole world. So we should have a transparent system where everyone should have a faith, and media partners should also has now become more predatory in nature, and as the day progresses, we may get more and more news regarding the same. So we should have a very robust and strong system which cannot be surpassed by the stakeholders. So we have a very distinguished panel here, beginning with Dr. S. Senthil Nathan. Sir has a huge experience of more than 30 years working in the directorate at different capacity. Right now he is dealing with the International Health Division, and he has successfully completed first time e-care portal, which does a digital verification of the human remains, that is human corpses being transported from outside the country to India. So we are in need of his expert opinion to develop the similar portal for us also for organ transplantation. Dr. Harsha Johari sir, Dr. S.K. Mathur sir, we all know about them, so nothing more to elaborate. Ms. Pallavi is having a huge experience, and she will give a very enlightening lecture regarding the ethical challenges for foreigners coming to India and having donation issues, organ donation issues. So I will begin with a simple few slides. to highlight the main issues in foreign organ transplant and donation. So that issues can be at multiple level, and we all know that the entry when a person of foreign origin enters at our country, so the process should begin from there only. Right now, any person who is having medical visa can enter in our country without mentioning the nature of medical services he has to take. We want that it should be clearly mentioned over there that for what type of medical services he is entering in our country. So that's a long way to go, because right now in the existing medical visa there is no such drop down menus where we can select that the organ transplant is the reason why they are visiting in our country. Other stakeholders are Bureau of Immigration, which is an implementing agency of the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Home Affairs, and all these matters are related to Foreigners Division in the Ministry of Home Affairs. Other stakeholders are our Central Division of International Health at the Directorate, which works through Airport Health Organization, Port Health Organization, and Land Border Quarantine Centers. Especially they work and look for the persons coming with the visa from yellow fever endemic countries. Those are 45 South American countries, but we can extend our scope to other countries also for document verification, for NOC verification from the embassy. We need help of Ministry of Civil Aviation and Ministry of External Affairs. So what we need at the end of this panel discussion is a consolidated draft proposal that has to be sent from NOTO to Ministry of Home Affairs for developing a desired change in the existing medical visa rule in India. At hospital level, many persons think that this problem can be only solved at the hospital level, because we all know that there is underreporting of the foreigners getting transplantation being done in India. So this data sharing should be in real time with the NOTO point of entries through Bureau of Immigration, and there should be a fortnightly update of the transplant surgeries being done in respective hospitals, which also includes their follow-up visits and travel visa information, which can be traceable if we are able to make a portal for that. Mandatory NOTO ID registration for all the foreigners undergoing transplantation in India. And that will lead to a desired change in the existing Thought Act and rules hereunder, which can be proposed accordingly at the ministry level. Same is true for the disease organ donation and transplantation for foreigners in India. At the POEs, we have to display for creating more awareness among the persons who are visiting on medical visa in our country. That display will be at the port health, airport health offices and land border quarantine centers. So registration of eligible visa holders should always be shared along with the Bureau of Immigration and NOTO by the respective authorities. So transplantation without medical visa is a criminal offence as per the Thought Act. It has to be highlighted at the suitable places so that persons who are on medical visa, they should be aware of this fact also. Role of e-care portal in organ transplantation for the foreigners can be explored. At hospital level also, the centers in Delhi and metros, especially like Chennai, Calcutta and Bangalore, Hyderabad, they should have a display at their hospital registration centers regarding the NOTO ID registration and relevant sector and rules for foreigners transplantation in India. And registration of eligible visa holders should also be shared with the Bureau of Immigration and NOTO. State appropriate authorities also have a role in it, and they should be also in the loop of the same information. So we can propose a foreigners organ transplant portal under the aegis of NOTO, Government of India. The data required will be live and deceased donors, registration process, the flow of information should be beginning from the patient documents, hospital sponsor's letter, medical visa, details of transplant recipient and donor. Stakeholders can be hospitals, ROTOs, SOTOs, respective states, and portal steps should be like registration, visa, arrival details, admission, transplantation, and even post-op follow-ups and follow-up visits also. So the whole process and departure can be mapped in the portal. MEA, Bureau of Immigration and APHO can be added if needed at the visa, arrival and departure tracking. This is the flow of information which should be intersectoral. These all are the stakeholders for same portal. Thank you. So I would begin with Dr. Senthilnathan sir. Sir, I would like to hear you regarding the feasibility of portal. How we can proceed to develop a portal like eCare so that all the foreigners transplant being done in India can be tracked.
For the last 6 months, we have just started this clearance of human remains of deceased persons of Indian origin from outside India coming to India. So basically it was all through offline mode it was happening. Now what happens, like what we did is, like, all the stakeholders were registered in it. As soon as somebody wants to transport human remains from outside India, once they register in that portal, so it is instantly seen by all the stakeholders in the whole system who are involved in the clearances. So here in organ transplant, especially with the foreigners who are planning to come to India to take those facility in our country. So this part, what our discussion with Director Noto was that, so this information is not available unless it is reaches them. So this is basically to prevent any organ misuse when they come. So when we had discussion, normally the data flow of any foreigners coming into India is only through two agencies. One is the Ministry of External Affairs, who gives the visas for all the international passengers, international patients coming to our country. Second is the Bureau of Immigration, who devises those kind of visas for different, they have international treaties how visas should be named. So when I had a discussion with the Ministry of External Affairs, normally what happens, any medical visa, they give two visa. One is a medical visa and a medical attendant visa, the one who is coming as an attendant. So they are very positive about having a small drop down in that. In the medical visa, they can have a drop down for organ, those who come for transplantation. And for the attendant also, probably those who are coming for transplantation in India, they should also have their own organ donor. If I believe that is what our regulation says. So instead of being an attendant, they can be mentioned as a donor. So that way, this visa will be captured from that, through at the visa process before they start. So normally the coordination can happen at the start. Not every hospital who is going to do the transplantation in India always have a coordination centers at the country of origin. In fact, when we are at the point of entries and airports, we see a lot of passengers coming for treatment from African countries, which are also yellow fever endemic countries, and we had to do quarantine if they don't have the vaccination. Many a times it becomes a challenge because some of them are sick patients, they are come for cancer treatment and all. So once that is captured, the Bureau of Immigration maps them through the thing. So this portal, what I could just imagine that once it is registered and all the stakeholders are already involved, the information flow will be available for everybody, so that they are not missed. So this particular group of people will be very less in number, and it will be easily tracked. And as Dr. Avdesh was rightly telling, that if a small, and also our previous speaker Dr. Amol was telling about, if anything goes wrong, we are taken back 10 years of all the efforts we do in the transplantation related thing. So it is not a difficult thing. We can think about this portal. It is a easy way, which from what we experience in the deceased bodies transportation through the eCare portal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable inputs. I would like to call Ms. Pallavi Kumar for her lecture.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Anil Kumar. Thank you, Noto, for having me here. Way back in 2014, I had the privilege of working with this very beautiful family from France. As in most of you will know, France is an opt-out system. So I didn't really have to really work very hard to convince the family to donate organs. It's a lady called Marie Therese Hampert-Zumian, and I was speaking to the father and the son. They had always spoken about organ donation. It was something that they always wanted to do as a family. They would have preferred that it happened back in their own country, but it happened in Delhi. So counseling was not really an issue. But when I began to coordinate the process of donation, I realized that there was really no known or documented precedence of deceased foreign national organ donor, foreign donor in the country. And the more I asked, the more I came up with very confused answers. And at that time, NATO hadn't really come into place. And but here was this family, and I wasn't, a family very keen to donate, and I wasn't really going to let that case go. So I really mustered my own personal courage as a human being, and I went ahead, charting my own course of action. And a couple of years later, I think 1 or 2 years later, there was another foreign donation that took place in Bombay. And subsequently, a few of us felt the need to put together some guidelines for foreign donors in India. And that got published in the Indian Journal of Transplantation in 2020. So this presentation is about those guidelines. I have dramatically cut it down out of sheer fear of Dr. Anil Kumar. Needless to say, a lot of foreigners come into the country. There's a huge influx. The obvious advantage of making sure that the option of organ donation is, as you call, increasing the donor pool. That's a word that I get to hear all of the time. But for me, as a person in this field, I think it's our moral responsibility. If we say that we are a country that supports organ donation, I think it's our moral responsibility to even provide it to a foreign national if it so happens that unfortunately he or she dies in this country. So as a country, we have to provide this opportunity for every individual to donate, no matter what. So the objective really was to lay down the recommendations and guidelines for our hospitals, for our state authorities, healthcare professionals, our transplant coordinators, and our policy makers. Usually I share the 3 cases that have taken place and the experience that comes out of it, but I have removed them. But what those 3 cases really demonstrated to us, that consent was easier when the deceased had already expressed a desire to donate or came from a country when consent was presumed. Even the first donor that happened almost 20 years ago in Tamil Nadu, it was an American lady. She had a driving license with her organ donation will on it. Of course, effective counseling encouraged consent, but subsequently, an absence of guidelines and protocols created confusion and delay. These cases are complex to begin with because they are foreign nationals, but they also become even more complex because very often the next of kin may not even be available in the country to procure a consent from them. There are very often language barriers. In this case, the husband actually didn't speak any English at all. He only spoke French. The son spoke some English. But my entire conversation with the father was through gestures and through people who could interpret it for us. There's very often need for the body to be returned to the country of origin, and multiple players are involved in this whole process. So these are the guidelines that we have come up with. They're fairly simple and straightforward, but they need to be put up, Dr. Anil Kumar, so that everybody has clarity as to what they're going to be doing. Of course, you certify brainstem death as you do in any other case. You document the family's consent, arrange an interpreter if required. It could be a person from another country. It would be good to have someone from the embassy present at the time of consent. May not always be feasible, but if you can make that happen, nothing like it. If the next of kin is outside the country, record the telephonic consent. Inform the concerned embassy and high commission, and I use the word informed and not take permission, because we are operating within the law of the land, which is our thota. We are not going into other countries' law. We are only informing because it's the right thing to do. You inform the local police. Again, we are not taking permission from the local police. You don't even use the word NOC or any such thing. You're just informing them. And you inform the appropriate organ donation authority. Now things are fairly streamlined in states. We have state authorities. Back then, like I said, even NATO wasn't active. If post-mortem formalities are required, if it's a medical legal case, again try and ensure an embassy staff's presence. So if the family member if there's no family member of the deceased, it would be nice to assist the family with funeral arrangements if the funeral is taking place in India. But if the body has to be transferred, I think it's only right that as a coordinator and as a hospital, you help the family with those processes as well. Of course, you give a letter of appreciation and record the case history and try and ensure that paperwork is in English for ease of understanding and interpretation. The transfer of body to the home country is another huge thing, and it requires certain documentation. Your work with the family should not end with donation. You make sure that they get all of these things, and there an NOC from the police is required, and that is why it is a good idea to inform the police earlier that a donation is taking place, because when it comes to this stage, you have to get an NOC from the police. You need an embalming certificate, and you need something called a coffin certificate for the body to go back. So really, in a sense, I think just to have these policies up there for everybody will provide clarity to all the players that are involved. It streamlines the process and therefore obviously saves time. Reduces anxiety for the family members, because you should come across as someone who knows what is to do. Our country knows how to handle foreign donors. We have processes in place. You don't have to worry, ma'am. We are there to support you. And it gives greater confidence to our coordinators. Many cases just slip by because one really doesn't know what to do. So that's Mari Thari Sampazume, and that's what the husband said when he wrote it in French. I got it translated. Thank you so much.
उसको शेयर करेंगे. So just a day before yesterday, I got a driving license from my friend in USA. There was a donor written on it, and he said that I'm visiting India. I don't know. There are a lot of flights being cancelled. Some may get accident also. So what is my status? Can I donate my organs over there? So I would like to hear, Shroff sir, what is the current status of India? If a donor who has pledged in USA can donate his body inside India. He is a POI, but right now he is a NRI with US citizenship. Stop, sir.
Simple answer is yes. Yes, of course he can donate. I mean, that is where death will take place is not defined. It can take place anywhere in the world. And if you are having a clause on organ donation on your driving license, yes, you should. And I want to tell you, in India too, you can have a clause on your driving license. I have a clause on my driving license which says I'm an organ donor with a little heart. So yes, we should be able to.
So we need not to make separate rule for this. Like Pallavi ma'am has said that French lady who has first donated her organs in Bombay, so they have to run from pillar to pillar. So this will not happen in these cases.
No, I mean, if the body needs to be transferred back to the country, then some
they
requirements
need
are
to-
there.
yeah.
But then again, the consent, we go by informed consent. So you still need to. Sorry? No, if it happens. Let's presume it happens.
It is an imaginary situation, sir. It's not a real situation.
This is presumption. This is just a case presentation. And if we go into why it will happen, then we'll be here all day, again talking about how it can happen. So the procedure is the same. Only thing is we follow informed consent. So you need to take consent. Despite this, you still need to take consent from the family.
Okay. So family consent will override all other existing even consent like we have in India.
Yes.
So this will be true for US.
Absolutely.
Citizens
Because
also.
despite our Form 7, which is an excellent document, and we heard about this, it's like almost a legal document, we still go by informed consent in the country. We still ask the relatives. Unless, the Supreme Court, there is a case lying in the Supreme Court challenging this, unless Supreme Court gives you another verdict.
See, after
Show karo.
Avdesh ji.
So, sir, many small countries are not having their embassy in India, Delhi. So, many times what happens that embassies refuse to issue NOC to the persons who are coming with the living donors for having transplant of their relatives in India. Yeah.
See, Avdesh, there are two issues, living donor and deceased donor. We are on the topic of the deceased donation. Okay, as far as the deceased donation is concerned, as far as Mumbai is concerned, Maharashtra is concerned, we have a SOP. After that Nepalese death, we drew the SOP in which we have given all the guidelines to all the hospitals how to proceed. In which what Pallavi has pointed out, all those steps are there. That means the hospital has to inform the embassy. If they want to come and confirm the consent form, it is welcome. They want to issue a no objection, it is welcome. Okay. Now, because there is no SOP at the noto level, we faced the problem when there was a donation happening in another hospital for a Spanish lady. So the problem was the interpretation, because noto didn't have SOP and they were challenging how you can have the SOP.
Okay.
So then finally that business of whether the embassy have no objection should be there, you were not there, Dr. Anil, at that time, at the helm of affairs, so somebody else was there, so you were not the person. So that time this question came. Ultimately it went on to and fro and they said JTC should give the no objection. But no, we don't give the no objection. You follow the procedure, and if the procedure is followed, this is okay. And that's what was done. So SOP should be there even at the noto level.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, my next question is to Harsha Johari, sir. Sir, can we think of having some additional points for prolonged waiting foreigners, say more than 2 to 5 years, those who are waiting in India and they are registered with noto? Because many a times we get letters from their respective embassies that we should facilitate.
I would like to make a little 2 minutes.
Please.
See, I would like to go right back to where we started. Foreigners coming to India is a very large issue. Talking about the odd person who might die over here or the odd person who might have an accident over here making SOPs is a very minor issue. There are major issues here involved with foreigners, which is why the act was made the way it was. Now, these are overarching issues which have to be addressed. I have got a few questions which I would like to ask and see what answers we can come up with. The first is, there is an absolute restriction in the act that the donor has to be a near relative in India, right? For a PIO or a foreigner who comes over here, the donor in the family from India has to be absolutely a near relative. It is an absolute restriction repeated again and again and again. If we want to change that, why? That's the very important question. In India, you can ask these questions. My mother-in-law, unfortunately, other than near relative, is your mother-in-law and the panwala you met in Charaha. So you can't equate the two, that because my mother-in-law can give an incompatible, therefore I can give the swab transplant. It's a backward kind of integration, it doesn't work. If you are getting people coming from there and they know that they can pick up an other than near relative over here, you're opening a Pandora's box. That's one. So if you're going to do it, better have a good reason. Now you extrapolate that to swap. Swap means from foreign pair with Indian pair who are near relatives. Technically, you should not be allowed to do it as per the law. But maybe we can use that term. See, swap is here to stay. I was one of the first people who have done it also. But you got affection, attachment, or any special reason. Now, that special reason can be invoked, that you have the reason why the swap was permitted for India in the first place, as long as the donor pair and the recipient pair from India and abroad are near relatives. The moment you open up to other, then of course you open up all the commercialism that goes with it by any other name. So it's a very big issue. I think you have to be very careful in easing that. So do we expand to have Indian and foreign pairs of other than near relatives as being proposed? Why? Again, the big question. Then we have a clause of greater caution when dealing with Indian donors consenting to donate to foreign national, near or otherwise. So, do we remove that greater caution, become easier than our choice? These words were put in very carefully, if you remember Dr. Sanjay Agarwal. Yes, greater caution for women donors, for children, and for foreigners. Now we have got a sequence of organ allocation, very clear. State, PIO, and then region and national and PIO and foreigners. Why no suitable Indian recipient is available for certain organs? Tell me. When it comes to foreigners coming over here, there are certain organs, the Indian recipient is never available or never fit or never suitable. Why? So, no, sir, I will please. And I would need an audit to recover, to see the percentage of deceased donor organs being given to foreigners. Do we have that? I think that is very important. So, we are in the process, but we should get much more transparent which organs are being going where and why. So, you see, the question is, we have got this sequence of PIO, foreigners. When you ask me a question, see, a foreigner coming to us, we have permitted that we will give him organs if he requires, or a cadaver, whatever, he is on the waiting list. But we are under no obligation to make him jump the list at the list of benefit of our patients. He comes like anybody else in the waiting list, let him wait. Why should we give him extra points and make him come jump the list? For what? We have got our own patients who are waiting.
Actually, in the foreign country, there is a rule. It is the organ which is not usable for the local recipient.
Yes.
Then only they can offer it to the foreigner.
So
that means only extended criteria organs.
So we have no obligation to facilitate them on the waiting list. Why should we?
Sir,
we put them on the waiting
Sir,
list. We
as
help
a
them.
signatory of International Health Regulation
Sir,
under
you don't
WHO.
have to jump the list of your own people. Now the other question is, I'm very happy that you have created this portal. There should be an e-tracking system for all foreigners coming for transplants. Right? Now unfortunately, for every one who comes on the medical visa, there are at least two who are not on the medical visa. And they slip through the system and they have their transplants. Right? How do we catch them? Now, either you take them at point of entry or you take them at point of use. NATO should be empowered in every way. Every transplantation should be recorded in NATO. All recipients, all potential donors must be. All follow-ups must be. NATO must have that power of filtering. That is where you catch. And any center which is not working accordingly, then you have the penal actions coming in. So NATO has to be the center of all this. You should have all the information. Maybe you have a filter. I'm not very good at IT. Maybe you have a filter in your system where you have a sub-register for foreign-based transplants, single swaps, whoever they are coming in, that you can filter the word transplant somewhere, anywhere you catch the fellow. He should be, the system has to catch it. So NATO has to get all that. So I personally feel, see, Atul, you are a very close friend. You have spoken very good words to me. And a few other people, Pallavi, you are a dear friend of mine, all those people. But to me, the larger issues are more important. Foreigners, we are here, we can look after you once in a while. But to allow Indian organs to go across our shores to foreign country is to me an absolute anathema. So we have to use our organs in our country or not at all. Because you are opening the doors to all kinds of activities. Thank you, sir.
Sir, just one small comment, sir. So you are very right. But like those sentiments are very. But there are certain cases, some cases that particularly heart transplant were waiting for heart transplant for many years, and they are in India being treated. Somehow they have not been able to get organ because we consider foreigner only once the Indian waiting list is. There is no Indian taker in the entire country. So we, in some countries like Spain, etc., like somebody who has been residing there for more than 2 years, they consider them at par with their citizen for receiving organs. So can we, in such cases where they, after a particular duration, say 3 years, maybe 5 years, so there are cases which have been waiting for, and they are somehow landed only in India. They are for treatment. So there are few such cases. So that question was raised only in context of those cases. Whether certain number of cases which are here for so many years, and so can they be equated with the citizens or not? That is the one.
Sir, I will answer that question with exactly one word, but I would not. I'll have to expand on that one word. The fact of the matter is, if our cardiac patients, our lung patients, our hand patients, we can't handle, then we are at fault. Why our system is not conducive to getting the heart patients being operated? Why does he develop a cough just before a transplant takes place? and the heart goes to somebody else. Sir, from this podium, I cannot speak more than this. You know the truth, I know the truth. So we have to say things. Make money available for your own patients. You're doing it to your kidneys. Why can't
Dr. Nagral, sir, comment.
Yeah, I think this, so I am neither a nationalist nor an internationalist. I think everybody should get transplants. My view is that everybody should get transplants. But I think we should step back and look at what is exactly happening. So I said in the morning that there's a huge private sector which is involved in transplantation. Clearly, the private sector is doing it for the money. And what is happening is that heart, lung, essentially the costing is done on the ability to pay. Number one. Number two, the cost of transferring the organ, including flights, is transferred to the recipient. We are not in universal healthcare. The funding mechanism is that the recipient pays, and therefore hospitals often say that it is the foreign patient who can afford the organ. And that is how they are getting organs. I fully put the blame on the transplant team. By the way, since morning I have been hearing this, that the authorization committee should do this government should do this, but there is some responsibilities of the transplant teams. And I think the transplant teams need to realize that this is very poor optics. There is income, but it is very poor optics. And therefore, if it means that they have to do the transplant at X amount less cost for an Indian patient, probably they should be doing it. So I think that is it's an economic thing, but it is true that therefore foreign patients are getting, at one stage Tamil Nadu, I know Dr. Shroff feels that it was exaggerated, but there was a phase when a lot of foreigners were getting hearts in Tamil Nadu. But I think just to go back to the commonest situation which we should be discussing here really is donor and recipient pairs, potential donor and recipient pairs traveling from other countries to India. I think that is now the largest group which is coming to India for transplantation. And there I think the particular challenge is embassies giving certification of relationship, close relationship. And the second, what I said in the morning, is that I think there's a significant number who are coming at genuinely needing transplants. And that's the economics of how our healthcare system works, and why not. But there is a certain percentage of that group who are coming because they feel that they can beat the system and have an unrelated transplant. And how do we detect those if we are interested in detecting? My view is that we are not interested in detecting. But if we are interested in detecting, then how do we detect this is the big question.
Sir, that is the real point of discussion.
I want to make a comment here. I think, if you look at which organs are going to the foreigners, let's come to that. In the last 20 years, I've never seen a kidney going to a foreigner. And last 10 years at least, I've never seen a liver going to the foreigner.
For disease donation, sir.
Yes, disease donation. And we'll come to the living also. As far as lung and heart is concerned, it's a program which is still evolving. It hasn't really evolved fully. If you see the utilization of heart and lung right from beginning when we started transplant, initially the utilization of heart and lung was only 10 to 20%. Today it's close to probably 40%. We're still not utilizing all the hearts and lungs. They're still going into the bucket. The whole premise of saving a life, whether it is a foreigner or an Indian, was instead of putting the organ to bucket, use it. That's all. In that situation, you can keep arguing about it. At that moment of time, who do you get on your list? Who is available is a question mark. And our cardiologists have never ever supported the whole heart transplant program. I can say this on this open forum. Even today, how many cardiologists today are actually, because the patients come to the cardiologist to get listed. With the liver and kidney, why they have not gone to foreigners? Because we have ample number of liver and recipients and kidney recipients all over the country. And if you see even the heart and lung transplant waiting list today, it's not that long for each state. So there are, it's not as straightforward as why you're giving to a foreigner, why you're not doing it. Either you make your policy that you don't give to a foreigner. Stop. Put in your national policy. Your national law says that if you don't use an organ, give it to a foreigner. Don't have it. Remove it. But you can't have it both ways. One second, sir. One second. No, this is not question of correct. We are still evolving as far as heart and lung transplant program is concerned in this country. I'm not a supporter that organs should go to the foreigner, by the way. That's not the point. I'm being very neutral on this. And as far as living donors are concerned, which Sanjay brought up, that's a big area of concern. Are Indians being exploited by the foreigners to give an organ today? I don't think so. They are bringing their own donors who they are paying and getting a transplant in India, because India is a destination where the cost economics works very well for
Sir,
many
we call it
countries.
medical value transport tourism. Ministry has this phrase, medical value transport tourism.
Medical tourism started with transplant, by the way. Otherwise, there is no medical tourism. And it's been happening for many years. Because of the cost economics, India is a country where we can do things at a lesser rate. And that's why we are able to do it. And so if you want to put a plug there, currently the embassy gives a no objection certificate. That's rubbish. When embassy just puts a rubber stamp, whoever goes. That no objection certificate should not be there. The referral for a foreigner should come from the clinician and the hospital where the foreigner comes from to our place. If you do that, when there is an unrelated donation happening, at least you can tell that this is the doctor in the hospital in your country who referred it to us. Today, what happened in the case of Burma, Myanmar? Yeah. The NOC came from the government. The corporate hospital says we have the NOC. Who do you blame here? It's not again a blame game, and we are not policemen here as clinicians, remember that. So what we need to look at solutions on the living donation where we are getting a bad reputation internationally. How do you plug that? Just doing an NOC from embassy is not going to work. Please get rid of that clause according to me. Sure.
I have only got one comment to make. Sonal, just one. That livers earlier also were being given, but now you're talking about nephrologists have never been particularly happy with us as surgeons. Hepatologists have never been this thing, but we have plugged away and we have become proactive. When it comes to hearts and lungs, unless you make them proactive, everybody is pressurizing us on PMJY to do the transplants at some absolutely, unheard of rates in the private hospitals.
More than 25 in last years.
No, so this last comment, but same thing. But government can absorb the cost, we can't in the private hospital. Help us for the kidneys, for the livers, for the hearts, for the lungs. Why not? You have to be proactive. But you can't say open up completely or close up completely, but at the same time, why is it that the PIO or the last person in the list is getting everything and the rest of them are not getting it? To blame our cardiologists is not enough. The system is not being created.
So, I mean,
Sonal sir, please.
I know we're short of time. I think that it's very clear to me that we should actually have two laws. One is a disease law and a living law. Because it's very confusing how people are switching between the two actually. Right now, I think people like us who've been doing this for a long time understand this, but this is very, very confusing for people. On the one hand, we're talking about allocation of deceased organs, right? I'm a big fan of incentives. Actually, everything works if people are properly incentivized or disincentivized. Now, we don't have to solve this problem again. The UK has something called a Tier 2 program. So, organs that were considered marginal by 8 liver centers were actually allocated to non-nationals. That was actually how the DCD program started. All the initial non-heart beating livers were first allocated to people who were not eligible for allocation, when all 8 centers actually in the UK refused them. So that was one way. They created a separate waiting list for non-nationals. The US has a policy that 10% of all organs can be utilized by non-nationals. So the simple answer to all that we talk about right now is an audit. If we audit a program and we say that 30% of the transplants are going to non-nationals, then it's a good question, no? Why is it happening? So I think that if instead of arguing about whether or not it's logical or ethical, it is legal, it is ethical as well. But are we optimally utilizing the organs for our own patients? Let's audit our data and find out.
So, just last comment. See, because I have been witness to these distributions at the national allocation system for last 4 years, and I was the one who raised the red flag. Okay. What is the modus operandi? The modus operandi is you accept the organ for Indian recipient. Then once the organ is allocated, You say our Indian recipient cannot afford the flight. By the flight,
Logistics.
the thing logistics have gone up. And then it comes, we can accept for the foreigner because he can afford. I wrote at that time when this was going on, distribution, why don't you pay from your CSR? You are a corporate hospital. You pay from CSR or raise the funds afterwards for that flight and give the organ to the Indian patient. There were a lot of you inquiry at that time. And after that, it came under control.
I mean, I think
Just one comment adding to this only, that we have observed one also trend like this. If there is a new center which is developing a kind of a facility, the old center which is, kind of a monopolized the transplant, so they will accept. And at the last moment, when there is no time for left for allocation, they will refuse. We are refusing because there is this problem, this on this assessment or logistics cannot be arranged. So this also trend we have observed, that's a center which is having a monopoly over a particular transplant, he is not letting the other centers develop. That is also we have observed. I should not name anybody, but they will accept every organ that is being offered. And then at the last moment they will say ki no, we are not able to. So this refusal at the last moment, when the time is not left for allocating it to the other center, that is also another issue that we are facing.
So I mean, two things. Actually, I have a contrary view. It's quite easy to regulate the private sector. You have to basically hit it where it hurts. No, effectively, if you're talking about the profits, then make sure it's hurting. If there's an audit that shows that a lot of disproportionate allocations are happening, suspend allocations of 6 months. People are going to behave. Similarly, if you think that, I mean, these are all questions that can be solved with an audit. How many last minute refusals have been there? How many last minute reallocations have been there? If you audit data over 6 months, if people are standing out, any other professional body like the INHSLT or the ISOT can actually can flag that. But until we are actually looking at our own data and identifying red flags, identifying action points, we'll just keep talking. Otherwise, it's not going to really affect anybody.
One question of Dr. Anil Kumar on the 5 years waiting. You will need to go by what the law of the country says for a resident who stays in India for more than 2 years or 3 years, rather than just categorically saying that just because it's for 5 years we have to give it. If the Indian law on stay for anyone says that if someone has stayed in your country for more than 3 years, they become a resident or whatever, then you go by that law. Is what my take on that is.
But that law is not existing as of now.
No, there is a law which says something about, anywhere, like if you stay in England for more than 5 years, you don't need to necessarily renew your, visa. So you become a resident. So you have something like that, then you go ahead with that.
If you're a legal taxpayer, then you should get the benefits, no? I think.
Yes.
No, whether you're...
Actually, we are not breaking for tea. We are circulating tea here for the best utilization time. People who want to have tea here, they can bring their tea from outside of their choice with cookies and then sit here. We are continuing without tea break. So, in the interest of the time,
There are many questions, but we are running late of schedule. So, I would like to end the session here. But sir, to Johari sir, we are a signatory of International Health Regulation, World Health Assembly, and as per that, we have to facilitate all the obligations which all the signatories are doing. So, we are bound with the law. Yes, sir.
Look after your own first.
Sir, that sounds good, but after G20 and Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, there is no way back. We have to have fulfill our international obligation.
Of hearts which you want to give?
Sir, it is, we have a ceiling in place. We cannot give more, allocate more than 1% to the foreigners. So this number is very less. But the prestige issue and the financial aspect Nagral sir has told, that is real issue. If we can somehow make a system where hospitals are made responsible for reporting rather than the system, because the system is there, but it is not working for foreign nationals organ transplant here.
Can we ask, to Dr. Anil Kumar, what have you captured as far as foreigners are concerned in disease donation in the last 5 years? Do you have any data on that?
Sir, we get a lot of questions regarding the.
No, I'm just asking, I don't know how many foreigners have received.
Sir, we have a list of foreign
Then we don't
nationals
know
who
what
have got
percentage
transplant.
of foreigners have got the organ. And mostly it will be heart only. It won't be lung
It is
problem.
very less. It is minuscule, sir. Actually.
No, just for us to know.
For living donation, there are many
living.
hospitals.
I'm talking about disease.
Yeah, diseased. It is mainly heart and lung where.
So what percentage? How many numbers?
Yeah. So it's mainly heart and lung, but
So
we'll.
like 2022 or 2023 में कितने heart?
Yeah.
How many Indians?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So that
If
we
you know
can
percentage.
work out. We can exactly.
Sir, I mean, that's
okay.
it's on the Transplant website.
No, Transplant website has its figures. I'm talking about all India.
Yeah. So it's only Chennai and Mumbai.
There are certain data reporting issues, so we are working out. So that is.
And as regarding this living donation, sir, transplantation, unless you know the Director of Health Services and SOTO are made one body, just like they were in Kerala.
Yes.
This data collection is always going to be a challenge because the data actually, according to the law, goes to the Director of Health Services in every state from every hospital. And there is a disconnect between that and your place.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned in the morning itself. Ki there should be like good coordination between the SOTO and.
Data is there.
Yeah.
Everything is not being transferred.
Yeah. And some of them are also not collecting. That is also issue. Some of the appropriate authorities are not collecting.
But in the law, it is mentioned.
It is
And one
mentioned
thing-
they are required to collect.
And you know, the renewal of license of a transplant center needs to be on certain criteria like this. Are you
Yes.
giving data?
Yes.
Are you having brain death certification?
Yes.
If they're not having, don't give it to them.
Yes.
That again, an amendment should come.
Yes.
Because you need to use some kind of a stick.
And this particular living donor people who are coming for transplant here in India, foreigners, basically that if we have a system of capturing them right at the point of entry, that who are the people who are coming, at least then we can track them from the hospital that they had come for this transplant. So at least who were their donors. So then at least we can force the hospital to share that data with us.
How do we capture the donors who are coming illegally inside?
Because the donors, either they are coming as declared donors or they are coming as attendants, as Dr. Senthil pointed out. So they get attendant visa. So that is, so whatever, there has to be an entry in that software that they are coming for transplant. That entry is still missing in the medical visa options. So that has to be there, and from there the information can flow. And we have a nodal officer from the directorate in every airport, airport health officer, who can facilitate this information for us. So that system we are trying to develop with the support of Dr. Senthil, who is looking after international health in the directorate. So
Actually, onus is on the hospitals only. If somebody comes on tourist visa and get an organ transplant in India.
actually, if the hospitals are not, if the hospitals, they can start reporting everything transparently, then it is not an issue. But that's because the reporting is an issue. So that is the thing. Yeah. So we can wind up, and thank you so much for this. So we will, those who have not received the memento.
Sir, I request Director Sir to kindly give away a token of appreciation to Dr. Harsha Johari and to Dr. S. Senthil Nathan and Miss Pallavi Kumar.
फोटोग्राफर को बुलाओ राजवीर तुम बार बार for taking out time.
Dr. Johari, sir. Miss Pallavi Kumar. Yes, sir. So where is your session? Sir, abhi.
So I would request now the medico-legal panel to start. We have Dr. Lalwani who will be moderating. Dr. Lalwani, please. And we would request you to, wind up at the, मतलब in the quickest possible time. हाँ इनका हो गया. Dr. Amlu Pavarthan is not there. Dr. Tejasvi, yeah, he is coming. Dr. Sarvesh Tandon, HOD Forensic Medicine, Safdarjung Hospital. Dr. Bansal, Dr. Y. Bansal from Madam Dhavani Mehta has left actually. Huh? And वो यहीं बैठे. ACP Crime Branch is here. Nagpal ji. अच्छा sir, आप you can join on the panel, sir. It's a medico-legal.
I request SS Lalwani sir to kindly moderate the session.
Dr. Lalwani will be moderating. He is the professor of forensic medicine in AIMS, New Delhi, and he has got a vast experience of handling medico-legal cases, organ donation, particularly, as you know, trauma center as well as AIMS, main AIMS, they are the main organ donation center in Delhi. So he has vast experience, so he'll be benefited by, and we have Dr. Sarvesh Tandon, who is the HOD in Safdarjung Hospital. He also has vast experience. So, and other panelists are also, so, but others, Dr. Lalwani can introduce. I had introduced only Dr. Lalwani, and he can now take over, sir.
I'll see. छोड़ दो.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and I welcome you all to this special session of dealing with the medico-legal cases for the purpose of organ and tissue donation. So, as you all are aware of that a significant number of potential donors which are declared brain dead in the hospital, they fall in the category of medico-legal cases. And when we have the word medico-legal, it is interaction of law and medicine. So we have eminent panel with us, which includes Professor Sarvesh Tandon, who is Professor and Head of Forensic Medicine at Safdarjung Hospital. We have Professor Yogendra Singh Bansal, who is Professor and Head of Department of Forensic Medicine at PGI Chandigarh. We have Dr. Tejasvi HT, who has been Head of the Department at RML Hospital, and we have ACP from Crime Branch. So we both have a panel of both medico-legal experts as well as legal experts in this regard. And I remember that a lot of debate has happened on how to deal with medico-legal situations, how to facilitate organ and tissue donation since long. And first guideline which were submitted to ministry way back in 2003. And subsequently, whatever amendments have happened, in between we had a lot of interaction with Pallavi, Dr. Harsha Johari, we had a lot of interaction with Avnish ji as well in between. So a lot of debate and discussions have happened. And purpose is basically how we can facilitate the organ and tissue donation in that situation. And what are the issues and how we can solve those issues. So with these words, first I request Dr. Tejasvi to make his presentation before we can start discussing question and answer in this regard, please.
Thank you, sir. Okay. It's regarding the proposal for reforms for augmenting organ donation in medico-legal cases. Okay. So medico-legal cases, basically we do know that in case of brainstem deaths, where the cause of death or where it is a medico legal cases. So in that time, the involvement of autopsy surgeon of the concerned jurisdiction comes into the play. Okay. So in order to reform, a meeting was held under the chairmanship of Director Anil Kumar sir on 13th October. The main purpose was to look into the feasibility of ensuring the presence of autopsy surgeon alongside the transplant team during the organ retrieval. So this was the main purpose for which actually a meeting was called. So following points were discussed in detail in the meeting. First of all, the hospital needs to inform the nearest police station whenever, an autopsy surgeon and the retrieval team must be informed if a dedicated retrieval teams are available in the hospital as soon as possible after the confirmation of the first apnea test of a potential brainstem donor case in case of MLC cases. All the forensic experts were of the opinion that continuous presence of the autopsy surgeon is not required, as it takes around 6 to 8 hours for retrieval to be completed. Hence, simultaneous forensic examination along with the organ retrieval is not feasible. Then again, the discussion regarding the differences between the definition of the death for postmortem examination and for organ retrieval was also discussed in detail. Because see, when we say time since death is a very important document of the PM examination. So when we are doing the first apnea test, second apnea test, and then when we are certifying that in the PM report, that also we need to have a uniform guidelines regarding when we'll be what exactly is the time of death. It was concluded postmortem should be done subsequently rather than simultaneously. Then one more thing, sir, there are some private hospitals which has a good number of transplant cases which they do. They have good case load. So it was proposed that such particular hospital should have some sort of infrastructure in place, so that immediately after the retrieval of the organs, a proper medico-legal autopsy can be performed then and there itself, so that the burden of shifting the mortal remains from that particular hospital to the nearest for the concerned autopsy center, that particular thing can be avoided. Okay. And also this can ensure the quick handover of the mortal remains to the relatives. Then again, the proposal of virtual autopsy, which can be adopted before the organ retrieval, was also discussed. It was noted that the opinion from the radiologist must be sought in order to ensure that the organ should not be damaged, because of the CT exposure. Then again, ante-mortem collection of the blood and urine samples. The prior collection of the samples in potential donor cases. See, after doing the procedure, after retrieving the organs, like lungs, hearts, and all, and the blood also, then many times we won't be able to get the blood or body fluids which might be required as a part of the PM examination, where we store the body fluids and the viscera for analysis by the forensics laboratory to rule out common poisons or drug overdose. Then one more thing which was sought was which were discussed was whenever in case of private hospitals, when the doctor if the transplant is happening in the center which is away from the duty doctor, so if presently, especially if he is going to the private center, then a small honorarium may also be given to the autopsy surgeon. And also in many states, see why we need autopsy, medico legal autopsy. See, in case of unnatural death, where autopsy is required in order to establish the cause of death. In case of let's say in Rajasthan, the MLC cases like road traffic accidents and railway accidents, they are exempted from postmortem, provided the inquest rules out any additional foul play. Okay. So similarly, similar provision must be extended to these organ donation cases also, wherein if the IO feels that after doing the due diligence, if they do the proper inquest, and if they feels that there was no foul play involved, then the autopsy can be waived off. And then periodic review meetings from the existing guidelines should be done under the notice, so that what we can do, so that based on the input, based on the feedback, things can be improved. So that's one thing. And one more thing, actually, many times in the especially private hospitals, they try to blame, or they try to blame the autopsy surgeon for not being considerate, for not coming to the center, be there once the retrieval of organs has concluded, then do the remaining PM examination there itself. Like, see, we have a forensic saying, never say never and never say always. Each case can be unique. In my practice, actually I'm much junior to my elders who are sitting right here. Within my last 15-17 years of my experience, I have seen so many cases in which where the physical assault cases, where murder cases have been brought to us as a road traffic accident. They have been brought to us and in form of the railway accidents. They have been brought to us in case of like spontaneous fall from height. So many times the clear picture may not be there within such a short period of time. So we need to look each case as an individual case based on its merits, and the IO or the regular or the concerned police officer should do his due diligence to ensure that proper investigation is done, so that future like unnecessary doctors are not harassed, for giving NOCs without due diligence, and the courts might keep hold us as a part of some negligence. That's one thing. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tejasvi. The role of police and forensic medicine expert comes in medical legal cases, particularly when there is a proper declaration of brainstem death and subsequently consent is given by the family. And as per the rules which came in 2014, it is mandatory to inform the police station as well as inform the forensic experts. With this, I think the important role of police as well as forensic expert start because everything is complete, brainstem death certification is complete, consent is already been given. Now we wait for the police to help us out in facilitating retrieval, as well as the forensic expert, whether his presence is definitely required. Another issue is that most of the transplant activities are done in private sector hospital. So how forensic expert can extend their help in private sector hospitals. So these are the two basic issues. So first I'll request Dr. Yogendra Bansal to share his experience of PGI, how to handle the cases of organ and tissue donation in medical legal situations.
Dr. Lalwani, actually we have this program, organ donation program, but there was one particular peculiar problem, which was because PGI Chandigarh is catering to many of the states. Okay, so whenever there is a medical legal death, the information was sent to IO. Yes. And it is not in Chandigarh, but at many places, the people have this preconceived notion that though IO is the custodian of the body for different reason, but for this particular organ donation, somehow people started presuming that NOC has to be given by the police because they are the custodian. And this preconceived notion, and in fact I'd say this misconception led to the failure at the initial stage, because the police is never a scientific personality who can decide which organ can be retrieved and whether this particular retrieval of the organ is going to hamper the objective of the postmortem examination. I changed the system in 2018, and since then Department of Forensic Medicine, we are giving the NOC and for those particular organs. Police is only informed for facilitating the postmortem examination, and simultaneously they prepare the inquest papers and the postmortem is being done.
Most parts of the country, we had that webinar with our coordinators, and coordinators continue to use the word NOC from the police, and that itself puts the police on a back foot. In fact, with due respect, Dr. Anil, I think even in the messages that go in the WhatsApp group where organs have to be allocated, I think sometimes the communication from not always has the NOC from the police been obtained. Police is not supposed to give an NOC, and the very usage of the term NOC with the police is a problem. So one is making changes in the guidelines, and one is to teach our coordinators as to what language they have to use, to start.
Basically, I just take one name. Like, as per the law is concerned, Section 6 of 1994, and then the 2014 rules, it just say it has to be ensured that retrieval of these organs are not going to jeopardize the cause of death. Yes. This particular thing can be satisfied only by the doctor, whoever the doctor. It can be done by the transplant team also, but since they are not equipped with the legal knowledge, best forensic personality, wherever they are the ones NOC should be. So we should not drag police into this NOC thing. It will create a problem, and this should be perpetuated. Yeah.
Okay. So,
police stations are open 24/7. Police stations are open 24/7. At 2 o'clock in the morning, will the forensic expert be available?
One thing, whenever there is a, like at my institute, what happens is whenever there is a potential donor, the coordinators, they come with a file, and we are open 24/7. Even now the government has given the mandatory thing that 24/7, even nighttime autopsy to facilitate this organ donation is now a legally acceptable thing. So 24/7, hospitals are open, so we are.
So the hospitals are open. In that meeting which we held on 13th of October, we decided that mandatory physical presence of the forensic medicine autopsy surgeon should not be there in that private hospital at the time of organ retrieval for 6, 7, 8 hours. You operate, you retrieve the organ, you send a post-operative notes which will vet in the PM that yes, these things have been removed. So physical presence, we will try, that is not mandatory. I think that will be much more helpful.
Rightly said, because in 2014 rules as well, when we had discussion at AIMS in past meeting way back around 2014-15, Dr. Asha Johri was there at that particular time. And again, looking at the lack of cooperation from forensic expert way back at that particular time, Dr. Asha Johri also clarified when they were formulating the rules based on the act which came in 2011. It was basically given some sort of a relaxation for private hospital that in case forensic expert is not coming, still retrieval can take place with the clearance from the police, and retrieval notes will be prepared as we prepare OT notes for every patient. These notes will be part of the postmortem report subsequently in case inquests are conducted. So for private sector hospitals, even in the rules, it is clearly mentioned that forensic expert presence, in case it is available, it is welcomed, but in case they are not available, it is not mandatory. Still, facilitation of organ and tissue donation can happen in absence of forensic expert. But in medical legal situations, since police is investigating the cause of death and circumstances, so they must be informed about the retrieval process. So second question comes from the police side, that whenever we submit information about the potential donor after receiving consent and proper declaration of brainstem death, can we expedite the process that police is immediately available at the hospital to facilitate and maybe have interaction with the family so that they can give signal to proceed further for organ and tissue retrieval?
सर, पुलिस को जब भी इन्फॉर्म किया जाएगा, पुलिस तो सभी जानते हैं 24/7 अवेलेबल है ये, तो पुलिस की मदद जहां भी जरूरत होगी पुलिस बिल्कुल हाजिर होगी। जब भी सर्जन की तरफ से इंटीमेशन आएगा तो, और ये हम भी समझते हैं कि पुलिस के पार्ट पर भी पुलिस की भी जिम्मेदारी है, पुलिस को भी ये लेना चाहिए कि भाई वो भी जो डिजीज्ड है या ब्रेन डेथ पर्सन है उसकी फैमिली को थोड़ा सा काउंसलिंग करे एक गुड कॉज के लिए, उसको उनको एनकरेज करे। यहाँ मैं ये कहूँगा कि मेरे 31 साल के नौकरी में अभी तक कोई ऐसी सिचुएशन मेरे सामने नहीं आई है और ज़्यादातर पुलिस अफसर के सामने नहीं आई होगी। हाँ, क्योंकि हालांकि एक्ट काफ़ी पुराना है, मैं इस एक्ट के बारे में भी जो थोटा है आज ही मैंने जाना है, क्योंकि पुलिस का इससे वास्ता नहीं पड़ता। बट इस तरह की जो सिचुएशन है, जैसे अभी कुछ देर पहले एक स्पीकर ने कहा था कि भाई आधी रात को पुलिस आ गई, उनका डोर नॉक कर रही है, कोई एलिगेशन होगा जो भी डॉक्टर्स के ऊपर, तो इस तरह की सिचुएशन आए तो इसमें हमारा सजेशन यही है कि पुलिस का और जो डॉक्टर्स हैं, सर्जन्स हैं, मेडिकल वर्कर्स हैं, उनमें इस तरह के केसेस के लिए थोड़ा लाइजन बढ़ना चाहिए। जैसे मैं आज आया हूँ यहाँ, पूरा दिन मैंने अटेंड किया, पहले भी एक मीटिंग मैंने अटेंड की थी, तो इससे थोड़ा सेंसिटाइजेशन तो हमारा बढ़ता ही है। तो इस तरह का कोऑर्डिनेशन और सेंसिटाइजेशन पुलिस अफसर का भी बढ़ना चाहिए, ताकि पुलिस को भी ये सिचुएशन मालूम हो कि जैसे बताया गया कि भाई कोई एलिगेशन किसी ने लगा दिया तो भाई ठीक है, ज़्यादातर ये माना जाता है कि डॉक्टर्स जो कर रहे हैं गुड फेथ में एक बोनाफाइड कॉज के लिए कर रहे हैं। बाकी ब्लैक शिप्स हमारे प्रोफेशन में भी हैं, आपके प्रोफेशन में भी हो सकते हैं, वो तो हर जगह होंगे थोड़े बहुत गलत लोग, तो लेकिन उसकी वजह से सबको गलत नज़र से नहीं देखा जाना चाहिए। तो पुलिस हर समय तैयार है कोऑपरेशन के लिए।
I completely agree with you, and in Gurgaon we did that with the help of the Superintendent of Police, and at the headquarter we had a sensitization meeting, and 2 people from every police station came, and then we have created these posters that were sent back with them, which explains the whole medico-legal process. And I don't think any of the hospitals in Gurgaon should now have a problem, because almost every station has this poster, and someone from every station is sensitized on this, you know. So I think sensitization, जैसे आपने बोला आपको पता ही नहीं है इसके बारे में, so how can you help if you don't know, you know? You have to be told what this whole process
So
is.
this continuous licensing and sensitization of the police is also one of the requirement for facilitating organ and tissue donation. You have been successful. We have been, I think, consulting police since 2003. Dr. Harshvardhan is also there. He was a resident when we started facilitating organ and tissue donation with us.
So
Yes.
just I wish to add to one thing. I am Dr. Harshvardhan from SGPGMS to UP. We have gone one step forward, and we have got the entire authorized transplant and non-organ transplant retrieval centers of UP mapped with dial 112. So we have provided the mobile number of nodal officers and coordinators and transplant team to dial 112 of UP police, and all the mobile numbers have fed into system. So whenever there is a RTA and is being brought to the hospital, and hospital despite best effort are not able to save the life of the patient, and if the things move on like consenting and brainstem declaration, then the call goes from that center to the dial 112, and dial 112 calls back to local police station to go and expedite. That is what we have done. Apart from, we have trained all the commissionerate and SPs, SP and above rank officers and entire UP police.
One comment I want to make quickly. One good practice which you can bring in, which we did in Tamil Nadu, we've done a lot of police sensitization by the way in Tamil Nadu for the last 15 years. But one good practice which we brought about 8-10 years back was appoint a nodal officer among the police for organ donation. And that really worked in all these intricate cases where sometimes there's a lot of confusion. Out of state mein, accident happens and the patient is been brought into the state for treatment, and then there's brain death and donation takes place. All kinds of those things to be resolved. Homicide case mein donation ho raha hai. So these complex issues are easier tackled if you have a nodal officer of police for organ donation who knows everything. Jaise aapka sensitization ho raha hai. If you become nodal officer, then anything complex you can at least give it a thought and then come up with suggestion ki ye aap isme aise kariye aap. So that worked in Tamil Nadu quite well. We have less challenges with the police now than we used to have before.
We have just one line to add to, please. Just one line to add to. We have done that as well in Soto UP. Additional DGP Traffic Directorate Traffic has been made nodal officer of the state of UP, and all these numbers blink in red on the monitoring room of their dial 112. ADGP Traffic is nodal officer for entire medical legal dimension of organ transplant in the state of UP.
I think
And
better
for-
would be
for- for-
Harshvardhan. Carrying forward your viewpoint.
Sir, one more line, sir. Further to that, we have also induced one module on training in their foundation course in the police academy. And apart from that, there is a periodic training schedule every 6 months under the DGP of UP.
I think better option would be what Pallavi told, to more simplify rather than having one nodal officer for the whole district or one nodal officer for the state. We should have nodal officers in the police stations. For example, additional SHO. क्योंकि these are not common cases के हर महीने 10-5 हो रहे हैं. Any सब इंस्पेक्टर और any ASI जिसको भी ड्यूटी वो मिली, उसके लिए वो न्यू केस होता है. Thing starts from zero in that particular case. If you mark suppose additional SHO of that police station as a nodal officer for such organ transplant cases, postmortems or medical legal facilities, that will be much more simplified. इसको उस टाइप से सोचें डॉक्टर साहब. कुछ पूरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट के लिए एक एसपी को बोल दिया और शहर के अंदर थाने हैं 25, that will be difficult.
You're right. So what happens is the DIG for welfare is always there in a state, and we usually have him as part of the committee. The welfare in DIG for welfare is always there in the state. All states have it. They are designated to various this one. So normally what we have done in Tamil Nadu is we get the DIG for welfare involved in our advisory group, and we make him the nodal officer. And of course, he doesn't get disturbed, because he then appoints somebody junior to him and says, "Okay, look after this area." I'm just giving a suggestion for a new state which is starting and which is having a lot of these problems. This could be one way forward. You're right. If you can have it in every district or every kind of police station, that'll be wonderful. So the other thing is, if you put these posters in the police station, that it works.
From my experience, that state level or division level बनाओगे, it will be difficult to implement. क्योंकि साल में 1, 2, 3, 4 केस आते हैं, not much more. तमिलनाडु में ज़्यादा हो सकते हैं. The people are neither sensitized nor used to. Meanwhile, you get transferred.
I agree. See, sensitization. Parallelly, you need to keep continuing doing your sensitization with the police academy of training. That's all. We are doing that all the time. Every year, we do 3 or 4 academy sensitization of police academy. So the work is constant. Whether somebody changes or not, it doesn't matter. You sensitize that new person also.
Dr. Anil.
सर मैं बीच में थोड़ा सा बोलूँगा. मैं आप दोनों के व्यू से सहमत हूँ, और मेरे ख्याल से आप दोनों के व्यूज़ इम्प्लीमेंट करने की ज़रूरत है. जैसे डॉक्टर साहब ने कहा कि थाना लेवल पे कोई नोडल अफसर होना चाहिए, तो ठीक है, थाना लेवल पे एक नोडल अफसर बनाया जा सकता है, एडिशनल SHO कोई भी सब इंस्पेक्टर. बट हायर लेवल पर नोडल अफसर बनाया जाना जरूरी है. वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर भी होना चाहिए, वो स्टेट लेवल पर भी होना चाहिए.
सर ये काम कर रहा है तमिलनाडु में,
क्योंकि सर डे टू डे चीजों के लिए एक इंस्पेक्टर या सब इंस्पेक्टर डिसीजन नहीं ले सकता. उसको एक पॉलिसी फॉर्म होगी स्टेट लेवल पर, तो उसको एक गाइडलाइंस मिलेगी. इवन जैसे थोड़ी देर पहले बात हो रही थी पोस्टमार्टम वेव ऑफ करने के लिए, अगर कोई डोनेशन की बात हो रही, तो दिल्ली में जो प्रैक्टिस है कि एक ACP रैंक के ऑफिसर को जो सब डिवीजन का है उसको एक पावर है कि वो वेव ऑफ कर सकता है, बट इन सर्टेन कंडीशंस. लेकिन उसका बहुत कम इस्तेमाल किया जाता है. तो इसमें अगर जब SOP इस तरह की कोई बनेगी, उसी समय अगर सीनियर लेवल को भी इन्वॉल्व करके और वो SOP फॉर्म करने में हो, तो वो एक गाइडलाइंस रहेगी लोअर लेवल के, थाना लेवल के पुलिस अफसर के लिए.
डॉक्टर
तो ये
वन जो सजेशन अभी हम लोगों ने मतलब इन द गाइडलाइन व्हाट वी आर ट्राइंग टू ब्रिंग इन टू इन्वॉल्व प्राइवेट सेक्टर हॉस्पिटल्स इन द फॉर ऑर्गन डोनेशन, बिकॉज व्हाट वी हैव सीन इन blood donation also, that private sector hospitals, they don't run their voluntary blood donation program as effectively as so in the organ donation also somehow, particularly in the North India, they are lagging, the private sector hospitals. So but because these medical legal cases will go to the private hospitals also, so whenever such cases go there, so because it is always difficult to, because these places are not the designated places for post-mortem. So if the retrieving, the post-mortem PM surgeon goes over there after the retrieval has been done and completes the post-mortem formalities there itself, and we are able to pay some honorarium which is agreed upon to the post-mortem surgeon from the designated hospital of that area. So at least the relatives will be, at ease to that the postmortem has been done over there only. Then donations may be promoted in the private sector institutions also. So that one guideline which was presented over there in the presentation by Dr. Tejasvi, I think that if we can, if you all agree, we can issue it from the NOTO side as a guideline, that to promote organ donation in the private sector.
Sir, there is one issue. One important legal issue is here regarding that authority to do autopsy comes from the state. Okay, every hospital will be investing hugely in case you ask every hospital to develop a mortuary as well as the postmortem center. How many cases will be there on monthly basis as far as brain dead donation is concerned, which are medical legal cases? So this is a huge investment for every hospital in case we issue such guideline. Number two is whether every hospital will be authorized by the state to carry out postmortem examination. Third is that conducting postmortem examination requires a lot of coordination between police and forensic person. Okay, so again, it will be requiring some sort of a thought process as well as debate before we implement this at different levels. Okay.
We can try to develop a SOP or some kind of a guideline.
And particularly in Delhi, what we have is that Delhi is divided into different districts. Every district, by the government notification, is attached to one of the government hospital where mortuary facilities are there. Postmortem examinations are conducted. And now, none of the private hospital, barring few, even in medical colleges which are private, autopsy permission has not been given.
Granted, but
so
the surgeon is going from the government institution to do, that is also not
no,
allowed.
no, it is not there. That is again the issue that in most of the private medical colleges also autopsy permission has not been given.
What you are talking is the existing conditions. What we are deliberating from the government point of view, what flexibilities, what changes can be made in these fixed points.
But again,
listen, 1 second. And what NATO is doing with police and Ministry of Home Affairs. What you are suggesting, if we are able to flexify it, then same suggestions can go there.
So,
इसलिए आगे की ये तैयारी है.
No, but it still, I think it requires huge investment as well as other aspects. We should have thorough debate.
Sanjeev, one thing. All big hospitals which are 300, 400, 500 private big institutions have mortuaries. भले ही आज वो storage के काम में आती हैं, postmortem के काम में नहीं आ रही हैं. They have mortuaries.
No, they have.
बनाने की, हाँ टेबल की फैसिलिटी है नहीं है वो that can be an issue.
So, and converting the mortuary into a postmortem facility in hospitals, particularly where you have 1 or 2 donation happening in a month or maybe every 6 months, again we have to think.
Sir, in Karnataka, we do the donation, the autopsy and OTs after the retrieval has happened. So that's been going on since 2019.
So again, there your forensic expert is present throughout the retrieval process, or maybe they come.
I mean, retrieval takes a maximum of 2.5 to 3 hours.
Yes.
But the forensic expert will come after the retrieval is done, and then the autopsy is performed in the OR. After which the body is handed over from the hospital directly to the patient family.
Yeah, in Tamil Nadu also, in MMC, we do the same thing. Once the retrieval process is over, forensic expert.
Whether government setup or private setup?
Private.
Government
Private setup.
One more thing which I want to add to Dr.
But
Sunil
again, there must be notification from state government in this regard.
Yes.
You require approval from the government. Without that, it is not practical.
This is what we are deliberating. कि इसमें जो हमारा cream will come out, that will be notified by the government.
Actually, my talk is on how states can learn from each other. I think that's probably quite relevant actually.
One point which I want to add to Dr. Sunil sir is, see, we are from Chennai, so we get lot of these brain dead patients from Andhra Pradesh. The incident happens there. And what we do is we call the sub-inspector directly from the hospital. And in no matter 20 to 25 minutes time, we get the PDF of NOC. So if we are proactive, yes, the police always reciprocates that proactiveness and we have not had any issues at all. It takes hardly 1 hour in Andhra Pradesh, whichever station it is, we get it in 20 to 25 minutes PDF.
Basically, some of the private hospitals, they do not have, they may be having the facility to carry out the postmortem examination, but not a doctor who is authorized to conduct the autopsy. But definitely, there must be some nearby civil hospital doctor who is, we can always put him and have a rapport with him so that he can come along and this thing can be taken care of.
That's exactly
And proactiveness, social cause is always when people are always proactive in that.
And it's a matter of evolution. I mean, initially, Dr. Nagpal sir कह रहे हैं, शुरुआत में maybe people do not know how things work.
Yes.
But after that, the police is actually quite happy to cooperate. In fact, we got a GO that says that the local police thana will actually be, the inquest normally is conducted by the station where the accident has occurred.
Yeah.
But in cases of organ donation, that can actually be done by the station where the donation is happening now. So that saves a lot of
They
time.
can be flexible.
These are very, easy fixes which we can actually facilitate the organ donation process quite significantly.
Definitely. At PGI, sometimes the IO has to come from 500 kilometers. So our local police chowki, they carry out the inquest proceeding and we carry out the postmortem examination. Those are flexible things. Now we have a concept of zero FIR. So what we are talking about, everything is flexible. Once the cause is very social in nature, everything is flexible.
One last line of submission is that in the state of UP, by government of Uttar Pradesh, by DGP, objectively drafted SOP on role of police officers in organ donation has been issued by the efforts of SOTO UP. Just wanted to share with you all.
I only hope that UP's numbers increase and it will help the whole
Yes,
overall
we are trying
program.
we're trying to do that.
So that'll be great.
Yeah.
I mean, all
Yeah.
your
We began
steps
very
are-
late. We began
all your
late.
steps are being very proactive. And I
आप
hope
कुछ कह रहे थे, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, Dr. Deepak Gupta, is he here?
No,
He
he
was
left.
talking about virtual autopsy. I just wanted some comment from you.
So actually, we are also doing to certain extent in organ donation cases, since most of the cases are happening at trauma center and we have CT scan available then and there itself. So in certain situation, particularly when we have the situation of assault or homicide, we basically avoid that. We do complete autopsy. But in fall from height or road traffic accident cases, we are facilitating early handover of the body through that process only, since even what we also do is that before retrieval and post retrieval, we do entire scan so that all evidences are visible.
How many have you done? I mean, this could be a great way forward for routine
Yeah,
cases.
so this year we have completed near about 14. So we have conducted the CT scan in almost each and every case.
So
we get the report from radiologist as well post retrieval. That is part of the postmortem report as well subsequently.
What would be the status of this virtual autopsy as far as the courts are concerned?
Actually, it's basically a practice which is to be adopted. What we do basically, in case you see postmortem examinations are done from primary health center level to the tertiary care level center. So there is no uniformity. So wherever technologies are available, people are using it. But wherever technologies are not available, it is
Sandeep, monologues हो रहा है.
Yeah, if
Let
something
people
goes
be
wrong,
involved.
yeah. If something goes wrong, what's the status of this in high courts? That's all. I just wanted to.
It is
for
not
your
yet
clarification.
acceptable in the courts of law.
So you could
Internationally
get it
also not. And it is being done in a very few centers in the country. But it's a really good beginning. Later on, what happens judicially, that is a different thing. But it is done, I think, 1, 2, 3 places in the country. So we should think right now of the conventional PM, what we are doing, how that can facilitate it in your work.
Basically, if you see the law, because everything boils down to law, law has never defined how to conduct the autopsy. This is number one. It is just an examination to be carried out by the designated medical officer. Over years, technology has been changing. So as far as law is concerned, definitely till the time your process, maybe virtual autopsy or whatever, it should satisfy every objective of that postmortem. So it will be acceptable. There is no issue about it. Because in medical legal cases, mostly RTAs are the best suited cases for thing. And RTA is in RTAs, actually only the external examination is very, very important. The courts are never bothered about what kind of fracture is there, what kind of subdural, subarachnoid, so they are not into it. So we can use virtual autopsy for RTA purposes. At PGI, what we have started doing, because we want to, because every examination is already been done, I do not again take out the stitches because they are beautifully stitched. We do not open the head also in that cases, just a scalp layer, and take the CT finding. So I have already started incorporating antemortem CT data in postmortem report without opening the skull. So that is going perfectly fine in courts.
So technology is definitely going to help us in coming days wherever technologies are available. Since there is no uniformity as far as availability is concerned.
Only request I have is you guys are all senior people here and your forensic society, disseminate this information and make things easier for all of us.
Yeah, so it is in process. So we are almost running short of time since morning. So I have to wind it up. But just as a concluding remark, I will say that as far as medical legal cases are concerned, for the purpose of organ and tissue donation, a lot of licensing is required definitely with the police. Whether we can do it at higher level, at commissioner level, subsequently guidelines are issued to all the police stations that will facilitate. And definitely, it is not a one-time affair. We keep on sensitizing what Pallavi is also doing, that there is a display information in every police station, continuous sensitization, appointment of nodal officer. This is the way forward. As far as forensic expert is concerned, they are available for facilities wherever, facilitating organ and tissue donation wherever it is required. So far, we have been doing that, but definitely law is also permitting that in case there is non-availability of forensic expert, retrieval can still take place. There is no physical requirement of the forensic expert to be present. Whatever notes are prepared by the surgeon, they are relied upon and they will be part of the postmortem report. Definitely, there is further scope of debating that how we can improve upon in this part, that is facilitating medico-legal organ and tissue donation in medico-legal cases. So we will be coming up with more better guidelines, in better cooperation and coordination with the state authorities as well as police authorities. Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists for participating in this lively discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Director sir to present the memento to Dr. Tejasvi HT, HOD Forensic Medicine, Dr. RML Hospital. I request Dr. Sarvesh Tandon to kindly receive the token of appreciation from Director sir. Sub-Division Hospital. Now I request Dr. S.S. Lalwani sir to receive the memento from Director sir. I request ACP Nagpal to receive the memento from Director sir. Now request Director sir to again present the memento to Dr. Bansal sir, PGI. Of this sir. Now I'd like to request Dr. Avdesh Yadav to kindly come and receive the memento from Director sir. Dr. Avdesh.
आपने moderate किया था.
हाँ. नेक्स्ट पैनल डिस्कशन ये है ना. पेन ड्राइव निकाल. Moving on to last panel discussion, I would like to request Dr. Avnish Seth, Head of the Department Gastroenterology and Hepatology at Manipal Hospital, to kindly come and moderate the session. I would also like to invite Dr. Vrishali Patil, Program Director, HOD Multi-Organ Transplant and Hepatobiliary Surgeon, DY Patil Hospital. I also request Dr. R.K. Mani, Director Clinical Services, Yashoda Hospital, to kindly come over the stage. I request Dr. R. Raghavendra, Director, Madras Medical College, to kindly come over the stage and join us. I request Dr. Pranjal Modi to kindly come on the dais to join the panel discussion. I request Dr. Sumana Arora, Senior Consultant, Niti Ayog, to kindly come on dais to join the discussion. Sir, I also request Dr. Ashish Sharma to kindly come on the dais to join the panel discussion.
Dr. Ashish Sharma is there? Dr. Ashish Sharma? Okay, sorry. Dr. Sumana madam is there. Okay. Dr. Raghavendra? Yeah, please. Dr. Mani, come here, please.
For this session, Dr. Vrishali Patil will present on ethical responsibility of organ donation, allocation and retrieval teams in multi-organ donation. Ma'am, you may start. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anil Kumar sir, for inviting me. This has been I think a very kind invitation to such an exchange of dialogues. It's a collaboration between eminent people and mentors. I think it will open up new possibilities and reformation, updating of policies, hopefully. I'm going to talk about, I think I've got the wrong. I've got the wrong PPT. So I'm a transplant surgeon, so I'm going to talk about my as a surgeon and a clinician's perspective for multi-organ donation and the ethical challenges faced. So when it comes to ethical challenges in organ donation, let's talk about the families first. Families inherently are very rewarding and form a big support for both the donor as well as the treating surgeons and doctors and organ procuring teams. But they also are seldom easy to connect with, or they could families would be extended families or people who come across suddenly as the best interest of the donor and could present hurdles in organ donation. When it comes to disease donation, these are usually young people for multi-organ allocation. And I'll give you certain examples of recent donations when there was a 5-year-old child who had whose mother was a single unwed mother living in the red light district area, and who had consented for organ donation as she was a legal guardian. On detailed history, she put forth that her husband, who was a legal husband, was the one who had sold her off. She was in a live-in relationship with another man. So the hospital authority suddenly gathered, with this history, started collecting more information, sent the information to ZTCC, saying what should we do next. ZTCC didn't have an idea, so got some more guidance from the regional level, state level, and the organ donation part went into another corner while there was more discussion on the patient's life and lifestyle and who would be the legal person to give consent. Would we run into problems? If we take this, will the real father come up and then question about his child? And this led to more delays, and ultimately the hospital suddenly decided that we won't go ahead with this organ donation. So again, when there's single unwed families, unwed mothers, the next of kin, does it have to be both parents? We had another 25-year-old young man 2 months ago who was a laborer who had a fall and was declared brain dead. His wife was 9 months pregnant in another state in a hospital due for delivery. Her father was elderly father, again in the state. His sibling brother came down. So could he be the next of kin? He said the patient's wife could not be contacted. She's due for giving child, but she can't handle that stress. The father is elderly. He can't travel all the way. So he was the only one. So again, young donor, multi-organ could not happen. Third is, whenever we had a patient who she was 48 years old, separated from her husband 20 years ago, the children, both son and daughter, were willing to give consent. Because the husband was a spouse legally, he should be the one giving consent. He lived in the nearby village. The son was so furious, he didn't want to talk to the man who was never present in this family. But because the hospital had to be placed safe, the ambulance was sent to the village. The man came and signed the consent. The son was so furious that in spite of having, this man had no role in his mother's life, was the one who gave her pain, and then his signature was required for organ donation. So are these all unique cases? Not really. With our donor pledges going all across the country to the remotest part, we are going to see more and more family dynamics come into place. So we need to have some kind of understanding really what is important. Do you think hospitals try to play safe over here? We need one aberration, one wrong thing to go somewhere in the newspapers, and therefore the hospital tries to play safe, management tries to play safe, and we lose on multi-organ donations, and therefore more patients lose on organ transplants. So there have been many things which could have been done, would have been done, should have been done or missed. Then will the role of explicit consent, because now organ donation pledge is connected with Aadhaar, this could lead to some maybe more credibility, more persuading the family. Is it a legitimate thing? Can we as doctors enforce and say that this is a legal wish, this is the patient's genuine wish? So even if the family are on the edge, we can say that we'll go ahead as they do in the United States. Can we do that? If it's still an expressed wish, then as we spread the awareness of organ donation, can we also not spread this awareness that because it is Aadhaar link, this consent is also valid? This is something more important, that we have to honor the patient's will, that there's a deep sense of responsibility that you have got to say yes if the person who's more than age of 18 years has made this informed decision. So we need to spread this message along with organ donation now. In terms of living donors, does multi-organ, where does it come? Because as we have more and more centers doing transplant, our expertise has increased, our outcomes are better. You might have patients who need liver, kidney, say partial liver from one donor, kidney from another living recipient, or a pancreas kidney where we have a pancreas patient on the wait list for deceased donation and the living kidney from his spouse or a near relative. But in that sense, are we going to struggle again with when should the consent? Because with even a single donor family consent, we have to go through so many safety measures. Take this, like now we heard, police NOC may not be really mandatory, but we still go through that. Because one hospital stops organ transplant because of some problem, every other hospital, corporate hospitals, tries to again play safe by creating more and more forms. For example, just a small story. I had a patient who was a couple who came in for kidney transplant. Wife was going to give him the kidney. While I was going through documents of investigations and evaluations. His file pouch opened up and the photograph spilled over. So there were photographs are again an additional document, right? Just to show that they were been in a relationship for how long. So the photographs of their son's wedding, photographs of their son's birthday, photograph of a Diwali event, photographs when they bought the new tractor for the farming. The interesting part was in all these photographs, the husband and wife were wearing the same color, the same clothes, including the family. So, so when I asked them, said, कि हाँ ये लग्नाचं होतं, लेकिन मराठी they were saying this शादी का. And I said, how come you're wearing the same picture? Then they said, oh, actually they said photographs were important, so I did it. So it is like the jugaad they do, and why do they do it? Because the circumstances demand it, because we demand it. So somewhere we need to come to a mutual faith, trust. But then this trust, even if a transplant clinician gets pulled up in the court or it makes the newspapers the next day, everybody tries to be on the defensive. Who wants to spoil their career by just having one case go the wrong way? So this is something we need to really sit down and understand and discuss. Is transplant team really trained to authenticate documents? Even as we say, in my own transplant department, sometimes I have to sign on the patient's signature on the photograph saying this is the donor, this is the person, this is the recipient. I don't know that this is the photograph of the same person. I mean, I can only do a better surgery. I can say the surgeon, this is required surgery for this patient. This patient suffers from this disease. How am I trained in identifying that this patient is this person and this is this person? So this third part, should we not have that distribution of responsibility, liability, instead of having the clinicians to blame completely? And it might be there in the legal system, but it has not percolated yet into the hospital management yet. So can we have a clarity on that clearly from everybody? I do think that for living donors also and for deceased donors, maybe the government can help us by providing health insurance to the family next of kin. For living donors, I think the recipient can definitely have either a mandatory or something to prove that he can provide insurance for at least next 5 years. I think that is just like, this presentation, I've been helped with my colleague Mayuri Barge, who was a transplant coordinator by experience, and now she's assistant general manager. So in her perspective, whenever there's a child who's adopted, the government mandates that the family projects that they will provide for the insurance or the finances for the child. Similarly, when there's a living donor who does an organ donation or a deceased donor who provides organ donation, somewhere some kind of a benefit, not exactly in cash, but health insurance would be something I would think would be helpful. Organ donors definitely should get paid leave. That's what I feel. I think I'm sure everybody feels that. How about what are the ethical responsibilities in multi-organ allocation? Whenever there's a young donor, I think all of us, most of half of the attendees have left. So all who are here are seniors and mentors and eminent people. So you have seen through this that young donors, whenever there is a consent form, sometimes there is no lung consent, sometimes there is no heart consent, sometimes there is no pancreas consent. Our Form 8, as you see over here, I've just put that number 0.4, which says that I hereby give consent for removal of heart, /lungs, /intestine, /skin, but no pancreas and no hand. Instead of that, why not we play on the psychology and say that I give consent for multi-organ and I do not give consent for this. That way, then they would not have to write no pancreas and no heart and no lung. As a surgeon, whenever I've gone for retrieval organs, I have seen that even when I went to, about a month ago, I went to a hospital, the heart-lung consent wasn't done for a 22-year-old donor. I had gone there to get pancreas and kidney. And I said, why not? And he said, oh, there was no time. And I said, so there was no time, time was a limitation. I said, for whom? The family who gave consent for everything, why wouldn't they give that? So the coordinator said, actually, then the bronchoscopy and then the cath lab. So we need to empower our coordinators, empower the donor hospital, train them, give them more information. Make multi-organ consent as a uniform thing for everyone. Multi-organ procurement, doing it timely, we need to kind of get that done. The donor family definitely needs that the operation should be done in time and the body handover should be done in time. But we need to, straighten ourselves, do it faster, do it better, do it in timely manner. Donor maintenance. So whenever, again, the coordinator or the hospital management or the NTORC is going to say, bronchoscopy karna hai, 2D echo karna hai, TE karna hai, paisa to lagega. Donor maintenance cost is going to go from 1 lakh to 2 lakhs or 50,000 to 1 lakh. When I go for procurements, or when my team goes, the HIV, HBs, HCV spot tests are done. As we do more numbers, as we move forward, our country is third in organ donation and transplant. We need to ensure not just organ donation and transplants are done, but the outcomes and safety of these transplants is much better. So donor transmitted illnesses, donor transmitted diseases and cancer should be less. So when we do that, that means we need to do more. If the donor has fever, we are doing dengue, we are doing influenza, we are doing biofire. That's going to add on to the test. Who pays on to the test? Instead of having just be the burden on the one recipient of one hospital, why not distribute it? So then the donor maintenance cost is going to increase but distributed fairly. So have some kind of guidelines on that, sir. That would help, because giving us 50,000 won't help, won't suffice to the donor hospital. Jaldi? हाँ sir, कर देती हूँ. I mean, pancreatic islet is not included in the organ and research, so I think that should be one thing. Regional, I think multi-organ sharing is still restricted only to states. Like I think when pancreas pulls the kidney, but we don't share kidney when there's a multi-organ sharing. I think that is important. So many patients who need pancreas kidney are still on the list. They don't get the kidneys. I think kidney something payback system could be one thing that we could be considered. I'm just going to move fast. I think we need a yearly audit with all different hospitals. Donor transmitted illnesses I did talk about. We have suffered, we have burnt fingers having patients donor not done. For retrieval teams, I think correct documentation is important. Why not have a uniform documentation? Organ injuries should be audited, should be taken cognizance of. Similarly, precise operative summary is important as we go into more medical legal aspect. The retrieval teams have to send a very simple form, not go into details. And again, having a checklist, empowering coordinators, not with a 6-day course or 8-day course, but 6 months course. At the same time, have a legal support, 24/7 support system available whom we can call, not just have one pathway, because people don't pick up phones. Right now, we have a WhatsApp system of communication. That probably is not the best way of communication. We need to have some other way of which where anybody can pick up the phone and find out. So instead of working with on the base of fear and defense, have something which we have fair guidelines and policies. Thank you. Thank you.
No, sit there, yeah, because we'll be rotating one by one. So thank you. That was an excellent presentation. And I thought we must close a few things that were raised so nicely by Vishali. I think your point on consent of all organs, except one or two, may be a very good idea to look at. We all appreciate that. Donor maintenance compensation, although Dr. Anil keeps telling us about it from time to time, we have never ever received a check from NATO for the last 7-8 years. So please work out, give us a form that we fill and you give us some money. We are still waiting for that, sir.
Okay.
Aadhaar linked pledge having an authority without the family signature may never happen, because even in Spain, with the system where everybody is an donor automatically, even there the family has to give consent. 20% of the time Spain doesn't do donation because the family has not consented. So that will never happen, of course. Regarding health insurance, I think it's a good time for donors. We have a little comment right now only from Dr. Sumana. Is it okay? Because she raised that whether there should be a mandatory health insurance for all living donors.
Thanks, Dr. Avnish. Insurance is generally looked at in a very pedestrian way. What is insurance? It's basically risk pooling. And to pool the risk, if you speak to any underwriters, they need data. And data in this case would be transplant outcomes, or what happens to donors living donors after they've donated their organs. So the request here would be to do a very detailed activity so that the insurance companies can come out with an appropriate insurance product. For this, request Dr. Anil to work closely with IRDA, which he's already planning to do. And this needs outcome data. So, you need to go back to transplant outcomes. You need to go back to what is happening to living donors after. Like Dr. Modi said earlier, that if you're a liver donor, your morbidity is higher than if you're a kidney donor. So those details need to be studied by insurance company underwriters in partnership with NOTO. Ideally, IRDA and NOTO working together, and if there's any facilitation required from NITI, we are always there. I think that is the way forward. Currently, if you see, people do get insurance, people who have insurance policies, generally they are covered for organ transplants. But people who've undergone transplants, they have a very uphill battle to go and try and get an insurance cover. So is the case with living donors. Interestingly, you know, people who do get insurance cover for an organ transplant, it's their policy that covers the organ donor, you know, which is very, very strange. And when we look at it, it's obviously a lack of understanding on the part of insurance companies because they don't have data. So this is a very, very low hanging fruit which can be taken up.
Thank you.
Dr. Avnish,
Sir.
can I just make a very quick comment?
Yes.
Great presentation, Vaishali. The next of kin needs to be defined for consent. It's always a challenge. And again, coming back to next of kin,
The
it comes with
hierarchy.
the hierarchy. And that's again defined. Some of the good practices, if you see in the States, they've gone through the same cycle and they've defined it very well. So I request Noto that look into that and please define, we are constantly facing the challenge. Please do
Yes,
that.
that's a very important step. Regarding Sonal, why don't you walk up here for your presentation? And while he comes here, Israel has a system that only if you have pledged, Dr. Anil, in Israel, only if you have pledged are you eligible to get an organ. So now that we are linked to Aadhaar card, do you think over the next few years we could do something like that, that only people who have pledged would be eligible to receive? We could look at that also.
Okay. There is a demand that those families who have donated organ of their kin, basically, who donated, they should be given preference in the organ allocation. So that demand is there. So I think that their demand is related, like in case of blood donation, we have a blood donation card. Within 1 year, they can receive blood against that card. So there is a demand from that those families who donate organ, so if their member develop organ failure, they should be given preference in organ allocation.
Yeah, in Gujarat, we have such type of things, fulfillment in a G dot guideline. If the family has donated, from deceased donor, one member from the same family, if is a near relative as defined by the THOA Act, should get the priority in for the transplantation. That is defined by the Gujarat government, and that should happen within 10 years, preferably. After 10 years, it is waived off.
Dr. Avnish, and good evening. Thank you, Dr. Anil and the NATO team for this invite. I'm really impressed to see so many people still here at the end of the day because this is clearly a topic that is arousing a lot of interest. I think the last few sessions have been building up to this, about this particular talk, cultural barriers to organ donation and how we can learn from each other. This is obviously a difficult talk to give. I'm very grateful that Dr. Amlor and Dr. Johri are not in the room because this normally leads to a lot of controversy every time it actually is brought up. But I still believe that it's worth doing, because it's if you look at India as a giant experiment, we look at different states. Every state has organized or evolved some degrees of fixes, and there are so many things that we are learning today from each other, which can actually benefit if NATO can collate them. These are my current appointments. I do not have any conflicts of interest. I'd like to start with the saying, there's obviously a big difference between East and West, and it's not just the East and the Western world. In India, the East and the West, Eastern India is very, very different from Western India. What happened in 1994 is we sowed the seeds of transplantation uniformly across the entire India. And 25 years later, some states are doing better than others. So it just makes sense for us to look at why are some trees growing taller than other trees. If you look at it from a pure scientific sense, rather than bring in regionalism and jingoism into it, because that's not really the point of this. Clearly, there's not much difference between people in general and definitely Indians, because we can certainly identify as Indians wherever you're from. We respond to different sets of incentives and disincentives, and every culture has designed it definitely for themselves. Is there any unifying thing that we can learn from each other? That's probably the point of what we want to talk about. Transplant obviously is different from any other science because it needs two people, it needs a donor and a recipient, and clearly that's why we have a law, because we are using organs, we have to use them well, and we have to put other humans at risk who are otherwise healthy. It obviously needs donors, and there is a big gap in organs and donors, big in terms of kidneys, 226 versus 3.25. So out of every 100 people who have renal failure, less than one actually get it, and in liver approximately between about 50,000 people, about 4,000 transplants are done, of which about half are done for non-Indians. Assumption is that Indians don't donate organs. This was what was told to me in 2011 when I came back here. At that time in our state in Karnataka, we had a total of 11 donations. At that time, as you can see, only certain parts of the country were showing a green color. This color started to increase, and at that time the narrative in meetings like this was that North Indians don't donate organs. And then later on in 2023, as the map was more and more green, we can see that it's some Indians don't donate organs. Clearly, all organs can be donated by all people if the incentives are right, if the time is right. Currently, we are touching about 1,000 donations. And again, in my state, from 11 donations, we've gone to 178 donations in an 11-year period. So it's actually not small. The fact is that organ donation has increased, and certainly we are seeing more donations in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So there are logistical problems, but that is a good problem to have. Again, when we look at, I've just mapped 2 states in the south, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, and we can see year on year, the data from 2008 is gradually increasing, and as you can see, now the numbers are almost parallel. Tamil Nadu obviously led the way, but a lot of other states have learned, and particularly in the south, we have seen that good practices are actually exchanged quite rapidly. And we have certainly learned a lot from Tamil Nadu GOs and from Maharashtra GOs. A lot of our GOs are based on ZTCC GOs actually. So that certainly, that information exchange and transparency is something we can learn. Equally, the other side is also true. We have seen that what happens if a program is not well supported, or if agents want to take down a program, that is also possible. Because that is another example that we can learn. So there are good things and bad things to learn from the Indian experience. When we look at organ donations in the Indian Liver Transplant Registry, currently 1 in 5 liver donors comes from deceased organs, but there is a very big difference between the north and the south. So almost 40% of the donations in South India are from deceased donors, and only 6% of the organs come from deceased donors in the north. So clearly there is a big difference. Yeah, okay. So not much difference here. I think I'll just go to the last slide. Currently, all over India, the system is individual-led, not system-supported. We don't have a lot of the outcomes covered. There's currently inconsistent knowledge and application of our law. There's a lot of public versus private bias, and there's a perception about who should actually get transplant. Okay, that's my last slide.
Thank you, but before you go, tell us one thing that the North should learn from your state.
I mean, I don't think it's a north and a south thing.
So easily.
Yeah. No, I think that the simplest thing we can do is to collate all the GOs related to transplant from all the states and see what we can learn from each other. Simple things. We talked about police clearances. Tamil Nadu solved the problem. Autopsy, Karnataka solved the problem. So why can we not adopt it as the GO across? Now, can we not learn from that? Similarly, when you talk about, say, out of hours autopsy, when you talk about police clearances from non-related police stations, those are again, we talk, like low-hanging fruit.
Okay,
These
so
are things that we need to do.
and take it from there. It's a good idea. Thank you. Thanks a lot, guys. So we have been told that we have only 10 minutes more, and Dr. Mani is our expert in DCD. We've just written up the guidelines, for the country in 2 journals last year. We're revising them now. So DCD is a conundrum of ethics, basically. So as and when that happens, as the leading expert in the country in withdrawal of life support, now that we can do DCD type 3 in India with withdrawal, let's have some nice comments from you on, You want to come here?
No, I don't mind
Or
speaking from here.
Then I'll have to
It's
stand.
all right from you.
Oh, no. I can't allow that. Just kidding.
It's a musical chair.
Okay. Yeah, just kidding.
So,
Is it okay? All yours.
From here?
No, we are just kidding.
See, Sonal just mentioned, it's a question of ethics with transplantation, and so it is with withdrawal of life support. We have been given to understand it's all about law, but actually speaking, it's a 3-legged stool, right? It is ethics, professionalism, and law, right? It's actually a clinical decision within the framework of the law. Why do we have to split the 2 things. Withdrawal is an activity not not directly leading to any donation. Okay, it's an activity separate. So obviously you have to de-link as we do brain death determination and organ donation. Similarly, so why do we need withdrawal life support? It's because advances in medicine have led to a lot of excessive treatment and a lot of things. Life support sustaining treatments are not needed, or they're actually harmful, or they have adverse effects, all around to the patient, and unethical activities are perpetuated. To the family, huge financial and emotional drain. To the doctor and caregivers, a lot of distress, moral distress, and to the ecosystem, environment, healthcare, everything. So that is why we need the provision for withdrawal and withholding, and we need to sensitize, of course, the entire medical profession not to do too much in certain cases. And if you take that position of ethics, then it's inevitable that you need to do withdrawal and withholding in many patients in the ICU or before ICU also, not entering the ICU at all. Now, law comes in because the risk of misuse as it's perceived, but this is a common practice around the world. We not only learn from East and West within the country, but also across the globe, isn't it? From the global north, global south can learn a lot. So in the global north, it's become extremely common. And now, as an offshoot, we have got the controlled DCD, isn't it? So there's a huge organ pool. In the brain death determination, there is always a controversy whether the person is dead or not. But that sort of controversy doesn't exist with cardiac determination of death. So you have a huge pool where it is that death is certain, and we are not utilizing that pool. You can see that DCD has been prevalent for more than 2 decades in the world, and in some countries it is, in the deceased organ donation pool, it has exceeded the brain death. So we need to have it. Withdrawal in itself is important, and then DCD becomes enabled as an offshoot. Just as we did not intend that the TOA be there to promote, brain deaths. Similarly, DCD provision is not there to promote, inappropriate decision making, but it is an offshoot which can increase the organ pool, and which is an extremely desirable outcome.
Thank you, Dr. Mani. I'll now request Dr. Raghavendran to come and share a very brief presentation on whether India is ready for an opt-out system. So we'll just stick to the opt-out part.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I thank Dr. Anil Kumar sir and Team Noto for inviting us here. So if you look at this slide, the left half, it says what percentage of people are willing to actually donate organs. But in effect, the percentage has become a part per million population. That is what is transformed. Even for the best performing countries, it is somewhere around hovering around 40 to 45 per million population. So it has been right from morning, we have all dealt with where India fares. So going into the opt-out system, it is the hard opt-out system where the individual explicitly expresses his unwillingness to donate organs, and unless he does so, he is considered to have presumed consent. And in soft, the family again is approached, soft opt-out system. There is something called a mandated system, as in Spain. The family also comes into the part, either it authorizes or consents. So if you look at the other half, say almost 58 to 60% of them have apprehensions to donating organs because of the fear that it may be used for medical research. The point was discussed in the morning. And they also feel it may not go to those who need them the most. So it is that the ownership of the donor, he still wants to maintain the ownership, and he decides what should happen to his organ after he dies. So at the same time, there is one more discussion. This presumed consent, most of them feel they are less likely to be saved, but they will be maintained for the sake of organs. That is another point that goes against opt-out system. But there are a lot of people who doesn't want to think about death, and they don't make any wish because of their fear of thinking about death, and that is one positive. So the opt-out system has always led to a higher number of donors and organs in the initial phase. It grows up to a certain point. At some point it stagnates. That we have seen in the best performing countries also. And as we all know, we have a two-tier health system with the public and the private sector. And this vast divide also is a point that should be considered when we look at the opt-out system. So if you look at Spain, since 1979 has reached somewhere around 50 donors per million, and the success of Spain has been clearly pointed out is not entirely because of the opt-out system, but the less restrictive soft opt-out system which it maintains, but more importantly, the education of the public with mass media highlighting its achievements. And in spite of all these things, since 2015, the growth has not been very significant, and it is going towards a plateau or a status phase. Consider Singapore, which had an opt-out system based on religious beliefs. In 1987, it introduced, but in the opt-out system, excluded the only for the non-Islamic population, excluded Islamic population. And in 2004, since the shortfall was very high, it included the Islamic population also in the opt-out system. And in 2008, 2009, it removed the age limit, but still from 2004 till date, it is stagnated at that around 40 to 42 point mark. And Wales is another country which has recently opted 7 years ago, and for the past 5 years, they have a soft approach. 44 to 65 is the increase in 5 years' time of deceased organ donation. At the same time, the living organ donation also has increased from 20 to 49%, which is a very significant increase. And this has happened with every other country which has opened out to the opt-out system, but they are all smaller countries. So each country must examine which system best aligns with their political structure before turning into the opt-out system. If you look at the left half of the slide, the green bar is the opt-in system where the US stands first, and all other things are the blue bars when you consider per million population as the point of reference. But if you take per 10,000 deaths, the green bar starts appearing. So it is what should be the yardstick which we should consider as for the success. That is one thing. And if this slide shows very clearly, Delhi tops almost 11,000 organ donations, but a very minuscule is that green which comes from the deceased organ donation. But if you consider Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Telangana, Kerala, Karnataka, Gujarat, they are all coming somewhere close to between the 20 to 30% mark of the total organ donations that take place. But look at Haryana, West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, they are not performing, and these are only 15 states out of the whole. In the northeast, the bigger states like Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, they are all nowhere in the picture, and this is the gap which we want to bridge. We want the green to complete yellow should be replaced by green, but will that be possible? It is not going to be possible, and living donation is also going to stay, however robust the deceased organ donation program, even with opt-out system. But the success of this opt-out system clearly relies on the clear communication from the state to the public, responding as and when required to the public sentiments, improve the human resource infrastructure, have a registry, the accountability and the transparency should be maintained, and localization very importantly. We have seen on many occasions, the donor family is very happy if the organ is transplanted within our own hospital or within the same city. Somehow they have a higher sense of well-being that their sons or kith and kin's heart is beating somewhere within a few kilometer radius compared to the whole thing going out. So development of infrastructure, localization. So this is the primary reason why Tamil Nadu we divided into 3 zones. So within the northern zone only the organs will go. And if not, it goes to the western or this. Yes, sir. So what we need for the public to accept change is all these things have to be done, and more importantly, as pointed out, donor affordability is a very important point, and we should move away from the poor to rich. We should ensure more poor to poor also happens, at least in a parallel statement. So on the right side, we need states which have implemented, and Brazil had a very hasty 1997 opt-out, and it abolished it in 1998. Because of an utter failure. And all other countries have successfully implemented, but at some stage it has stagnated. So what I would suggest is, maybe we need to tap opt-in system to the fullest potential before we think of going on to the opt-out system. And maybe in the best performing states of the southern and the western region, maybe as a pilot project, we can introduce opt-out system, maybe in 1 or 2 states, and study how it goes. Meanwhile, improve the infrastructure of the other places, the whole India should maximum utilize the possibility of opt-in system. Then maybe we are ready to go to the opt-out system. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I think most of us resonate with what you have said. But I have one thought, that we should have an opt-out system straight away for cornea donation. If we do an opt-out for cornea for a few years, 10 years, we could at least let it know that it can happen. Thank you. And last comment before we close, I know that, again a very important one, Dr. Pranjal, do you think whether incentivization should be there for donor families, for brainstem declaration teams, before we close this?
I think professional fees should be given because it has to be done twice.
Can you hear?
It has to be done twice in a night
Jaldi.
hour. Most of the time, brain dead declaration occurs in a night hours or so, and it's very difficult to bring the professionals at that place. So at least it's not word incentivization. I disagree with that thing, but some professional fees should be determined, and that helps in a overall declaration of brain death. Single line.
I think we'll stop here. Although I'm sure there are a lot of comments on the incentivization from everyone. But thanks everyone in the panel. That was very nice to have you here. Thank you everybody.
Sir, I request panel members to be there on the stage. I request Director Sir to kindly present the memento to Dr. Sonal Asthana. I again request Director Sir to present the memento to Dr. Avnish Seth. Dr. Vishali Patil. I request Dr. R.K. Mani to kindly receive a token from Director Sir. I request Dr. R. Raghavendra to receive the token of memento from Director Sir. I request Dr. Sumana Arora ma'am to kindly receive the token of appreciation from Director Sir. Anyone is left? I think it's done. All done.
Thanks to Dr. Modi, actually, he has been
Thank you.
there since morning and we have utilized and we have used this to the maximum. And thank you for participating.
Thank you everyone. Now I request Dr. Shaini Suman Pradhan to kindly deliver the vote of thanks. Dr.
Just one minute.
Yeah.
National anthem. Okay. On behalf of National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization, sorry. I thank you all for being there throughout the day and for a insightful sessions, all the delegates, all the speakers, panelists. Thank you all for being there and listening so patiently. And now I request all to please stand for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता
Thank you.
एक वो बोल दो ई सर्टिफिकेट हम लोग भेज देंगे ईमेल से बता दीजिए.
We'll be sending the e-certificates to all your email IDs. Thank you.